You guys give, I'm just like, let me just read your comments and stuff like that. Cause like, oh my gosh. 1 second, guys. Let me just make sure this is live properly. Besides abstinence, taking daily prep is the best way to prevent. Let me see, this is live. Hold on. Oh, it's live. Okay. Hi. Hi, everybody. What are you guys saying? Before, you know what? Before I even start on live, I literally just jumped right in. Like I didn't even prep myself. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all. I gotta hold on. I'll be back. I gotta pray. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Hold on. 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. Okay. Let me remove this logo. Okay, I'm back. Let me read the comments. Okay. Hi. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. I feel better now. I just had to pray. I'm like, did I forget to pray? Yeah, I forgot to pray before I came on. Before I get started, before I talk to you guys about some things, let me just say thank you so much to many of you guys who donated in the last live. And I know it's so rude to not thank you guys then because I didn't really pay attention too much to the donations. I was just like, jabbering, talking and stuff like that. But it's when I noticed I was setting up something and I saw the super chats and I was like, oh my God, because there's a portion where you can go on YouTube and check out super chats. But I was setting something up that had nothing to do with that. And then I saw them. And I was like, oh my God, I forgot to thank these individuals. I just want to say thank you, King Justice, for the super chat that you gave me in the last live. You said, God has used you to help me so much on my walk. And I just want to thank you. Having unique spiritual gifts that's strong is not always easy, but wouldn't trade it for nothing. Okay, the mic is on. Wouldn't trade it for nothing. God bless you. And then T Stevens says, be blessed. Listening to you has really helped me. May God continue to bless you. Truth Seeker said, you are amazing. And Misfit Ministry donated $9.99 as well. And so did Shefford Barf. Yep, she donated as well. And yeah, those are who donated the super chats in the live. And if you guys donate super chats on like the other videos, thank you so much. But this was from the last live, and I went through it today, like not knowing that I can go through it like that. And I found that portion of YouTube, and I'm just like, oh my God, how did I not like say thank you to these individuals? I just want to say thank you so much for you guys. And I'm gonna read your comments before we start talking. I'm not gonna lie, I'm so shy right now, but we're gonna talk about some things, and we may even watch some videos and stuff like that. But I guess we'll see. Also, I'm going to leave a link for you guys here if anybody wants to come on and talk about their experience. I think this will be really helpful, not just only for us to watch videos about like Shanquella's story and stuff, but also for us to talk about our experiences, what we're going through, maybe even share our experiences relating to like the isolation period that God puts us through. I don't want to really say isolation, more like separation period. You get what I'm saying? That God puts us through, for growth and all of that stuff. So I think it'll be good for a lot of us to discuss that and to talk about that. Okay, so let me see what you guys are saying. Let me start from the beginning. Can you do a corporate fast, please? I can't do it on my own. My flesh and mind overpower me. I feel strength in a team. Yeah, I always say like there's nothing wrong with group fast if it's like to hold each other and take accountability. But I don't participate in group fast because I honestly feel like fasting is very sacred. But like as in like you needing someone to be an accountability partner. I feel like, yeah, maybe I can help with that, or maybe someone can help with that. Maybe I'll try it, but I have to pray about it first. I'm busy. Bye. Bye, Leo. Bye. You didn't care about me 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes ago. Bye. So maybe I'll pray about it and see, because I don't usually participate in group fast, but I'll pray about it and see in that sense, okay? Jesus loves you so much. Repent. He is coming soon. Amen. Now I'll be going to church. Why are you going live when I'm in church? Oh, I'm so sorry. But you can always catch the playback. You know what I mean? Maybe I'll still be on when you come back, you know? Okay, so everybody's bringing up questions relating to, okay, so Stephanie, I have a question. I've been dreaming of me carrying a baby and breastfeeding one, and also a toddler crying in my arms, calling me mama. She was looking for me. There's different types of interpretations for that. So I don't want to give you one specific interpretation for that, because it can be many things. Like, one, it could be your future children. It can be they have spirit children, which is bad. You get what I'm saying? So there's different interpretations for that. So I don't want to give you the wrong interpretation. So the best thing to do is to pray about it. I'll pray about it too. If God gives me any like details relating to that, like, I will definitely let you know. Okay. Like, I'll let you know. I'll do a video. I'm like, hey, this is for the person that said this in the video. And then, you know what I mean? So yes. Lucy for president. Oh my God. What? Okay. I don't know if I'm seeing that correctly, but Steph must know I needed her because I'm so depressed. Can I be honest? Like, I'm not depressed, but I was in my feelings today. I'm not gonna lie, and I was just like, God, I don't even know if I want to go on live tonight. Like, I'm in my feelings right now. He encouraged me. He encouraged me. He pushed me, so I'm here. You know, because sometimes when I'm like in a mood where I don't want to be bothered, I'm just like, do I really want to talk about sensitive topics right now when I'm in this like I don't want to be bothered type of mood? You know, so. Yeah, but I feel like we're going to encourage each other at this time. I feel like God is using us right now in this moment to really encourage each other. So we're going to make the best of it. I'm going to try to make the best of it too. You know what I mean? So hi guys. Hi guys. Yeah, I'm probably, oh, you pray I'm not nervous. Thank you so much. I'm always nervous when I come on live. I don't care what anybody says. Like, when you go on YouTube, I don't care who you are. I don't care if it's your thousandth video or 50th video or 100th video. You're always going to have a little bit of nerves, and that's just the normal thing, and it's just the fact. You know what I mean? You're never going to completely just be comfortable. You're going to always have nerves, especially going live. You know what I mean? Because like, people will twist your words and use every little thing against you. And yeah, it's not easy, like, being in front of like a large audience of people. And yeah, it's just not easy. I'll say that. Especially when you're someone that's just like by yourself. You just stick to yourself and who you're used to. You know what I mean? So it's a lot easier to just record a video and post it, because once you record it, you're in the comfort of your own space. You're only like looking at the camera, even though you know you're talking to people, you're kind of just looking at the camera, and you're just saying what God told you, or you're just saying what's on your mind. And it's kind of like, you know, you post it and that's it. You know, the nerves come in after you post it, but you've already posted it. So what you gonna do? You know, but when you're on live, it's kind of like you have the nerves in the moment kind of thing, you know? So yes. Oh my, I know I'm actually live right now. This is crazy. Hi guys. Hi guys. So you had a Shanquella awakening. Okay. I literally had a Shanquella awakening. To everyone who I've called friends in my life, this message is right on time. Absolutely, Kelsey. Like, honestly, I feel like all of us have had this awakening. And you know what's so crazy? I just feel like it's sad that someone had to literally like lose their life for us to actually like really wake up. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, like, it wasn't for vain. I feel like, honestly, I feel like she's loved. People know about her, and she's getting the attention that she deserves relating to this, because a lot of times, I'm going to be real, a lot of times when you see things like this happen to people, especially women of color, they don't get the media that they deserve. They don't get that coverage they deserve. So she's going to get the justice that she definitely deserves. And we can all learn from her situation. I feel like a lot of us, we saw red flags in people and we've always ignored it, which is pretty sad. Um, and it's just eye opening, it's just eye opening. And it's heartbreaking too, because she's not a horrible person. It's not like it's not to say that this should happen to a bad person. No, but at the same time, it's like she is just like a lot of us. Like she has a big heart. She gives a lot. You get what I'm saying? But also she saw the red flags, and she also saw she saw so much to the point where I remember watching someone's channel. I forgot whose channel it was, but she saw so much to the point where she was tweeting about a lot of things and discussing a lot of things on social media as to like her haters, what she's going through, and releasing people. Like these were the types of talks that she was saying before this happened. So she already knew what was going on, like she already felt it. But that's where our heart always deceives us. Like we just always want to see the best for people. We just always want to think the best of people. And we always want to put people on. Like she was trying to put her friends on to her business. Like she was trying to help them. And the whole time they're plotting against her, the whole time they're hating on her. So it's just messed up. It's a really messed up situation. A really messed up situation. But at the same time, it made not only myself, but I'm pretty sure it made a lot of you guys realize that the decisions that you've made to actually release certain people was the best decision that you could have done. Because I'm telling you guys right now, that spirit of jealousy and envy, once that spirit gets a hold of you, sometimes if you're not operating from a clean spirit, like if you don't have any type of emotions and you're already a cold person, you're not empathetic, and your heart is just not good, not in the right place at all, it's like that spirit will take a hold of you so quickly, and it will be so easy for that spirit to manipulate you that when it comes to your emotions, you will do things and you will blank out as you're doing it, and then you won't realize what you've done until after you've done it. That's how bad it can be. You get what I'm saying? It's no different from someone going out and drinking so much that they blank out and they don't remember anything the day after. That's how bad that spirit is. So the fact that that spirit can do that to someone means that that spirit can do that to anybody. And it could be the very person around you that is smiling with you, that is, hugging you when you're crying, because people can fake. They say all sorts of things just to be around you, just to get what they want from you. And once they receive what they get from you or what they want from you, they will destroy you. Sometimes it's like they can't help it. It's like when I saw what happened to her, that was pent up aggression. Like I'm not gonna play that video for us, and I would never do that, because that's just kind of like, this alone is already like reliving the trauma just talking about it. You get what I'm saying? So I would never like repost anything like that. But I saw the video, and I'm just going to say that was pent up aggression that her friends had towards her, especially that lady that was hitting on her like that. That was pent up aggression. That means that this girl was holding in all this animosity towards her for a very long time, wanted to lay hands on her for a very long time, dreamt of laying hands on her for a very long time, but never really had a chance to do it. You get what I'm saying? And now they're in a position where they're on vacation. There's no one around. They're in Mexico, the place where their tourist reputation is huge. So if anything happens, they're most likely going to cover it up because they're so focused on their tourism. So they saw that as like the perfect opportunity to do what they did to her. And I honestly know that it was a setup. It was definitely a setup. Those were not her friends. You get what I'm saying? Those were not her friends. She had a lot of things going for her. She had 2 businesses. She had other things she was working on the side. And let's just say that the friends that she was around, a lot of them, they didn't really have much going for them. You get what I'm saying? So when they were around her, automatically animosity, jealousy, feeling some type of way because and it doesn't only have to be what she had. It's probably her spirit, because the way how she is, and when I watched a lot of videos describing her, like she just seemed like a very humble and very calm spirit. Like she just seemed like the person that was always looking out for people. And I'm like, this is so crazy because like I've been talking to everybody on YouTube about this for years, and I've been telling people, like, you know, when God says release someone, you really have to listen, or sometimes God will pull that very person against you away from you, and it's not up to you to go fighting back for that friendship or fighting back to be in that family member's life, fighting back to be in that friend's life, because I'm telling you right now, that spirit is very dangerous. And just like what happened to her, it could have happened to many of us. You get what I'm saying? So we just have to be very, very, very careful of the people we're around. And like I said to you guys many times, it's not that people come in your life with the intentions of envying you or the intentions of hating on you. A lot of times people don't come in with these intentions. A lot of times they vibe with you in the very beginning because they don't know much about your life. They don't know much about you. They can't see what's going on behind closed doors. They may not know your personality to the full extent. They just see what they're seeing, like, oh, this person's chill, this person's a vibe, you know, and you guys get along, and in the moment it's like sunshines and lollipops. But then once they start hanging around you more and you guys start getting to know each other, and they start seeing the type of vibes you're on, what's your personality, they start to see your ambition, you know, how smart you are, etc. Then they start to compare themselves to you. I told you guys before, it starts in steps. It doesn't just come like envy right off the bat. It literally starts in steps. This is why many times it's the very ones that you help, it's the very ones that was in front of you that started acting like this, because it starts in steps. And it's like the monster keeps being fed, and it starts to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow until it can't take it no more, right? So we have to be careful of that. Oh, thank you so much, Jay. Thank you. Wait, why isn't Jay's thing showing? Is it because it's too big? That's so weird. I'm click. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. You have helped me so much since 2019. A lot of your prophecies are true, and just requesting one prayer for my court case. What the Department of Veterans Affairs. Thank you. Oh, yeah, definitely. I pray for you guys all the time. Bye, Leo. I pray for you guys every single night. Every single night. Bye. I pray for you guys every single night. And the thing is about it, I may not pray like for everyone individually, because that would be a lot of people, right? So so I oftentimes I just say, God, if anyone has like requested any type of prayer request, I just go into prayer, and I say that, and I just go into prayer for the individuals that do that, and I just ask God to cover you guys and stuff. I pray for you guys every night. I always pray to God and ask God, and say, God, if there's any messages that you need me to speak on tomorrow for anyone, to help anybody out, if it's according to your will, please just let me know. Like these are the prayers that I pray every single night, to make sure that anytime I receive something, it's according to his will to deliver to you guys. And not only that, sometimes I receive things too for myself, and then he'll just tell me, hey, you know, this uplifted you, you need to pour and share the same message with everybody else, so it can uplift others who are going through the same thing. This is why most of the times when you guys are like, stop, like this happened to me, it's because sometimes I go through the same experiences. Like as children of God, we go through a lot of the same experiences at the same time. Like that's why I asked you guys about that video, the jealous situation yesterday, because we go through so much things at the same time. And oftentimes when I pray and God encourages me and he uplifts me, he's like, you need to share this message because someone else is going through what you just went through. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to share it. You know what I mean? So it's beautiful that I'm able to be here to help you guys in that way. But I'm telling you, a lot of what you guys go through, I go through it too. The only difference is I don't talk about it a lot. I just go behind the scenes. I battle with it privately, and I just pray about it. And God gives me an answer. You know what I mean? And then I just help you guys. If he says deliver the answer, I just deliver the answer to you guys as well, you know? So yes, I caught a live. You're so beautiful as always. I love watching your videos. God used you tremendously for me in several ways at different times. I am praying I could sow a seed soon to be a blessing. Oh, thank you, Celia. And don't worry about the seed. I always tell people, like, don't force yourself or don't rush to sow anything. If you can't, you can't. You get what I'm saying? Like, you want to go outside? Okay, well, 1 second, guys. I got to put Leo outside. 1 second, y'all. Let me open the door for him. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I always tell you guys like don't like force yourself to sow a seed. I never come on here asking you guys to sow anything or anything like that. I never do that. Um, if it's according to God's will, he wants you guys to do it. He tells you to do it, then that's between you and God. But you know what I mean? Like don't rush or anything like that, okay? Make sure you're good, okay? Make sure you're good and make sure you do whatever he tells you to do with your finances to better your life and stuff like that. And, don't sow unless he tells you to, okay? um Yes, sometimes it's not always orbs. Sometimes it's literally my car just has dust, okay? Like my car has dust. Sometimes it's orbs, sometimes it's dust, okay? If you see a bunch flying around at the same time, it's most likely dust. It just looks like an orb in the video? You guys are so funny. Um Can't, yes. Okay. So if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have survived. Oh, I wouldn't be living right now. Oh my goodness. I appreciate you. God sent you for people like us and may need someone like you. Oh my goodness. Thank you. It made me cry. Oh my God. Thank you. You don't know how much like hearing stuff like that, it really means a lot to me. It really does. It really does. It just makes me more like happy, more excited to just do what I can do for you guys. You know what I mean? Like I try to give you guys as much time as possible. And I try to be a vessel for God as much as possible. You know what I mean? Like some people think that like, you have to be chosen to be a vessel for God, but what people don't understand is God will also go to who decides to make themselves available to him. Do you get what I'm saying? If God knows if he goes to like Sally or something, let's just say Sally, name Sally, and Sally's most likely not going to post messages because she's too shy or she's too scared or she's not most likely not going to be obedient, he's going to go to someone else to do it, right? So I always tell people like try to be as available for God as much as possible, especially if you love him. Try to be there for him as much as possible and just say, God, whatever you need me to do, I'm going to obey, which whatever you need me to do. Sometimes it comes with persecution. Sometimes it comes with, a lot of problems, but God went through a lot for us. You get what I'm saying? So yes, guys. Leo, stop bothering me. Okay? No, you're not coming up here. Bye. Bye. You distract me. Bye. Oh my goodness. Like, okay. Always get so many confirmations of what God is saying to me when you post a video. It blows my mind. Thank you so much for obeying and releasing what Jesus tells you to. Oh, you're welcome. Believe it, like I tell you guys before, believe it or not, they all resonate with me too. Trust me. They may not resonate the day of. It may resonate with you the day of, and then like tomorrow it may resonate with me or a week later. When sometimes it's literally like the message is for me, and then God says, hey, someone's going through it, so it's for someone else too. So I love you guys so much. But hey, let me post a link. Let me post a link. There's so much messages, guys. There's so much messages. I'm gonna go through the super chats after. Yeah, I don't like when the world discriminates. Like, also, it really bothers me. It doesn't matter what color you are. I understand that, but I notice a lot of times, I'm being honest, a lot of times, a lot of women of color don't get the press that they deserve. There's a lot of women of color that get killed, and you'll never see them in the media. I know it doesn't matter what color you are, but there's a lot of people that died, women of color that died, and they don't get any press. And when I saw Shanquella get the press, I was like, wow, like how about the other women that died? You get what I'm saying? So it wasn't to discriminate. It was just to say that I'm happy to see that she's getting the press that she deserves. You know what I mean? Oh my gosh, there's so much comments. Okay. What do I use on your face as skincare? I use my skincare products. Hey, my skincare products also the spot fading formula also has like anti-aging and stuff like that. The lighting in the background is going crazy. Is it really? Is the lighting in the background going crazy, guys? Or is it just me? Or is it not me, but is it just that person that is saying that? Oh my God, there's so much comments. So someone said lighting in the background is going crazy. Let me know, guys, if it's going crazy in the background. Yeah, it's always the good people that get hurt. Yes. Is it really, guys? Is it going crazy in the background? No, it's fine. Okay, good. Okay, good. Thank you. Maybe it's when I got up and like the camera probably zoomed out and then zoomed back in and stuff like that. Yes, it's amazing. Okay, so thank you guys. Thank you. Wow. I'm so shy. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, I'm just so shy. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm going to post something. Let me go to my notes 1 second because I want to watch something with you guys. You know what? Before I do, let me post a link to the chat. The chat. If anybody wants to come on, feel free to come on. Okay. I'm posting a link right now. Let me see if I can pin it or something like that. Oh no, that's not it. My bad. Oops. Okay. There it is. Oh my gosh, I opened the door for Leo and now it's getting cold in here. 1 second, guys. Like my mouse is acting funny. I keep clicking. You know what it is? You guys are typing so fast. Like my mouse keeps hitting the wrong thing. Okay. Let me go shut this door. If anybody wants to come on, talk about their experience with jealousy, I think that it will really help a lot of us. And yeah, I think it would really help a lot of us. Before I start opening the lines for people to come on, and you don't have to show your face, okay? You can literally like close how do I say it? You can literally like put an avatar up, or you can like go faceless, whatever you want to do, right? But I think it will really help a lot of us. Okay, the mic is good. It'll help a lot of us. I'm just a very like paranoid person. Like, is the mic good? Okay, 1 second. Let me just shut the door because I opened it for Leo. Leo, you need to leave me alone now. Bye. Okay, so I want to watch something before I post. I want to watch something with you guys. Yeah, this is going to be a very hectic topic, y'all. Very hectic topic. My goodness. 1 second. Let me find it for y'all because I had a thing here. 1 second, guys. Okay. This is so sad. This is so sad. Wow. You know what's so crazy too? They literally yeah, 1 second, y'all. I didn't do it properly. 1 second. They literally lied to her parents too. Like when they're on vacation with her, they literally told her mom, they called her mom and told her mom that she was going through like alcohol poisoning and stuff like that, which is so sad that they would lie like that. And these are supposed to be her friends. 1 second, guys. We're gonna listen to a little bit of this and Is it working?
Crime Stories with Nancy Robinson. Her beautiful girl.
Okay. Ooh, child. Oh my God! Look at all the people in the chat. Hey. Oh my God, I like seeing this. Okay, one second. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I'm gonna turn everybody's mic off until we're ready to speak one by one, okay? Let me did I add everybody? I did. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Before, I'm just gonna play something for you guys to listen to. 1 second. Okay, share screen. Okay. Listen to this, guys. Listen to this.
The world in front of her. On the verge of graduating Winston-Salem State in business. Goes away for a girl's getaway. And now she's dead. Not at the hands of some masked intruder. Not a drive-by shooting. On a girl's getaway with her friends. How can she be dead in the hotel room? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111 with me, an all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But I want you to to CBS.
I received a call on Saturday saying that my daughter was sick and that she had alcohol poison. But a doctor had never arrived, so I don't know where they had got the alcohol poison from. So at that time, they said a doctor was on the way to examine her, and she wasn't responding as they told me. Said she was resting a little bit, but she wasn't all the way responding as normal. I told them to keep me informed, and I wanted to know why they couldn't take her to the emergency room. They said because they needed $5,000 cash to be seen in the emergency room. And I said, well, she has insurance. And they said they didn't take insurance by being out the country.
I mean, this girl actually worked in the insurance field. Everything that I just heard is a lie. Everything that this mother was told about the death of her baby girl is a lie. Assume nothing. When you go into an investigation, you believe nobody and no thing that you hear. How in the HELL is this girl resting as opposed to being taken down to the emergency room? To HELL with the price. She is dead. She is dead and was never taken to the ER. And I don't buy for 1 minute that this girl, this beautiful young 25-year-old girl, was resting. That's total BS. Now listen to this.
I told them just keep me informed, and they did call back, but they still saying it was alcohol poison. So by later on that evening, they called and said that Shanquella had passed. And at that point, it just took my heart, crumbled up, just knowing my child was gone, and I couldn't get there to her, could not do anything. And they said the medics came, 3 medics came, and no one couldn't do anything, couldn't save her.
I'm so mad right now I could chew a nail in half. Joining me, an all-star panel to make sense of the facts as we know them right now, keeping in mind that everything we're learning right now is a lie. I want to go to her mother. I want to go to Shanquella's mother. With me, Mrs. Salamandra Robinson. Miss Robinson, I cannot tell you how sorry I am for what you and your family are going through. When I leave the children at school in the morning and I see that phone ring, I'm already in the car on the way because I know something's wrong. And I cannot imagine how you felt when you get a call that something is wrong with your girl and she's resting and she can't come to the phone to talk to you. Oh, hell no. What happened? Just take it from the top, if you don't mind, Miss Robinson.
Well, like I said, they was saying that she was resting and she wasn't really responding. That's why they called the ambulance. And when the ambulance got there, they said the ambulance was working on her. And as I got from reports saying that the ambulance was working on her for 2 to 3 hours, but no one ever decided to take her to the hospital.
Now, here's another thing. How can you be resting and unresponsive? Like when did they try to get her to talk to you on the phone? But start at the beginning. When you get the call, where are you?
When I got the call, I was out eating.
Okay, so you were what, in North Carolina?
Yes.
So North Carolina time, it was what, 7:00 at night?
It would have been about 6 or 7.
Okay, so she is in San Jose del Cabo, Mexico. So that I think would have been 3 hours behind. Like they're on California time, correct?
Yes.
So 4 p.m. their time, 7 p.m. ish your time. You get a call, and who called you?
Kalia Cook.
Who's that?
That's supposed to have been her best friend.
Did you say Saleha Cook?
No, Kalia Cook.
Oh, the man.
Yes.
And he was a friend of hers. He had gone on family vacations. You knew him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were they romantically involved?
No.
Okay. Just a friend. Look, it happens. A lot of people can't believe that can happen. I've had a best friend since law school, a best friend man, study partners the whole way through. So it does happen. So Kalia Cook is her friend and he calls you, correct?
Yes.
And he says what to you?
That Shanquella wasn't feeling good. He thinks she had drunk too much. She had alcohol poison. And I say, what is alcohol poison? Because I didn't even know what alcohol poison was.
Okay, with me, someone that can answer that question very well, Dr. Kendall Crowns, Chief Medical Examiner, Fort Worth, lecturer at University of Texas and Texas A&M, faculty, University of Texas Medical Branch. Dr. Crowns, what is alcohol poisoning?
Alcohol poisoning is when you get so much alcohol in your system that it actually is fatal to your body. Alcohol can be toxic to your heart and also your liver. So when you have a really, really high level of alcohol, it can cause basically poisoning of these organ systems. So it's usually seen in someone who has been binge drinking. And, the standard alcohol level is legal limit is about 0.08 in most jurisdictions. And once you get into a 0.3, 0.4 area, most people will have so much alcohol on board that it will kill them. And that is a lot of alcohol.
Okay, so, hold on. I'm trying to reconcile what you're saying with what Miss Robinson was told. Take a listen to our friend Victor Canato.
On October 29th, one of the guests staying at the resort called for help around 2 p.m. Upon arriving, medical professionals were informed that Robinson had drunk a lot of alcohol. A doctor reportedly said she was stable but dehydrated, suggesting she may be treated at a hospital. The guests insisting she remain at the villa. A police report stating Robinson went into cardiac arrest and was declared deceased around 6 p.m.
There you go. That's why she didn't go to the hospital. Did you hear that? The guests, her girlfriends, insisted she stay there at the hotel. That's why she wasn't taken to the hospital. Now, wait a minute. She went into cardiac arrest, according to what we just heard. But none of this is fitting together. Take a listen to our friends at ABC.
But those reports differing from an autopsy obtained by ABC News stating that medical professionals arrived at the villa around 3 p.m. and declared her dead within 15 minutes, citing that Robinson died from a severe spinal cord injury and a dislocated neck.
For this to happen to her is just terrible. I just couldn't believe it. It's like I'm still asleep, like a nightmare.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace.
We're gonna go back to that right after. I'm gonna take in some 1 second, y'all. Let me okay. So we're gonna take on some callers and we're gonna talk about some of our experiences, and I'm gonna go back to the podcast after. But I want to just show you guys something. I actually just transferred it to my computer. But this is crazy because this is the where is it? The autopsy from Mexico, the police report. If you guys see here, it says that she drank. This is the police report in Mexico, and this is the actual autopsy. Okay, so this is what they're saying. She drank too much alcohol. Friends wanted to treat her in the room. Poor verbal response. Died within 3 hours. Cause of death: cardiac arrest. Not mentioned spinal cord and neck injuries. But when they actually sent her body back home, because her mom paid to get her body shipped back home, and they did the autopsy, this is the real cause of death. So do you see how they tried to like cover that up? That is insane. They literally tried to cover that up, you know? So crazy. I'm going to start with Israel. Hi, Israel. How are you?
Hey, nice to be in the show.
Hi. Do you have any experiences like with things like this, like jealousy, and what have you experienced relating to all this, you know?
Actually, it's crazy. Like I'm going through this right now. I'm from North Carolina as well, and my friends I knew since like 4 or 5 years. They had me come out like to Houston, about halfway across the country, anyways. And it's like as soon as I got here, they done switched up on me. But what I wanted to say about it is, I don't think it's deeper than the material. It's such like I'm sorry, I'm nervous, but it's like a spiritual warfare at this, you know, because as children of God, when you're doing His work, you know, Satan doesn't want this to. He doesn't want to see us change the world for the better. So yeah.
Don't be shy. We're all nervous here. Even I'm nervous, okay?
Yeah.
But yeah, like no, honestly, that's how it happens. Like he will use the people closest to you. Like it even says here in Micah. Let me get the Micah out, okay? It even says in Micah. Let me see where if I could find the scripture where Micah talks about the friends. You know, it does say the enemies never put. It says the enemies will be the members in your own household, but it also talks about friends. Okay. Do not believe your neighbor and do not trust a friend. Oh my gosh. Yes. Most of the times, yes, it is the very person that is right under your nose, and you would never even think that it's the very person right under your nose, because that's what the devil is going to use. And like I said it before, many times people don't come around you, you know, planning to be this way. It's just a natural reaction that just happens. You know, the jealousy is like a natural reaction that just happens. But if you don't check it from the start, it's like you're feeding it. You get what I'm saying? It just grows and grows and grows and grows and grows, and then the devil uses them.
Yeah.
So that's what it says in Micah. It says, believe your neighbor. Do not believe your neighbor. It says, believe your neighbor or trust a friend. I think I screenshot it. Wait, no. I think I copied and pasted it. It says, don't believe your neighbors. Let me recopy and paste that. 1 second, y'all. I think I did it too fast. 1 second. Oh, there it is. Okay. It said, don't trust a neighbor. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, and
was it Micah 7 verse 8? I think it was Micah 7 verse 8. No, Micah 7 5 to 8. Micah 7 5 to 8. Verse 5. Verse 5. Okay. Let's just leave it at verse 5. So that's what it says. Don't believe your neighbor or trust a friend. Bible warns us about that. You know what I mean?
yeah, it's definitely like, and one thing about being God's chosen people is it's crazy. Like a lot of people say this. It's like we're kings and queens. So as kings and queens, we shouldn't be coming down off our throne to meet people at a lower level. But I don't know if I'm saying this right. I'm sorry, but
Don't
but what,
apologize. Don't apologize on here. Be yourself. You know, we're all family here. We're all nervous. You know what I mean? Be yourself.
but yeah, it's like when you come down, when you lower your standards or when you lower your morals or whatever, it just gives people's demons, people's negative emotions a chance to attack you. So I mean, we could all learn something from this. But I'm sorry, did you say something?
Oh, I was saying, did you release your friends? Like, was it easy? Was it hard for you? Like, how was the process? Were they mad at you? Like, because I know it's never easy to just like release someone that you thought was your friend. Like, how did it go down? You don't have to tell us every detail, but like, how did you like release them and how are you okay with releasing them and stuff like that?
I mean, for the most part, I really just had to pray for it. But I'm still out here in this situation, going through it. I'm getting on a flight next week, but basically, I just been keeping my space and locked up. I've been locked up in my room, working on my work and whatnot. Basically, don't say anything. That's the smartest way to be about it.
Yep, you always gotta move in silence. You always gotta move in silence. I remember when God told me to move in silence, even when I had a friend in my life at the time, and he was like, "Don't share anything about like your travel plans to anybody." And I'm like, "Not even my friend." And he was like, "Nobody." And I'm like, "Okay." And it's crazy because every time I shared my travel plans with people, like things would always go wrong in the airport. Like my flight was either delayed or I was just having the most uncomfortable experience on the plane and the airport. Like there was always some type of like warfare when people knew when I was traveling, right? So this time when I went on vacation, he was just like, "Don't share your experience with nobody. Don't tell nobody you're leaving. You know, if you want to post when you get there." So I didn't tell my friend at the time that I was traveling. I didn't tell anybody I was traveling. But I remember like she got upset and she felt away about it because I didn't say anything to her. But it wasn't me trying to be shady. It was me being obedient. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And she got upset at that. She's like, "Oh, that's very shady." You know, I thought I'm like, "No," but I tell you all the time that God tells me not to share certain things with people. It's nothing against you. I'm like, plus people carry like monitoring spirits too. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I'm like, it's nothing against you. I don't really tell anybody when I travel, but when he said don't share with nobody, I'm like, okay, it's for a reason, right? And then it was probably like 2 months after my trip. Actually, no, when I was on my trip, I was actually told something about her on my trip. And I felt a little bit sad when I heard it. And then when I got back from my trip, 2 months after my trip, it's like she just completely just cut ties with me. Didn't say nothing to me. Just cut me off completely. Didn't get a happy birthday, nothing. And I was like beating myself up for a while. And I'm like, "God, what did I do? Did I do something wrong?" And he literally started showing me like visions of different events that played out while we were together. And he reminded me of like the facial expressions I was receiving at the time and different types of like energy I was seeing at the time that I was trying to brush off. And he was letting me know like you were not tripping. And I'm like, that's why he said don't mention anything, because he was seeing a lot of things that I wasn't even seeing. So it just shows you, I'm telling y'all, like when God says release people, just release people. Or when he says don't say nothing, don't say, you always have to move in silence. Because even if the person is not like an envious person or not a person that will try to sabotage you, it's just the thoughts that they may have towards you may not be the best. It may just be just them not being happy for you. That alone can send bad vibes, bad spirits towards you. It's just a thought. You get what I'm saying? Like the mind is powerful, the tongue is powerful too. You get what I'm saying? So the thoughts alone, just someone having a bad thought against you or just not being happy for you, like you still have to be careful of that too.
that's also confirmation for me because the
Wow.
Lord's been telling me like just don't say anything, just do what you got to do, and it's like are you sure? I kind of feel bad about doing that, you know. But you, you got to stay protected, you know.
You have to stay protected. You always have to stay protected. And sometimes it's hard because when you go through certain things and when you're making certain plans and you get excited, it's like you really do want to have someone there to talk to share something exciting with. Because I'm the kind of person, I don't know if you're like this too, but I want to celebrate my achievements. I want to go for dinner when I achieve something. Like I want to go, I want to have fun when I achieve something, and I want to have someone that can do that with me. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So
yeah,
it's
definitely.
sad.
Or even when other people's having victories, it's good, always good to celebrate with people, you know.
Exactly. And you know what's crazy? I always see people online, like when someone's going through something like an engagement or someone just got promoted or someone just you always see other people celebrating them and they're going out and they're like, oh, I'm taking my friend out for dinner because she just got a promotion. I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of her. And it's like, man, God, where do I find these people? Okay.
Yeah, I swear.
Where do I find these people? How come I can't get a meal because of my achievement? How come I got to get stones thrown at me?
Yeah.
Honestly, but you know what? God is just protecting us. I feel like there's just something about his anointed that's just like we attract a lot of negativity because like I tell everyone that I talk to on the phone, even I think I told you guys in the videos, we attract a lot of negativity because we're like a light in a dark tunnel. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you're walking through a tunnel of darkness. It's like Satan thinks it's a waste of time to attack someone who's already evil.
Yeah.
It's more of a challenge to attack someone who is trying to do the best in their life, who's trying to do right by God. It's more of a challenge. So this is why they attack us. Even when it comes to like witchcraft and warfare, a warlock's not going to attack another warlock, or a witch is not going to attack another witch. Like they're working for the same team. You get what I'm saying? They're most likely going to attack the person that's not working for their team. You get what I'm saying? Because it's more of a challenge, right? So I feel like they see us as a challenge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Do you have anything else to say, Israel?
No, but appreciate your message. You really inspire me, you know. But
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming on. Thank you so much.
Hmm.
Okay. Hi, Heidi. Ooh, did I just click off Heidi? Okay, there she is.
Hi.
I clicked off Heidi accidentally. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm okay. Like, have you experienced anything like similar? Like, is this like you remember I talked about it yesterday? Like in that video, I was like, "Y'all, did y'all experience something like this?" Because to be honest, I know I'm not the only one that experiences it, but I'm like, why is it so heavy this season? It's crazy. It's like everything you see online is relating to this. You know what I mean? Something's in
Hmm. Oh, yes. Definitely experiencing that with, family. Yeah, nothing that I really want to go into online though, but yeah, I'm experiencing it.
stuff like that. It does say that in Micah as well. That like there is a certain time where when God definitely starts working with you, the own members of your household will be your enemies. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
it's sad that that happens, but majority of the times I feel like it's because you are breaking something. You're breaking a covenant and you're breaking something ancestral. But a lot of times, because a lot of our families are not 100% aware of this type of stuff spiritually, it's like they get this feeling and they don't know why they feel it. And they get this resentment and they don't know where it's coming from. And the thing is, because they don't have the wisdom about it, it's like they continue to feed into it, right? Where had they had the wisdom, like, okay, this is not normal. I'm not supposed to feel this way about my cousin. I'm not supposed to feel this way about my son or daughter. I'm not. Had they taken that accountability, it's kind of like they can try to redeem themselves, repent and whatever, right? But a lot of times people are so caught up in their own thoughts, their way of thinking, and it's kind of like they enable their own behavior because they're not aware. They don't really have the wisdom. And some people have the wisdom about what's going on and they just don't care. They're choosing to feed these spirits. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and just trying to keep yourself away from those people is, just really just like the person that was talking before me. I'm just staying in my house.
But also don't make yourself a prisoner as well. That's what God told me. He was like, yeah, I tell you guys to like separate yourself from certain people, but don't make yourself a prisoner to where now you're not able to go out and have a nice meal at a restaurant. You're not able to go out and enjoy yourself. You're not able to go on a vacation, because why should you make yourself a prisoner because of how other people feel about you? You get what I'm saying? Like, why make yourself suffer? Still make sure you try to do the best to enjoy your life the best way you can. Just try to do this privately as possible, but don't make yourself a prisoner as well. Because yes, God isolates us, but isolation does not mean a prisoner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying.
It's hard when
Trying.
it's family too. It's so hard when it's family, because you would think family are like the ones that would want to celebrate you. You would think family are the ones that want to be proud of you. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's a lot, I feel like it's a lot more hurtful when it's family. It's a lot more depressing when it's family, especially when it's like an immediate family, you know? But
Hmm.
that's where your strength is going to come in, and that's where your faith is going to come in, because God, I'm telling you right now, best believe God is separating you from your family. Best believe is for something big and something great. Because to separate you from your family means if a family hates on you, there's something big going on. It's like a Joseph situation, you know?
Yeah, I'm praying.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you have to. You
Hmm.
have to. You know, you definitely have to. Have you had any experiences with friends, or is it just family?
Um, well, I've pretty much left all of my old friends behind. I've moved locations, didn't tell any friends that I was old friends that I was leaving. So, yeah, I don't have any connection with them anymore.
I know exactly how you feel. I remember when I had to move, I didn't tell anybody I was moving. I just moved. It happened twice. When I left family, I didn't tell family. Okay, I told family I was moving, but I told them after I received if you guys are ever, if God ever tells you guys to remove yourself from family, and let's just say you live with them or you're around them, and God tells you to do it low key, you don't say anything to your family until you receive the keys for your apartment, the key for your home, until that lease or that mortgage is signed. Okay. Like if you tell someone you're moving and you don't even have a lease, you don't even have a key, you're just looking, best believe you're going to face all sorts of obstacles. So it's best that you find your place first. You get the key, you pay your first and last, or you pay your deposit. And once you have the key in your hand and that apartment or that place is yours, then you can tell whoever closer to the date, hey, I'm leaving. You know what I mean? That's if you don't want to like just move and not say anything, like you feel like, if you feel like that's kind of like a disrespect, then you do all these steps first. You get what I'm saying? So no one is trying to sabotage your move. But if God says don't say nothing at all, best believe you have to move in silence. I'm going to be honest. When my family member, I found out that she was participating in witchcraft and doing things to me, I literally went behind everybody's back. God actually warned me, I think 6 months prior, and told me what was going to happen. He said, you better save, because in 6 months, you're going to have to leave. And I'm like, really? He's like, yeah. So I started saving. And then within the 6 month time frame, when it was close to that date, I went with a real estate agent and started looking for places. And when I found the place, I got the key, and I didn't say I was moving or leaving until after I got the key and I got the place and everything. Just out of respect, I want to say I'm leaving, right? But I made sure that I got the place and I got everything before I said anything. And what I did was I just left. I just left. That's what you have to do sometimes. And when I left, I heard it. I literally heard it. I got a WhatsApp message, and I didn't even listen to the full thing. It was not positive, and I just deleted it. But I just had to be obedient. You know what I mean? I had to be obedient.
Yeah, and a huge weight's lifted off your shoulders when you do it too.
Exactly. It feels like a whole new fresh start. You know what I mean? So yeah, if any of
Yeah.
you guys have to move, make sure you're doing it in silence too. Okay. If God says be silent, don't tell anybody you're moving. You make sure you get the keys. I remember someone told me one time that they were moving, they wanted to move, and they told people, guess what? They had a hard time finding an apartment. They had a hard time getting approved. Like there was so much obstacles just for them to get a place. And I'm like, no, you have to not tell anybody. Unless God tells you can say something last minute, make sure you got the keys in your hands and stuff, okay?
Hmm.
Yes. Yes. Okay, Heidi. Is there anything else you want to say, Heidi?
No, not at all. Just love listening to you.
Thank you so much, Heidi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Hi, Celia. Celia. Is Celia here?
Hi. Sorry, I
Hi.
couldn't unmute.
Oh, how are you?
I am good. I am so blessed to hear you. You are so amazing. You're anointed.
Oh, thank you. Oh, is that a baby in the background?
Yeah. I have 5 kids. I'm a single mom.
How do you do it, girl? Because I'm struggling here with my kids, okay?
Girl, it is God. I'm gonna tell you.
Yes. Oh, people don't get it. They don't get it. Oh my
They
goodness.
really don't. It's crazy. They're like, oh my gosh, I only have one and I can't even handle it.
Yeah,
I'm like, I
I was
can't even handle either.
yeah, I was saying the other day, like the strength of a parent, like you, no matter how sick you are, you know what I mean? It's like your child gets sick and then you get sick because if you
Yes.
no matter how sick you are, you still gotta clean, you still gotta do laundry, you still gotta grocery shop, you still gotta do all that, you know?
Exactly. That's it right there. It's like, oh my.
So
And
girl,
there's no cooperation. So it's like, oh man, I need
yes,
Jesus.
yes, God, I'm telling you, God is who is giving us the strength to get through all this. Believe me.
Literally. That's who I rely on. I love him so much.
Mm-hmm. Girl, what have you experienced relating to all this? Like, what were the red flags that you saw? Like, what happened? You know, like,
Oh my. Okay, so like everything that everybody has been talking about literally like resonates with things that I've already been through and like a little of what I'm still like experiencing because um God had told me like maybe like 9 years ago, I'm not even lying, that I was a Joseph and my brother was also Joseph and I'm the youngest of four. Um, Sad thing is my kids know also. It's crazy. God really like anoints my kids. They have such spiritual gifts in the seer's anointing and discernment and things because God led me to pray over them and I'm a prayer warrior. Like I pray constantly nonstop and it gets tiring, it gets overwhelming, and it gets, a little challenging at times. But I try my best to not let that get me down because I know the enemy tries to fight you with that. Like, if he knows that your prayers are powerful or that, God answers your prayers quickly, then he'll try and stop you from praying. So, he told me, like, 9 years ago, no lie, I'm 30 now, but he told me that me and my brother were Joseph. Funny thing is every time we left, stop. Every time we left and moved away from, I live in California. I was born and raised here in Modesto in the valley, and like every time we moved, we ended up moving in like in pairs, me and my brother, every time. But God revealed it to us, who the ones that were jealous were. But it really came to a point where I had to learn the hard way because God would tell me move in silence. And I was really, really close to one of my sisters, and we were close knit growing up, just in general, all of us. But then, like, obstacles were coming, and it was nothing short of God trying to show me who was, I mean, the ones that were going to sell me, basically, sell me out. And I had opportunity to see firsthand, like, okay, I was like, obviously, I haven't always been a goody two shoes. Okay, I'm gonna just be honest here. Um, I was in the midst of like a lot of my sin during the time where God showed me like what He showed me, and I was in the middle of like drinking with my sister, right? Like this sister that I'm close to, everything. I was drinking with her. She would follow me like every time I moved. That's what I was gonna say. I was pairing up every time my brother moved. He was like influencing me, like, come on, move with me. And I was always the one he would reach out to first. And I was like, okay, yeah. So I was like, yeah, I need to get out of here, this and that. So I would move. Then this sister would follow me too, like, oh, I'm gonna go too. I can't be without you, this and that. I didn't realize that it was because of the envy, right? So long story short, we were drinking. We had like a couple of months of drinking. I was more of a social drinker. I hated drinking. I hated the taste of it. I honestly, my heart was always to follow God, even in my sin. Like, even when I fell short, even when I willfully did things against God, I was so sorry for it every time. But I was drinking and I was drunk, and she got drunk with me, and she like invited these guys that we used to date like a long time ago, and she's like, oh yeah, girl, he wants to hang out. And long story short, I was like trying to like push it off, like, no, I don't want to drink tonight, I'll be the DD. And she's like, no, just drink with us, girl, the cutie pie's coming over. I'm not gonna name him for obvious reasons. But then she's like influencing me to do it anyway. So she's like, just okay, if you're not gonna drink, just have one shot with me, right? So I took one shot with her. That was my downfall, because I ended up drinking like the whole night with her assist. Like, it was bad. So I got drunk, everything. Then I didn't realize that, it was all like a setup, because like I was so hurt, because I was like, wow, how could you do that? You're my sister. But she basically was jealous of me and this guy's relationship from like years ago. Like, we were boyfriend and girlfriend when I was like 8. Okay, I was 8 years old, and it was like a petty little puppy love thing, and we were in football and cheerleading, all that stuff. So it was like that kind of thing. So then, like, years later, we're drinking. She invites them over. I didn't notice that she was jealous of me with this whole thing until like a certain conversation came up when they were there, and then he was saying things along the line of like intimacy. And I was like shutting it down. Then I found myself actually um, date raped, and I was taken advantage of by this guy. And it happened more than once with my sister doing this kind of setup. Like, it happened more than once. And the next time it happened, it was with a boyfriend of mine, and it was years down the line again. But long story short, I found out the hard way, to move in silence. But, a lot of what you said about like not talking about anything when God tells you to move until like you have the keys and everything, that recently happened to me. Like, I just moved back here to California. I was in Wyoming for 8 years with my ex-husband, and it was a narcissistic relationship, very bad, unequally yoked, just so much that God showed me in the time. But yeah, so I moved back here, and I'm living with her and my mom. Not her, like, it's not her house, it's my mom's and my grandma's house, and my grandma is being taken care of by her, so she's there, and my other sister's also there. And me and my sister have 5 kids, and then the sister that I'm talking about has 3, but they're older and they were adopted out. She's going through like all this stuff. So um basically, like, it's crazy, because all the red flags that God was showing me through all of that was like, hello, like, didn't you realize the urgency I gave you not to drink with her? Did you not get the urgency when I gave you the mindset to be strong enough not to drink, like to turn it down? You know what I'm saying? And sister, no lie, I was like, wow, like, how stupid could I be, right? And then I was
You
like,
weren't
wow, Lord,
stupid.
like, you
You weren't
spared me.
You're not stupid at all. That's what happens when you think people are just like you. You think people are authentic like you. They're honest like you. You just want to see, you get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, that's just you, like, giving someone the benefit of the doubt and not trying to judge them. But unfortunately, it's not that you're stupid because you're not stupid. It was just you being naive. That's it. You
Yeah,
know what I
and that thing,
mean?
that was so crazy, because I said all that to say this, like, sis, it was obvious after a while, because, like, I realized that the whole reason that she had me drinking with these people was because she had a Jezebel spirit, and she wanted to sleep with them and drink with them. So,
Mhm.
like, in order to be sneaky about it, because it was my boyfriend, it's just like, oh, well, I can't obviously do it, like, with her sober, because, you get it. So it was
Yeah.
like, oh my gosh, like I can't say too much because my kids, but they know, like they literally have an anointing. They're like, Mom, Titi said so and so, and I can tell that's just jealousy, and you need to be careful. Don't talk to her about that. I'm like, oh my gosh, like wow. So I literally move in completely silence now. Like for the past 3 years, I haven't like really spoken about anything except for like, oh well, God talks to me, me and Daddy God have a really close knit relationship, and He tells me what I need to know, and I move accordingly. And after I say things like that, I don't even speak. I'm like, no. And I tell my kids, like, I even go so far, like, Lord, I learned my lesson, okay? I'm about to pray over my kids, so I pray over them like all the time, Lord, let them keep their mouths shut. And if they can't keep their mouths shut about what you are doing behind the scenes and everything, because they can't not know, they're with me, they're my kids, they have to be with me everywhere I go. So it's like, if they can't keep their mouth shut about it, Lord, then please just blind them or let them forget and like not talk about it. So that's literally what God's been doing. So I mean, the testimony is really just like God had kept me through all of those things, because I could have died like several times too. Like, so I mean, in all of it, He really did keep me, and He was showing me like all at the same time. He's the only person that could do that, because He's so amazing. He's just God. So I realized who God was in my life. Like after all of that, I was like, wow.
Amen. Amen. And honestly, to tell, it's like, oh, that's so
Amen.
cute, baby. Oh my God.
Amen, honey.
That made my day. That's so beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful. Your story is so similar to mine. It's crazy because I had a friend back in the day who I thought was my best friend. This was back in the day. Okay, we were in a group home together, girl. Okay, we were in a group home
Wow.
together, and when I ran away from the group home, she ended up stealing my clothes, right? And when I actually like later on, we kind of like severed ties and stuff, and then later on, I bumped back into her and we started making up, and I forgave her for taking my clothes and everything like that. So once I forgave her, she started coming into my house a lot. She would stay there, and like I even let her live with me at times too. And
Oh my gosh.
and we used to go clubbing on the weekends, and there was times where she didn't have any money, and I was paying for her to go clubbing with me and stuff like that. And there was one night we went to this club, I remember, and there was a DJ White Boy that was playing, and we went to this club, and I went with a couple of my frenemies, not realizing they were my frenemies at the time. And one not DJ White Boy, but a guy that was associated with the DJ, like he was friends with the DJ, handed my friend a drink. My friend brought the drink to me and gave it to me. I'm like, I'm not gonna drink this. I don't like brown liquor. She's like, no, Stephanie, drink it. It's good. I'm like, no, I don't like brown. I don't like the brown liquor. I don't like it. She's like, no, this person bought it for you. Trust me, I'm your friend. I'm your friend. Like, I would never give you alcohol that I know is gonna do. I'm like, okay. I drank the alcohol, and there was a date rape drug in the alcohol. Same situation that happened to you. A date rape drug in the alcohol, literally. And I was laying on the floor in the middle of the club. Okay, throwing up. Okay, so after that happened to me, naive me continued to be her friend. Okay, I continued to be her friend, forgave her. I'm like, oh, she didn't know. And the whole time I thought she didn't know anything, but then she started doing other shady things. Like I went away for vacation, and she
Oh my
started
gosh.
bringing people to my house when I was away on vacation. And the girls that she brought to my house were stealing my stuff, my clothes and everything. Mind you, I let this girl stay in my apartment, told her, don't worry about no rent, don't worry about nothing. I was trying to help her. So
Right.
me now looking back at all these experiences and realizing that I was really surrounded by wolves, literally,
Period.
really surrounded by wolves. It's
Yes.
It is so crazy. You guys gotta be careful who you surround yourself with. Very
Seriously. And
Mhm.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I went to
That
the
literally is like my story, literally. Like, my sister stayed with me. I was on HUD housing, like the program, where they do like low income and everything. She got
Mhm.
me kicked off because she got drunk and came to my apartment and got the cops called. And I was like, wow. Like,
Wow.
And yeah, it was crazy, girl. So I've had some really similar experiences with, wow, that is amazing. God
You
sent you me,
said
I'm
that,
telling you.
I was like, what? She went through the same thing I went through. Like, man, I didn't even tell y'all about the friends that I had that got me into some crazy stuff. But that's a whole nother video, a whole nother testimony. But be careful who you surround yourself with. Let me just say that.
Right?
Because not everybody is really for you. There's people that will literally watch you, like what happened to Shanquella. They will sit there and watch you die, and then lie.
Agreed.
You get what I'm saying? Like when I
Mhm.
took that shot in the club and they left me there laying there until like the club was almost over. Then they pulled me to the bathroom and dragged me out. You get what I'm saying? I'm like, y'all
Heck
couldn't
no.
I felt y'all had to leave me there to enjoy yourself. Mind you, I was buying everybody drinks that night. The bill was on me that night. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Y'all left me there
Yeah.
to be there, so crazy. You gotta be careful, y'all, who your friends are. And this happened years ago, but still, your story reminded me of my story. It was kind of like a trigger moment for me right there because I was like, "Whoa, did I go through something like that too?" you know,
Right, yeah.
gotta be
And it
careful.
happened like I said, over like a span of like 10 years. But
Yeah.
it
It's
was
crazy.
crazy.
I think it was 10 years ago. It happened to me too. It was 10 years ago. It happened to me too. That's so crazy.
Wow.
Yes.
See, God led me to your channel. I know He
Yes.
did, because there was so much that you were saying. Like even recently, like the whole kingdom marriage stuff. Like it's crazy. People are like, "You're believing God for a husband." I'm like, yeah, because I know that when I went and got married, it was like completely my way, and it wasn't God's way. So now I'm gonna wait on God. Like I don't care what nobody has to say. God is in the unions, okay? Yeah, there's just a whole, yeah, there, if you don't understand the spiritual aspect of the assignment of being married to the one that God created for you, then you won't really understand why it's so important.
Exactly. People don't understand that. They think this whole kingdom marriage is just bogus and all that stuff. And it's like, okay, you really think God is not that powerful to bring you with someone who he has an assignment with you? Like, really?
Serious.
You know what I mean? It's like, how could you speak on someone else's kingdom marriage when you don't know what God is telling that person and their partner? Like, you don't know their situation. So how could you speak negatively on something like that you don't even know? You know?
That's it.
So
That's
yeah,
it.
thank you so much for sharing your story. I'm gonna go on to Mirandy. Mirandy,
Yes,
thank
thank
you,
you for
girl.
being here.
Thank you. Mirandy, hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm great. I'm great.
I'm so thankful that I found your channel as well because you really opened up my eyes to just like a lot of the spiritual warfare with just like witchcraft and like different type of spirits and different things that we go through with like family members and things like that. And like I know like in the western, like in the United States, like most areas, if it's not like New Orleans or certain places, like people don't take that stuff serious and they think that it's literally like a joke. Like, but if you go to any other place like outside of the US, like except for like states that it's like really really heavy in, like down south, like people really think that it's not true, or like you're crazy, or you don't know what you're talking about. And like you just really like helped me like so much with just like opening my eyes to like even like family members who I didn't know was doing like witchcraft on me from like a young age, like when I first started getting sleeping paralysis and not understanding why. And I got taken from like my mom and my dad, and I grew up in the system as well. Yeah, and I went from like home to home to home with different family members, and like even different family members trying to like take advantage of me. And like my heart like goes out to like everyone who's like been in like that type of situation, like just like the woman was saying before, like I went through the same thing like even recently. with someone who I thought was my friend, and I ended up getting her hired at my job because I felt bad for her. You know, she was working at Amazon at the time, and then I ended up getting hired with like a partner who was partner with Google. And when I got hired, I was like, "Oh, this job is so easy. Like, I wanted to help."
You put her on. You're the put on type of friend.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Like, I felt so bad, and so I'm like, "Hey, you have a side hustle." Like, I do taxes on the side, she does real estate on the side. So I'm like, "Hey, like, come work at this job. Like, it's really easy, and you can, like, work on your business on the side at the same time." And, like, she ended up introducing me to one of her guy friends who I ended up doing a business partnership with. He created a jingle for my business, and I didn't know at the time that he was like a spiritual spouse because I was having dreams of him, and I was like, "Oh, I know him. Like, I've seen him from somewhere," and I thought he was my kingdom spouse because I didn't have any understanding of, like, the spiritual realm, and how it really worked, and like what spirit spouse were, and marine spirits, and like, the witchcraft and things like that. And so I was in a narcissistic relationship as well, or marriage. And I was with my ex-husband from 17 all the way up until I was 24. And I finally left. Like, God took what the enemy meant for evil and turned it into good, because he knew I wasn't supposed to be in that marriage either. And so, I thought I had, at the time, like the kingdom spouse, which was really like twin flame and all that different type of stuff. And I didn't have any understanding. We went to, it was time to renew our partnership, for the jingle that he made for my business. And when it was time, like, to renew that contract, he wanted to sleep with me. And at the time, like, I was still like going through my divorce. I wasn't fully divorced, but I was separated. And I was like, no, like, I want to do things the right way. Like, I'm abstinent and things like that. And I was just really like ignorant and naive also. And we would smoke together because I was going through a lot, so we would like smoke weed. And I had smoked with him before, so I trusted him. And my friend was like, "Yeah, he's a good guy. He helped me move, he helped me with this and that, like, you can trust him." And literally he ended up drugging me, and he laced the weed, and he had like two, I didn't know at the time, but he had like two different jars, one with like lace weed and one that like wasn't lace, because we had smoked that same day. And he kept trying to get me like to cook for him. And that same friend that like told me about him, she was always trying to get me to go on vacation with her and her family. And I would never go, because something in my spirit's like, why does she keep trying to get me alone? Why does she want me to go on vacation? Like, it doesn't make sense. And like, the Holy Spirit was literally blocking it. And so since they couldn't get me to go on vacation with them, when it was time to renew the contract, he literally laced my weed that we were smoking together, and he only smoked like to a certain extent. And then he's like, "Oh, like, here, you can have the rest, blah blah blah." And so then I like literally smoked the rest of it. And then right after, I ended up passing out, and I blacked out, and I didn't know what was wrong with me. Like, he's also in psychology, so he went to school for psychology. And so, like, they were making me believe and think that I had PTSD for what I went through with my ex-husband, and like abuse and stuff like that. So I thought I was crazy. I thought like I was having PTSD, but before that, I was doing fine. I was actively working out, going to the gym. Like, I had like two jobs at the time, was taking care of my daughter. And then, like, right after that happened, it was just like they were trying to make me believe that I had PTSD, and like all these things were triggering me and coming back from my marriage, even though I didn't have any understanding. Like, I was just really ignorant, and I had healed from a lot of that. And it was really because he basically molested me, and I didn't understand why I was reacting a certain way, why my body was reacting a certain way. Even though I didn't remember anything that happened, my body still remembered what happened. And so after that, like, You know, every time like someone would like scare me or like come up on me, like I would be swinging and like wanting to hit them or fight them. And I had so much anger and rage and I didn't know why until God like started to slowly reveal to me, like, no, like he took advantage of you. That's why you blacked out. That's why you woke up feeling like really horny and feeling like certain ways. And I thought I was just like crazy because that's what they were trying to make me believe because, you know, he went to school for psychology, so he knows how to manipulate the mind. And, you know, it was sad because he
I was
even
I don't know if you mind me saying this, but I was telling someone the other day that the reason why God is putting a lot of his children in many different areas, it doesn't only have to be ministry, in the health field, psychology field, therapy. You get what I'm saying? Even God has his children in pharmaceutical, if believe it or not. The reason why is because the devil already has his people in these areas. Believe me, the devil has a lot of his people, a lot of the witches and warlocks in the psych ward, working in the psych ward.
yeah,
You
that
know?
so true, like definitely, because like you said, like the devil has his people working in those type of areas as well. And like that's how I got taken advantage of, and I thought he was like a nice person and he was just really manipulating me and using me, and I didn't even know like at the time like he was in a polygamy relationship with another female. Like I remember when you know, you were talking about like doing spell work with candles and stuff like that, and how they were doing spell work. And like God revealed it to me. And then, like, slowly but surely, God like started revealing more to me. He would like isolate me from like everyone for like a certain season. Then he'd put me back in the world. Then he'll isolate me again. Then he'll put me back and he'll have me like only talking to a certain like one or two people. And then he'll be like, no, you can't talk to these people now. Now you can only talk to these two people, and then he'll isolate me again, and then he'll bring me back into the world and say I can talk to everybody. And that's like how he slowly revealed to me, you know, what was happening with like people who I thought were my friends and my family members. And the guy ended up even making a song about what he did to me, like laughing about it, and like makes Instagram reels about it, like, you know, just having that monitoring spirit and like the gang stalking to, you know, trying to keep me to be silent. And I'm just like so thankful that I found your channel because it really encouraged me to like finish writing my book. I ended up writing a book about everything that happened from childhood, from being an orphan, having that orphan spirit, how family members.
You're Esther. You're Esther.
That's my daughter's favorite
Esther.
movie.
That's you're Esther.
Wow, like that's literally my daughter's favorite book in the Bible, and she literally watches that movie all the time.
Oh, you're Esther. Oh my goodness. Yeah, God bless. Keep writing that book.
It's
Definitely.
done, it's
It's done.
finished.
What is
Yes,
it called?
it's called Surviving 7 Years of Silence, and it just
Can
came
you
out
please,
yesterday.
can you please tell me where I can get it? Because I'm about to get it. Congratulations. I'm about to
Yes, it doesn't, it's on pre-order right now through like Barnes and Noble and Amazon, but you can order it from my website. It's
congratulations, girl.
Thank you so much. Like,
What
no,
what is your website? Let
it's
me
abundanceservices.org. And no, thank you. Because literally, if you would have not like been obedient to God, like I'm trying not to cry right now because I'm really like
cry.
the
I'm just trying
amount
to figure out the right spelling of it. Is it Abundance Services or service.org?
services with an S at the end.org. But like, no, like, thank you so much because if I would have not like came across your channel and you wouldn't have been obedient to God, like, I probably would have not ever like finished that book because I went through so much warfare, like with trying to get that book finished, like even within my job.
He didn't want your story to come out. That's the thing. When remember I told you guys, I'm like, when they know that you're about to tell your testimony, they will try to ruin your testimony before you could even tell it. Okay, like that's what they do. They try to put blockages on your testimony and try to ruin it, try to slow you down, try to drain your energy so you can't complete whatever it is that you're doing that is connected to your testimony. This is why God says you got to fight. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Congratulations, because I'm getting that book. But do you see how hard they fought you because you were about to tell your testimony?
I'm telling you, the warfare was so much like even with me working at Google, like my manager ended up like getting promoted, so I ended up getting a new manager who used to be on the same team with me, and I didn't understand like why she would always give me like this side eye, and she like I ended up getting the opportunity to like work on someone else's book to help them advertise so that God could like teach me and I could learn. So it really is super important to make sure you're not just telling anybody what you're doing, because like right after that, and I told my manager at that time, she literally like moved the book at well, the book of business, that person, that advertiser that I was helping with their book, she literally moved them out of my account so that I couldn't learn and get the experience on how to like market my book. And that was the first person that I ever had like to ever help market like their book. Like I worked with all different types of companies doing Google ads, but never like with the book. And she would like literally remove like businesses out of my account so that I couldn't bonus, so that I couldn't, get the experience and like learn certain things. So like I'm telling you, like it really is so important to be like silent for a certain amount of time because you want to share your testimony, and that's kind of like what my dilemma was, is like knowing when to be silent and not when to be silent, because I was silenced my whole entire life and like called a liar when I would try and speak up and like tell the truth about what was happening in the house, and how when I was going from like group home and different family members, and they didn't want me and my sister, and how they would like call me a liar when their boyfriends would try to molest me and things like that. So I was silenced, for a really long time, like since childbirth. Like I talk about it like all throughout the book, and how it happened, how it started, and like even from a child, how I was silenced and I didn't know how to speak. And so God would literally like I started drawing pictures of what was going on, and I didn't even know like that was one of my talents and gifts. And like that's where the enemy attacked me like super heavy, but God still allowed me to have, multiple gifts and talents in other areas when the enemy was attacking those. So like just I thank you again just for being obedient to God, and just really like even having the courage to share your testimony of different things, because that helps other people have a voice and share their testimony and give them the encouragement that they need so that we can have a better world. Because like literally I'm still in that isolation stage to where I don't talk to like any of my family. I don't really have any friends. God called me out, from having friends, like even that Google job. Like I ended up losing that job from someone who I thought was my friend, and she was an older woman. Like I thought I was being nice and kind-hearted and like helping like the elderly, because I really just have a heart to like help and give. And she was like plotting with my manager and helped get me fired. And I was literally taking this girl to work every single day, even on days that were my off day, like making sure that she had, a way to work because she didn't have a car. So you have to be careful with just like anyone and everyone. And what God has shown me, to test the spirit and listen to what a person says. Like it is so important to test their spirit before you call anyone your friend. And I had to learn that the hard way, and it's hurtful. And you don't think that these type of people are going to betray you, because it's like I don't have nothing. Like I'm a single parent mother. Like I have all these issues with my vehicle, and I'm still trying to make sure that you get to work on time even though I don't really have anything. And like even my daughter, she gets like that same side eye at school, so I'm like noticing it from the different girls at her school when she's getting honor roll and when she's getting like leader of the month awards. Like when I take pictures and videos, like I'm looking at like the picture and video, I'm seeing like even people she thinks that her friends are giving her that side eye look, and I'm just like that. It makes me so like sad to know like she's just a child, And this is like what she's dealing with just as a child. And I know that it's not going to get any easier as she gets older, especially like you said, for women of color. Like, we don't really have a voice. We don't really have things that are said, like to stand up on our behalf, like Shanquella. And so it just really scares me for her. But I know God didn't give us a spirit of fear, but power, love, and a sound mind. So I try to keep that in mind. But like, I just pray over her as much as I can every day and continue to fight and pray and fast. And even when I don't feel like getting up out of bed, like you say, like still get up and fight. But it's
You better fight, okay? Like, you better fight. When Paul says, the fight is not going to be easy, like, trust me. When he says you have fought the good fight, he's really talking about a fight. It's not he's talking about the warfare. He's speaking in parables, okay? He is talking about the warfare. The fight is no joke.
It's no joke. It is so hard and so heavy, but God is good and God is great, but it's not easy. Like waking up and fighting and, like you say, fasting and doing it for like days in a row, and like you're just tired of the warfare. You just like want to have peace. Like, man, like, God, why can't I have peace? Why can't I have happiness? Why can't I have someone happy for me? Like, why can't I have people who, appreciate me? Like, why can't I have love in a human form? Like, I know you love me, God, but it's like I want a human form, and I don't mean it in any rude or disrespectful way, because I appreciate you and I love you, but like, why can't I just have it in a human form? Like, can you come back already?
Why? Because you have so much to give. And you know why? Because you know your heart and you know how authentic you are as a person. You just want it to be reciprocated. That's all. You get
Yeah.
what I'm saying? It's like, God, what's so hard to find that? Like, why is it so hard to find that? I know what I have to offer. I know what I can give to someone, a friend, a relationship, a family. Why can't it be reciprocated? God, can you come here? Because you're the only person that can give me that.
Yes, like he's the only one. It's like there's really no love that's greater than God's, but I'm just like, can you just try and give me like someone?
That's where the kingdom marriages comes in, because that's the whole point of it, and people think it's all a lie, but no, that's the whole point of it. God will give you the person that is exactly like you, that has the same type of love. Like God says, you gotta love your wife like Christ loves the church. That's deep love. You get what I'm saying? So that's God giving you someone that's gonna reciprocate that same feeling, same energy, right?
Yeah, like please just pray for me, because I've just been through so much, and I'm just like at a stage where I'm like, I know to test the spirit, but I'm just like, can I really like trust anyone? Because I've just been
No,
through so much.
God's
Like,
the right person. I promise you, you're gonna know. You're gonna know.
oh,
It's gonna be one of those, like, there's no doubt about it. You're not gonna be confused. And guess what? The Lord will make sure you know, because He won't leave you alone about that person. He won't leave you alone. He'll make
oh,
sure, like, He is showing you confirmation every single day, every single night, every single hour. Like, the Lord won't leave you alone. You're like, okay, God, I get it. I get it.
yes, well, definitely I pray so, because I've had so many counterfeits like
Yeah.
come into my life, and I'm just like, okay, I don't know, like maybe this is a question, like I like for you, like do you feel like the person that God has for you, that when you experience like counterfeits, do they typically have some of the same like characteristics or gifts as your kingdom spouse?
No. The difference between the counterfeits that I've experienced and my kingdom spouse is, my kingdom spouse and I, we communicate in spirit, we cover each other in spirit, and we can both hear the Lord at the exact same time. So God can tell me something and He'll hear it before me. And then, so we like communicate in spirit, we communicate with the Lord, and we know this physically. So it's confirmed physically. So I can hear him talking to the Lord sometimes, and he can hear me talking to the Lord sometimes. Or God will show me something like, what is that he just showed me? Was that a what is that? Is that a dog or a cat? And he's like, that was a dog. And I'm like, are you sure? I think that was a cat. And then the Holy Spirit comes in, it was a dog. So it's like you'll know because it will be that spiritual connection. Like everything is spirit before it becomes physical. So you'll have that connection in spirit. So the Lord says a cord of 3 strands is not easily broken. And that's what he means, that connection in spirit. So you'll know it won't be like any other situation or relationship. You'll know when it's the real thing because it's not going to be something that's of this world. It's going to be so out of this world. Like literally.
Okay.
Yeah. That's when you know it's the real deal.
Okay. I'm like,
the Lord won't leave you alone either. So okay. It's like every day you question it, he'll show you a vision of the person. Okay, God, I get it. God, are you sure? Boom. There's times where like if you have the gift to hear, he'll show you the vision, but he'll make sure there's a big boom when he shows it to you to tell you not to ask him again because he's frustrated.
Okay.
Like, you get what I'm saying? So it's kind of like he will show you like so much confirmation. It's like there's no doubt, even though sometimes you're going to ask because you're like, okay, so what's taking so long? You know what I mean? But trust me, he will like show you. I remember I asked him, I put the video out yesterday when you asked God the 100th time. I remember one time I asked him and I was fasting. He's like, Stephanie, we've had this discussion so many times. I'm like, okay, sorry, I'm not gonna ask you again. Like, so I'm telling you, like, he will like confirm it. So it's not like a counterfeit situation. When you're at a counterfeit, you're just probably just seeing a lot of signs in the physical, your emotions. Oh, I really like him. Da, 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 da. But when it's the real deal, the Holy Spirit is coming through with the confirmation. Like the Holy Spirit is coming through, like as in like you're going to see more spiritual confirmations than physical because you're hearing from the Lord in spirit now, which is everything is spiritual before it becomes physical. So everything you see in spirit will manifest in the physical. See, when you a counterfeit, you're only seeing the physical, but there's nothing really being shown in the spiritual. So do you get what I'm saying? So that's how you'll know it's the real deal.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know who he is yet, but he's
trust me, girl, you'll find him. And honestly, sometimes the Lord tries to get you out of a place of depression, out of a place of basically resentment, out of a place of hurt. Sometimes the Lord wants you to get into a place of healing first and working on the things that working on doing your Proverbs 31 thing, like getting your business out, your book out, and really just getting your life together before he finally introduces the person. Sometimes he does it that way too, because he wants to make sure you're not operating from a place of brokenness and being unhealed. He wants to make sure you're operating from a place of being healed. You know what I mean? Being forgiving and everything like that, right? So just be patient with God. I'm telling you, he is going to show you when it's the right time. Trust me. And he's going to show you when you're not ready for it too. Okay?
Yes, he does.
It's always when you're not ready.
Yes, he definitely does that. I don't think we're ever, or at least me, I'm not ever fully prepared when he's like revealing certain things to me, like revealing truths, and like even with like family members and friends or frenemies or things like that. I'm just like, no, God, like I can't believe, like no, they would not ever, like they talk about God, they post scriptures, they go to church, like
that's the worst. That's the fakest of the fake friends.
Yeah, I was just like, wow, like when he reveals like certain things and he puts you in that isolation stage and he's like, you can't talk to this person, and then he's revealing things, it's just like I would have not ever expected. I'm just like, no, there's no way, God. But I'm like, I know you're not a liar, but like there's no way. Like even now he's been like revealing certain things to me, like about like my ex-husband, and like just revealing things recently, and like telling me like during our marriage that he had a baby with another woman that he's been hiding this whole time. And like my daughter has the gift to like hear and see in the spirit too, so like she started having dreams about her having siblings and stuff before I even found out, and then God started revealing more to me. And like I'm thankful for my daughter too, because she really confirms a lot of things too for me, even like when I'm like questioning things, like she'll go in, like the Holy Spirit will tell her things and I won't even talk to her. I'll like be thinking something in my head and like she'll just come out and she'll like say something like, and I'm just like, I was just talking to God about that. And like now she's in here confirming exactly what I was talking to God about in my head. And like,
that's the most beautiful thing with the kids, because my daughter does that all the time. And then when I'm like, oh my gosh, she's like, what? She starts getting scared.
yes, that's how that's literally how like it is with my daughter. She'll like confirm, like the Holy Spirit will have her confirming things. And like I'm just thankful that I'm able to teach her at a young age and like train her in the way she should go. And when she gets old, she will not depart from it, and she understands like her dreams and her visions, because I didn't have that with my mom and my dad, and someone to fully equip me and train me like with my spiritual gifts, because I didn't even know what spiritual gifts were. I didn't know why things were happening. So I'm just thankful that I'm able to even, teach her like, this is what this means. This is this type of spirit. This is what that means. This is why you're dreaming about that. This is what, this dream means, because like the enemy has like definitely been trying to attack me through warfare, and even her like in her dreams. So like I'm teaching her and training her in the spirit of like what to do and how to do it. And like her dad will get mad and just be like, she doesn't need to learn this, she doesn't need to learn that, like she's young. But I'm just like, she does need to know, like there's children out here who are her same age who can speak in 10 different languages. So who are we to say what is enough for a child to learn and what's not enough for a child to learn? Like every parent is different, and they have their child learning different in certain things. Like there's just for example, like I said, like 10-year-olds that can speak 10 different languages because their parents put them in that school or that academy to learn how to do those 10 different languages, and they were taught from a young age. Like, and that's how we have to do our children too, with like the spiritual warfare and like dreams, especially if they have the ability to dream dreams and visions. Like the Bible said, he will pour out his spirit on children, like not just men and women, young and old, but like our children are going to have those same gifts too.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Yep, you're absolutely right. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your book. And I'm definitely going to get that book. Congratulations. Just keep fighting. You have to keep fighting, girl. Like, look how far you've come. You've completed your book. That is a huge milestone. Okay, that's huge. So pat yourself on the back and don't discredit yourself. Like, you're doing amazing. You're doing amazing.
Thank you. Thank you. You are such a big help, and I pray God continues to bless you as well, as you have been a huge blessing to me, and I know just like so many people. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mirandy. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Lady Lux. Is Lady Lux here? Lady Lux. Okay, so Lady Lux is not here. So while she's not here, we're going to go back to the video, watch a little bit, and then we're going to come back and see if she comes back. Okay, guys? 1 second. Lady Lux. Okay, 1 second, y'all. Okay.
The reports from the girls are completely different from the autopsy. Did you hear that? To you, Mrs. Robinson, according to the documents from the EMTs, she was declared dead 15 minutes after they got there. They did not get there and work on her for 3 hours like you were told.
Yeah.
She was declared dead within 15 minutes of the EMTs getting there, and the friends did not want her removed to the hospital. Do you understand that to be true now?
I understand that, what's being said. I don't know which way to believe. I believe the autopsy, but the so-called friends, I just don't know what to say about them. I just think it was just terrible the way they done her,
All of this from alcohol poisoning, but yet the autopsies does not say anything about alcohol poisoning leading to her death. It says, Dr. Kendall Crowns, she died of a spinal cord injury. What's that?
Spinal cord injury is basically your cervical spine. Is you get injuries to your cervical spine from severe rotation or blunt trauma that results in your head being moved suddenly to one side or another, and that causes fracturing of the cervical bones that then result in damage of the spinal cord that ultimately results in your death, or potentially quadriplegia, meaning you can't move anything below the neck down.
Doctor, I was having a hard time taking in what you were saying. I got it because I'm seeing out of the corner of my eye a video that has emerged. And it is a video of this beautiful young girl, Shanquella Robinson, just 25. She's naked. She's by her bed. It looks like she's just gotten up out of bed. And a woman is beating her dead. I'm looking at it right now. Now, I don't know all the circumstances, but I know another person, and I just saw a female hand come up in front of the video cam. There's somebody recording this brutal attack, and they beat her until she's down, and she's just sitting there like completely out of it from the beating, like a rag doll. And then once she sits down, this attacker then beats her in the head, and her head is just catapulted over to one side. Could that be what happened to Shanquella, Dr. Crowns?
Yes. So in the video, you can see there's the initial where the one female is hitting Shanquella multiple times in her head. But at some point, she grabs her with her arm and then twists her head and body in a kind of a rotational motion, and then Shanquella is dropped to the ground, and she continues to hit her in the head and neck area. But if you in the video, you notice that Shanquella is fighting back initially until
I disagree completely. She's shielding herself. She is not landing punches at all. I'm looking right at it. She
also said no.
Yes, you're right.
Correct.
She never even had a chance to fight back.
Misstatement there. She is not fighting back. She is defending herself from the beating.
Like trying to hold her attacker back. She never gets a chance to defend herself. Mrs. Robinson, does she sleep without her clothes on?
Yes, she do.
So she was woken up out of her bed with one woman standing there videoing and the other woman hitting her like she's Muhammad Ali. And then the attacker, after she has beaten her, this defenseless naked girl who has just been woken up to a beating, she stands back. She steps back and bows back like she's about to put her hands over her head like she's a champion. What is that, Dr. Bethany Marshall, psychoanalyst out of Beverly Hills? What is that behavior? She's crowing and preening for the video.
Nancy, this was, it would be a mistake to think this is just one woman killing this poor 25-year-old.
Who should I believe? You and my lying eyes. I'm looking right at it.
No, but I mean, when I say a mob attack, maybe there was one attacker, but this was group aggression towards Shanquella. Group aggression, because people are standing by, one person's videotaping, you can hear a voice of someone saying, "Oh, fight back, Quilla," as if this was, like you said, Muhammad Ali. They're really minimizing the fact that this poor girl is being killed. I mean, this is a homicide, obviously, but what was this group aggression towards her that we're witnessing? Were they envious of her? Did she have a better life than them? I mean, this is how I think as a psychoanalyst is beyond the brutality of this murder.
And who in the hay is videoing her? Miss Robinson, do you know these women? Who are they?
I don't know the ones that's videoing her. I just know the one that was standing there beside Kalia Cook, and the other one, I didn't know him, the one that's saying fight back. I didn't know him.
Okay, hold on. Who is the person hitting her?
That's the DeAsia girl, and I didn't know her. I just know they went to college together.
I've got Dejani Jackson. How are you saying it?
I think it's I don't know how to pronounce her name.
I've got Dejani. That could be, it's a crazy spelling. I don't know what it is. It looks like Dejani or Dejanay.
Her name is Dejanay. Yeah,
that's
Dejanay.
It's Dejanay because it's got A-E on the end. You're right. Dejanay Jackson. Then you've got Winter Donovan, and it's spelled W-E-N-T-E-R. Is that another female?
Yes.
Then you've got Kalia Cook, the friend boy, the man.
Yes.
So it's those three and your daughter, Quella, correct?
Yes.
Guys, this is taking place at a very upscale resort in Mexico. And you can look out the window of their Quella's suite. It's beautiful. You look right out on the beach and the ocean, palm trees, sand. I mean, this is about less than 30 minutes from where you see Jennifer Aniston and all of her celebrity friends lounging and having a great time at Cabo San Lucas. That's where we're talking about. This is San Jose del Cabo. To you, Alexis Tereszcek, joining me, investigative reporter with Crime Online. Alexis, thank you for being with us. Where is this place?
This place is still on the coast at the very bottom of the peninsula. It is about 30 minutes northeast of Cabo San Lucas, but it is still right on the beach. And this place where they were staying was a private beach club. They had access to a private beach, very exclusive, behind a gate. You had to have security to get in. This is not a shack on the beach at all. It is a very, very fancy place that they were all staying.
I mean, it looks really nice from what I'm seeing. And that just goes to show Robert Crispin, Robert joining me, private investigator, former federal task force officer with the U.S. Department of Justice, DEA, now private investigator at CrispinInvestigations.com. Robert, this goes to show you can be living in or staying in a 5-star resort and crime will find you. And it's very often those that know you the best.
Well, the sad part about it is everyone gives the warnings about going to Mexico. Something's going to happen to our kids when they go down there. But how do you fight against the people that you went there with when they're inside your room?
I want Gary Davidson to jump in. He is a partner with Diaz Royce International Law Firm at DiazReus.com. This happens in Mexico at this luxurious resort. Gary Davidson, I want you to hear our friend Erica Jackson at WSOC.
They all came to my house on Tuesday and explained what had happened.
Salamandra says Shanquella's friends blamed her death on alcohol. Then the Robinson family received a copy of her death certificate. It shows she died 15 minutes after injuring her neck and spinal cord. The report also states Shanquella was found unconscious in the living room, and her death is believed to be violent or accidental.
Violent or accidental? And then this video emerges. How can anybody say this is accidental? I mean, to you, Dr. Kendall Crowns, Chief Medical Examiner, Tarrant County, this is no accident. You see the beating. Now we know that she was dead 15 minutes after injuring her neck and spinal cord. Why? Why are you dead 15 minutes after the injury?
So usually with these type of spinal cord injuries, with what she has is an atlas luxation, which means a dislocation of the first cervical vertebrae.
Do you mind saying that one more time? An atlas what?
It's an atlas luxation is what the cause of death is listed as. And what that is cervical vertebrae number 1, the one right underneath your skull is the atlas. And it slid out of place and then pushed on her spinal cord. And then usually what happens is it bruises the spinal cord, but the spinal cord bruises take a little time to set in before they will kill you. So that's why you can see a survival time period of about 15 minutes. But in the video, after she is whipped about her head and dropped to the ground, to me, it doesn't look like she has any more purposeful movement, even though the other individual continues to pound on her. It's that movement there is what killed her.
I need you to speak so we can all understand you, Dr. Kendall Crowns, not in your elocution, but describing this. So you're saying atlas luxation is cause of death, but you're referring to one particular spot just under the head. When that particular spot is dislocated,
that is just crazy. That is just insane. Yeah, like she did not deserve that at all. You know what I mean? And from what I saw in like some of like I watched some good sources online, and they were basically saying that like they all couldn't afford the Airbnb. They all afford their tickets, but they couldn't afford the actual Airbnb. And remember when I told you guys in the past that when you're the type of friend that's always looking out for your friends and you're always the one that's funding things, doing things for people, in your mind, you're thinking you're just putting people on. You're thinking you're just helping people. You're being there for anything. You're being a good friend. And you're doing this from the kindness of your heart. But in the minds of the people that you're assisting and that you're helping, they may take that as a form of like, you know, you thinking you're better than everybody. They may see it that way. Or they may feel some type of resentment towards you because you got it like that, because you're able to fund for everybody. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're going to be like, oh, she really got it like that. She's paying for all of us to stay in this Airbnb, especially if all of them know the price of that luxury villa. Because if you hear what Nancy was saying, a lot of celebrities, they go to that specific area and they rent out villas, and villas like that are no less than like 6,000, you know, to 10,000 for like a week. Do you get what I'm saying? So she's the only one in the position to be able to afford all that because she has her 2 businesses and her other side projects that she's working on. So she's probably like to all her friends, oh yeah, I'll get the villa, just get your tickets and just come. So if they're all there and they're realizing that she paid for the villa, she gets the master bedroom, she gets all that view, she gets to view the ocean, she gets the view of like the best view, the biggest room, they're going to feel some type of way because they're all in the guest room and she's paying for everything. They're already going to have a bit of hostility against her just because of that. Do you get what I'm saying? Even though she deserves the master bedroom because she's funding the whole trip. But that alone will make people resent you. Even though you're going out of your way to do them a favor, they can still resent you. Sometimes being too kind to people will bring up animosity in the same people you're trying to be kind to. This is why God always says, yes, be kind to your enemies. Yes, give to a certain extent. You get what I'm saying? To a certain extent. Yes, guys, it's insane. She refused to fight back because she did not want to fight back, because if she would have fought back, that would have just been fueling the fire. Do you get what I'm saying? It would have been fueling the fire. Something similar happened to my cousin. I don't know if you guys remember, but in 2017, I lost my cousin because of gun violence, and something similar like that happened to my cousin. And my cousin was actually doing so good. Like, he literally changed his life. He was doing big things. And the very people that took him out were the very people he grew up with. Let that sink in. You know what I'm saying? Same situation with Shanquella. So you just have to be very careful of who you surround yourself with, because it will be the very person you least expect it to be. And the fact that it's her best friend filming her, the one that she went on vacation with so many other times before that, the one that went on family vacations with her, that same very best friend is the one that's telling her to fight, and that's egging the whole thing on, and that's recording her. So your best friend is that went on family vacations with you is literally watching you get beat up, watching you sitting down, not being able to move. You're literally out of it, and he is talking to you and telling you to fight back. A friend is supposed to step in and be like, no, this needs to stop. You get what I'm saying? He's not supposed to be recording her. That was not her friend. That was definitely not her friend. Is Lucy Lux back? Lucy Lux, are you back? Because I think you stepped away for a bit, or maybe you didn't hear me. Lucy Lux, are you there? Lucy Lux, are you there? Okay, Lucy Lux is not there. Okay, Martha, are you on, Martha?
Hi, yes.
Hi, Martha. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm okay. It's very touchy topic, you know what I mean? But I feel like this is really letting us really see what God has been trying to warn us about for a very long time. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
A lot is getting exposed for sure.
Yeah. Have you experienced anything similar, like with jealousy and people? I know you probably did, but what are some of the things that you may have experienced, and like how did you overcome it, or what were the red flags, etc.?
Yeah, with my own birth family, I had to move to a different city.
Wow.
So I just got an apartment. So thank God, you know.
Wow, that's crazy because you had to move to a whole nother city. That's so deep. That is so deep.
Yes.
So your whole family. So you just literally had to pack up and go, and God told you to just get up and leave. You know?
Yeah.
Wow. How did you feel about it? Like, what was like? Was it like something you're used to, like just because you're already separated from them, or was it more like a wow, God, this is what you're telling me to do? Like, how are you feeling in the moment and stuff?
I was really depressed.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what made me go within and seek guidance. And I met a man and he helped me. And yeah, like, you know, I went for it. I faced my fear.
Oh my God. So you met a man and he helped you?
Yeah, my boyfriend.
I was gonna say, is that your kingdom husband? Hey. I was like, isn't that what they're supposed to do? Because
Right.
I've heard stories like that where like God, where like the kingdom husband comes in and he's like a prince and he saves the kingdom wife like a princess. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like, that's why I was like, oh, that's so adorable. That's like a Cinderella story. Oh my goodness. That's beautiful.
Thank you. I'm
Oh,
still asking God if it's for confirmation, but thank you.
I honestly feel like he pray about it, but I feel like he saved you. Yes, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Not only that, but the music you're playing in the background, I don't know what you're playing, but when I first started hearing it, like as soon as you unmute your mic and I started hearing this like music playing in the background, I felt it in my spirit, in my soul. Like I just started feeling really light and calm and like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know what you're playing. Was it you playing that?
Yeah, I have my YouTube in the back.
What is that?
I play I play cat music for my cats.
Cat music? Oh, I'm gonna
Yeah.
start playing cat music to bed, okay? I like it. It sounds really good. That's beautiful because I have received messages in the past on my and I put on my channel where I'm actually happy because it reminded me of a message I posted in the past where I did say that someone's kingdom partner was going to like pull them like save them and pull them away from the people that have been attacking them and things like that. So that really just brought up a memory and it made me like really happy to hear that.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. That's amazing. So do you have any other experiences relating to this, relating to Shanquella's situation or anything like that?
No, I'm pretty antisocial, so I don't really have friends. So
Oh my God. I think that's all. I think that's all of us.
yeah.
We're all going through that. But honestly, all you need is God and your boyfriend. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like you're good. God and your boyfriend or your husband, like when he becomes your husband, you know? That's all
I
you
agree.
really need. That's all you really need. So is there anything else you want to share with us?
No, thank you so much for letting me speak, and I'm interested to hear other people's stories.
Thank you so much, Martha. And I really love that music in the background.
Oh, thank
I'm
you.
gonna go look that up. Maybe
Yeah,
send
for
me the
sure.
link. You can email me the link to that.
For sure, I will.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye, Martha.
Bye, Stephanie.
I really like that music, guys. I do. I really like it. I don't know why. Like when I heard like her mic unmute, I really like felt it in my soul. Guys know I love instruments, right? So I felt whatever that instrument is, I just felt it in my spirit, and I just felt so light and just so happy. Like I love that. Yes. So let's see if Lucy Lux is back. Lucy Lux is back because her mic is mute. Sorry, her mic is mute. Lucy Lux, are you back? Okay, so if I don't hear anything from her, we're gonna go to Carla. Hi, Carla. Is Carla there? Carla. Okay, Carla's not here either. Okay, is Fallon here?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi, Fallon. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? It's so nice to finally meet you.
Oh, thank you. Nice to meet you. So how are you, Fallon? Like, what are your experiences? Like, do you relate to what Shanquella went through, or anybody else on here went through? What, do you have a testimony?
I do, and it's something that's like really hard for me to share because I'm still healing from it, but I do think this is a perfect opportunity because I really do think that this could help someone. I was physically attacked by what I thought was a close family member of mine. Back in 2020, I decided to go to South Carolina to visit my mom. It was supposed to be a surprise visit. My dad invited me to drive down there with him because he was headed to Myrtle Beach. So it was a pit stop for him to allow me to go see my mom. And then so when I got there, I don't know if this was premeditated or not, but my mom did ask for someone else from back home in Illinois to come visit as well. After I arrived, and that cousin decided to come the very next day, but the first 24 hours with my mom was a good time with her and my brother as well. We spent some good quality time, but I know when she's around this particular family member, she acts different towards me. So when she told me that they were coming, I was just like reluctant, like, oh, I hope this trip still goes well, but this was supposed to be like quality time with my mom. So anyway, it was a weekend trip, so I do remember like that last day, my cousin, she was just acting very different towards us, like had a very like off-putting spirit and just wanted me to do a bunch of things with her. And I'm like, no, I'm here for, to spend time with my mom and blah, blah, blah. And that kind of like set her off. And she decided to leave the house. And then when she left, my mom was discussing with me that she didn't like her attitude, and I was just like, well, this isn't anything new. Like, she's always treated me like a certain kind of way. I'm not sure why, like where this came from, but I was like, I do know that like when you talk to me a certain way or say things in front of my family members, they tend to think that it's okay to talk to me the same way. And so because I shared that feedback with my mom, she instantly got upset with me and we started arguing, and she kicked me, pretty much cut our visit short, like that she was tired of us and all, everything. And so she kicked me out. I was crying. And I drove back with my cousin. Well, she asked me to drive back with her to Illinois. So I did. And, my mom's like screaming, putting my stuff around because, I shared that feedback with her and she just felt some type of way. And So we're driving through Tennessee. I'm like, fast forwarding. We're driving through Tennessee, and my cousin still has this attitude. Like, I'm not sure what was going on with her, but I'm listening to my church music. My brother's in the back seat, and so is my cousins. And, she's yelling at my brother because he decides to eat a bag of chips. I'm not sure. I just think she just wanted to go off on something. I just wasn't giving her what she was looking for. So she took it out on my little brother. And then when I took my headphones off, I'm like, hey, like, why are you screaming at him? Like, she, was just like raising her voice. And she starts like getting upset with me because I'm questioning her. And I'm like, well, that's my brother. I don't talk to your kids like that. So you can't talk to other people's children like that. And, this is what led to the fight. So, because this was a physical altercation. So, I'm in Tennessee at this point. We're driving literally through the mountains, and she is swearing at me, like in my face, demanding me to pull over. And something in my spirit said, don't do it. Like, don't matter what she does, like, do not pull over. Like, guys, I'm telling you, there was just nothing but mountains. There's nowhere to pull over. Like, you pull over, like, your steps from falling off a cliff, in my opinion. Like, there's just no safe area. So something in my spirit was just telling me, like, wait till you get to the next public stop, because something is wrong. Like, something is really wrong. Like, the amount of anger she was showing towards me, it just didn't add up to like what she was upset over. So it was about a mile or two. Like, I was like, God, please give me an exit, because I'm scared I might crash in a car the way she's like in my face like this. So I pulled over to exit, and she's like screaming at me, guys, like, get out, my car right now, get out right now, blah, blah, blah. Like, she really wanted to leave me stranded in the middle of nowhere. And I pulled over to like a hotel, like, area that had some restaurants. I'm like, okay, this is safe enough for me, to get out of the car. And, I'm in a public area, so should nothing happen, right? Wrong. So I'm getting out of the car, and I pulled up to a hotel, and she's still screaming at me. Like, she's pushing me around, like, not letting me get my stuff out of the car. Like, she was upset that I was trying to get my stuff out of the car. And mind you, guys, I was not being confrontational at all. Like, I'm just like, okay, I just want to get my stuff, and like, you go your way, I go my way. Like, this clearly is like the worst car ride ever. And she's upset that I'm grabbing my belongings, and she starts like putting her hands on me. And I'm just like, at some point I got fed up with her, like, pushing me. Like, she threw like a phone down and everything, and like was throwing my luggage and everything. And then she like hit me in the chest, and then I gave my headphones to my brother, and I was like, you hit me again, it's gonna be on and popping. Like, and I think that was like the only difference between like me and like some other stories. It was that I was actually able to defend myself. Like, I was able to defend myself, and we fought. It was like a pretty bad fight, and it happened in front of my little brother and her two young children. They're about like 5 or 6 or so. And I was completely embarrassed by this situation. And because this happened at a public space, the cops were called. And when they pulled up, she instantly called my mother, and, was kind of telling her, like, yeah, I just beat up your no good daughter, blah, blah, blah. Like, of course, she said worse things than that, but I don't want to, she was like, I just got done beating up your no good daughter, and blah, blah, blah. And my mom is just like sitting there listening to her. And when I finally calmed down, I'm like trying to call my mom. She's like not answering me. I was just like, what is happening? Like, why are you talking? Like, why are you talking to her? Like, you need to call me. So eventually, like, she calls me, and I'm trying to tell her what happened, and she just wasn't really like a good listener, in my opinion. The police did tell her like she needs to come because I did have my brother. We share the same mom. So when she came and picked me up, she didn't say anything in the car ride, like not a single word to me. But it was odd to me that when she spoke to my cousin, you know, they were on the phone for like, you know, the whole duration that the police were pretty much there. And I just thought that like that was just so odd. Like she literally didn't say anything. I had like 2 fractured fingers. Like it was like pretty bad, and I got cuts on my face. Like it was like a really bad fight, and she just didn't say anything. So it made me like question whether or not this was like premeditated or like a setup or something, like the whole thing. And even when my family got word of this, like no one said anything to me about it. Like no one even said that she was in the wrong or anything. The only like responses I was getting back was that like I was angry. But I'm like, no, I was attacked. Like what you know, and it just really was a situation that was really hard for me. Like even when I got back, and I showed my dad the video that proved everything, because this was a whole like court thing and everything. He said that like I was not wrong for like defending myself, but I couldn't go back to his house. So that kind of like forced me to go to my grandmother's house, and me and my cousin share the same, you know, grandmother. And I was just like, why am I going through this, God? Are you trying to tell me something? Are you trying to show me things? And I just feel like if that situation never happened, I would have never known that all of these family members were truly against me. Like just growing up, I just always tried to see the best in people, and I never looked at people in that type of light. But just the fact that I wasn't welcome back home after being attacked, and then my own mother had nothing to say regarding this situation, but you know, had a lot to say to her. It was just heartbreaking for me. And I don't know out there that went through something similar or anything like that, but that truly like weighed super heavy on me for like, you know, even till now, like it's still hard for me to digest that whole situation.
I just want to say that you're absolutely not wrong for feeling the way that you feel. You have all right to be having a hard time digesting it, because at the end of the day, that's your family. Those are people who are supposed to protect you, especially your mom and your dad. And the fact that at one of the most vulnerable times in your life, they did not protect their offspring, their child. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You have all right to feel the way you feel, and God is not going to be upset at you feeling the way that you feel. I understand that. And remember something, guys, just because someone is hurt from a situation and they're having a hard time healing from it does not mean they haven't forgiven the person. You get what I'm saying? It just means that I can't believe that I was done this way, and no one had any form of remorse for me. You get what I'm saying? And people don't understand that when it's your own parents who are not defending you, who are not there for you, it hits different than just a stranger
Yeah.
or a friend or a cousin. It's your parents. You get what I'm saying? And it's so crazy how I'm listening to you, because the same thing happened to me with my cousin. Exact same thing happened to me with my cousin. And so it did bring up some emotional moments for me, because I remember when I was staying at my cousin's home, because my mom and me weren't getting along, and my cousin's mom and her took me in. And me and my cousin were actually bonding. We were getting very, very close, right? And one day I have another cousin who was extremely jealous of our relationship. And the other cousin came over And literally, the other cousin was braiding my hair. And we were having a conversation the night before about labor and delivery. And I'm 14 years old. So when we're having the conversation about labor and delivery, I was just saying, like, I don't like being in a hospital room and watching a baby coming out of someone. I said that because I had a weak stomach at that time. I can't see blood. I can't see things like that. Like, I'm a child. I'm 14. I have a weak stomach. So I mentioned to her that, I have a weak stomach and I can't see stuff like that, that I was trying to hold it together because that stuff's not easy to see, because my cousin just gave birth, right? So she went down, she actually later that night, she told me, she woke up and said, I had a dream that you and so, the other cousin, got into a fight. That's what she said. I'm like, oh, that's crazy how you had a dream about that. Why would you have a dream about us fighting? The next day, I was upstairs just minding my business, okay? And I went to the bathroom. And as I was going to the bathroom, I overheard that manipulative cousin telling my other cousin and her mom that I was talking ish about them, and I was talking ish about the delivery and the baby. And I was not doing that. So as I heard that, I got frustrated. I got mad. So I started like scrunching up my face, like, why is she talking about me like that? Anybody would be frustrated. So I was angry and I went downstairs in the kitchen to get something to drink, and I went back upstairs. But as I went downstairs, I heard my cousin, which is like my cousin's mom, she's my first cousin. I heard her saying, I don't know why she's scrunching up her face like that and making up her face like that. So of course they don't know that I'm making my face up in some type of way because I overheard the conversation and I'm hurt. So they didn't understand that. So when I went upstairs now in the room, I heard a whole bunch of people coming upstairs. It was my cousin, her mom, which is my first cousin, and my other cousin, the manipulated one. They came in the room. My cousin came in my face and started yelling at me, and she swinged at me. And as she swinged, I pushed her away, right? And as I pushed her away, we started fist fighting. Then I guess because I was winning the fight, her leg got cut or something like that. Her mom jumped in, this is a grown woman, jumped in on me, a 14-year-old, and she just started beating me. They took all my clothes, they threw it in the hallway, and they kicked me out the house. And mind you, this was a couple days after Christmas. Okay. I went into the group home after that. I went to the police station after that. And because I didn't have any marks on me, but my cousin had marks on her because I ended up beating her up, they lied to the police and basically said that I jumped my cousin, I beat her up, when it was the other way around. They jumped me. You know what I'm saying? And the police are like, we're not going to press charges. And I was crying because I'm like, press charges for what? They jumped me. They attacked me. Right? So I went into the group home shortly after that. But I remember when I was in the group home, I was hearing that when they told my mom was saying, good for her. That's good for her. What happened to her, she deserves it. Like, that's how my mom responded to the situation. And it really hurt me. So that's why I said, when you said that, it triggered a moment for me too, because I went through the exact same thing. Let me tell you something. Those family members there that did that to you, they've been discussing you for a very long time. This is why they didn't react the way they were supposed to react as genuine family members. They're supposed to cover you, protect you. It's because they were already discussing you for a very long time. Their true colors came out in that moment. And that's what God was trying to show you. You know what I mean? So that story, that testimony is exactly what I went through as well. So we have that in common, That's crazy.
It is crazy, and I even forgot that part, or just forgot to add that part. Like, when I went back to my mom's house, because she had to drive us back from Tennessee to back to her house, and at this point it was like after midnight when we arrived, and I just remember I didn't get any sleep, but I got up at like 5 a.m. this morning, and I heard her on the phone with one of her friends. And she had told her friend that she was giving me her ASS to kiss. And I was like, whoa. So at that point, I just decided to book my flight back to Chicago with the last $150 I had to my name. And I went home, like, well, at least I thought I was going home. I went back to, you know, my dad met me at the airport, and he pretty much just told me then that I couldn't go back to his house, even though he said I wasn't in the wrong. And I was like, God, this sucks. Like, this is heavy. This is really, really heavy. Like, you mean to tell me that I have nobody, that I don't even have my mom or my dad? Like, it's crazy.
I know it's hurt. It's a very hurtful situation because when it comes to your parents, they're supposed to be there for you. And the way you're feeling right now, I can totally understand what you're going through, because especially when you're not in the wrong and there's proof. You get what I'm saying? It's not like someone's lying on you and there's no proof. There's proof that you are not in the wrong, and it's to see someone not take your side. That's exactly how they felt the whole time. Do you get what I'm saying? And that was God showing you. You know what I mean? And that your situation is like a Joseph situation, you know? And of course, yes, forgive them, you know, but forgiving does not mean that you have to forget and that you have to force yourself to not feel any type of way about it. You know, as long as it's not anger and hate, you're okay. It's okay for you to be hurt, because any situation like that would hurt someone. You know what I mean? And it's just a very sad situation when it's your family, because your family is supposed to love you. Your family's supposed to love you. And it's crazy because when the same situation happened to me, I tried talking about it before in a makeup video. And I remember that when I talked about it, the same cousin that jumped me with her mom, she reached out to me and she was upset that I talked about it. And she was basically telling me I need to delete it. And she was like, if you don't delete it, I forgot she's asking if I don't delete it, she's not going to delete something that she wrote about me on Facebook or something like that. And I said, it's okay. You can go ahead and keep it up, because I know whatever you said on Facebook is not true. So I'm not bothered by it. You can keep it up. I'll delete it for your piece, but you keep whatever you wrote about me up. But it's just sad that even when you try to talk about your story or testimony, knowing you're not in the wrong, how people can twist it, manipulate it, and try to make it still seem like you're in the wrong after all these years, you know? So it just shows you that God is just showing you people's true colors. And when people treat you like that, they've always had animosity towards you, pent-up aggression towards you, envy towards you, jealousy towards you. It's just that moment was the moment they were able to show who they truly were, or they are. You know what I mean? So that's God showing you who they truly are. And best believe something, you need to rise up from that. You get what I'm saying? As in, don't even let that keep you down. Now it's time for you to boss up. It's time for you to glow up. Okay? You're going to pull a Joseph. That's what you're going to do.
Yeah, I believe it too. Like, I'm always praying, like, God, like, don't let this anger me and resent, you know, and hate people for it. Because it really does, like, bother me. And like you said, like, I had video proof, you know, as well. And once that got leaked out to, you know, my family, I was like criminalized for even sending the video to one person. I'm like, so that's all you had to say about the situation? Like, you're mad that I leaked the video, you know, like, but you're not mad that I was attacked. Like,
you know what it is? Because the video is showing proof, and you know what it is? Because you are not in the wrong. When someone knows you're not in the wrong in their heart, you having proof, the only way it will upset them is if they're embarrassed by their own actions. But they're not going to say that, and they're not going to admit it. You get what I'm saying? And that's what it was. That's why they were upset about the video, because they're embarrassed that you have proof to show what they've done to you. That's what it is. They're embarrassed.
I think I went through that for a reason. And I always think, like, this Shanquella story just has me thinking, like, what if I would have pulled over right when she told me to? Would she have tried to push me off the hill or something? Like, that's what goes in my mind. Because, like, what was she thinking, like, for me to pull over in the middle of, like, a mountain range?
pent up aggression. Like the same thing that happened with Shanquella, what Shanquella's so-called friend did to her, that was pent up aggression. You don't beat somebody that hard unless it's something you've been upset for a very long time. So the fact she's trying to push you off a hill and doing all that extra stuff, that's pent up aggression, which meant that she felt some kind of animosity towards you for a very long time. And it was low-key animosity, it was hidden animosity, which means that there was conversations that were had before that moment about you. You see what I'm saying? So that's what God was revealing to you. He was revealing to you and saying the people that are around you are the very people you're not supposed to be around, are the very people that are against you.
Yes. But God is good. Like during that time, I started about watching family members.
I'm sorry, you're talking. I'm sorry, you were talking about your achievement just now, and the mic just went out. The devil's a liar. You
Oh,
know?
devil's a lie. I was just. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, so I was just gonna say, like, right after that incident, is when God started separating me from my family, like actually relocating, like truly starting to elevate my life was really after that incident. And I was right around the time I started watching your channel and started like, you know, just growing my relationship with God, because at that family, you know, I didn't have friends I could share this story with, and they, you know, wasn't getting like the compassion from them I needed. Like I just didn't have no one to talk to. So that forced me to like truly rely on God. And then during that time you were posting videos about watching out for your family members, and there was a few other videos like it's time for you to move or something like, I believe it was in 2021. Yeah, January of 2021. God found, you know, an apartment for me that was just perfect for me. And then after that, I got, you know, a brand new car. So I did boss up, and I'm not working on my behalf. And it was just like, the timing couldn't have been more crazier. Like literally when my relationships with my family were just coming to a dead end, like God literally just grabbed me and you know, like, and it was just like, I got you, like, so this is just crazy, like what I've been through. But I really hope like my story can help someone, like, because I know I'm not the only person that went through something like this.
Definitely not the only person that went through that at all. I'm telling you, like you guys are saying your stories, and I'm just like, whoa, I went through something like that. You know what I mean? So no, you're definitely not the only one. You're definitely not the only one. You know what I mean? And the thing about it is that it's like it's crazy when you look back at it and you actually remember the moment. And it's crazy to know that it's the very people who are supposed to love you that would do that. And the sad part is, even when you have proof, it's like no one ever really sat there and asked you, what's your side of the story?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to forcefully show them the proof. It's like no one really said to you, what's your side? You get what I'm saying? Like,
no one cared.
No one cared to even ask what your side of the story is. You know, it's like, that's the sad part. It's like, do I have to forcefully show you proof for you to believe me? Why couldn't you sit there and just ask me what happened? Why wasn't I able to explain my side of the story, but she or he was? You get what I'm saying? It's like when my cousin and her mom came upstairs to fight me, they never even asked me if what my other cousin said was true. They just assumed that it was true. Do you get what I'm saying? They never asked me why I had my face like that, why I was upset. And had they asked me, I would have said, I heard the conversation y'all had and it wasn't true. That's why I'm upset. And it would have made so much sense. And the fight could have been prevented. But because they already had animosity, they were already upset about me being there, they already had pent-up aggression towards me. That is what led them to disregard my side of the story because they just want to react based on how they were feeling about me in that moment. So it's the same concept with you. They disregarded your feelings because they were so focused on how they felt about you in the moment, they reacted based off that, you know? Exactly. God should reveal to you who they are. And now, like I said, now it's time for you to boss up. And best believe when you start bossing up, that's when everybody's gonna be like, hey, I'm proud of you. Hey, how have you been? You know, we're family still, right? We're blood, right? No. Blood is thicker than water, but let me tell you something. Just because you're blood don't mean that we're supposed to communicate, we're supposed to associate or any of that. Because blood can also be very dangerous. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So you have to use this as a fueling moment. You know what I mean? And use this to keep you pushing, to keep you thriving. And whatever your project is that you're working on, whether it's a book, whether it's a YouTube channel, whether it's a podcast, do not let anyone gaslight you for trying to tell your side of the story, because you were not given that opportunity when you deserved to have that opportunity. No one gave you the chance to speak when you were supposed to speak. Therefore, you have all right to speak about your testimony any other time. And don't let anyone gaslight you when you try to speak about it. I don't care if they use that family blood excuse. Okay? It's your testimony, it's your story, it's your vindication. Okay?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm not in communication with anyone in my family right now, but I definitely think it's time for me to share my story. So I've been through a lot of warfare, and I'm just like, it's time. Like, and it's therapeutic for me to talk about it. So yeah, I definitely think it's time. And thank you for that advice as well.
Yes, it is. There's a lot of warfare when it comes to that, because a lot of times people don't want you to tell your side of the story. And it's kind of like, if you're so scared, I'm going to tell my side of the story, why didn't you give me the opportunity to speak my side at that moment? You get what I'm saying? So they can't complain now. Heal. Because speaking about it and talking about what happened is also going to help you heal. And that's what's the most important thing. Not only that, you'll help someone else. You get what I'm saying? You'll help someone else. You'll encourage someone else. And it's an eye-opener for people. Relating to this whole Shanquella thing, it just shows that the people that hurt you doesn't have to be your friends. Mm-hmm. They can be the very ones that are close to you too. You know?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. I agree 1000%.
Yes. Just keep pushing, okay? Keep pushing, keep fighting. You got this. And whatever project you're working on, let this fuel you. Okay? Let this fuel you and keep moving. Okay? Don't slow down. Don't stop.
Yes. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. Thank you so much, Fallon. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, projects and tasks. Projects and tasks. Because she was, hi.
Hold up, hey girl.
Hi, how are you?
Oh my gosh, you are, first of all.
I want to say thank you for being so patient.
Listen, that being patient is a gift from God, because I never had it, you know. But I'm gonna tell you this I'm gonna tell you several things, and we're gonna speak about Shanquella, but you need your crown, honestly, because oh my God, if I'm about to cry, I'm about to bang. Meaning I'm about to hang up. Because oh my goodness, hold up, wait. I don't like this.
It's okay. It's okay. You'll make me cry too.
For one, I have my camera on. I have my camera on because I don't like to be seen. I don't like attention. I can't stand it. And until I found you, or God made me find you, you was like, fight that fear. And I was like, I don't like her. She keep trying to make me fight stuff. So it's oh my God. And I'm not a hater, because I'm gonna be real with you for so many reasons, because you have haters and you speak about the haters. And the more you spoke about your haters, I was like, Oh my gosh, I had so many haters that I didn't want to look at it. It's just so many things that made me sick. So I'm gonna start from number one first. First of all, I want to give you your crown because you had this one video. You had many videos before I saw this one particular video that I was just like completely. I have 2 dogs and they kind of irritate me, so I'm gonna be looking from like left or right and stuff.
Girl, that's why I have to tell Leo to get somewhere.
Yeah, like my German Shepherd, she cool, but I got the smaller one. The smaller ones are the worst ones, and I'm trying to whatever. But anyway, I was going through some things. First of all, my entire life, I've been going through a lot of things, and I don't want to give negative things energy. But I've been through the mother and father situation, jealous, anger, a lot of abuse, putting me against my sister, which would never happen. I love my sister to death, but she never saw it as that. And as far as this jealousy thing, is crazy because I feel like when you are a child of God or you're empathetic or and not even just saying child of God, for those who maybe even in your chat that probably don't even know that they're children of God at this point. When you don't understand wickedness, period, you are a child of God. Even though if you don't even know it, don't want to claim it, it may be scary for you. When you don't understand wickedness, evil, deceit, anything bad, anything to the left, you are a child of God. It's just you going to find out over time if you seek him, because it says in the Bible, and all of these books back here on my first row and up, there are Bibles from different years because I've really gotten into the Bible. So I just want to say to your I don't know how to say, I'm old girl, I'm the panel, I don't know what it is, your viewers, your children of God. All right, past that. So anyway, I was dealing with child abuse for years, and I don't know when I got over it, but I was always forgiving when it came to my parents. Like my dad would beat the stuff out of me. I'm still trying not to curse, so forgive me. I have Bibles and I'm saved and all that, but
Okay. Listen, we slip up sometimes, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to be disrespectful and say it. But so anyway, like my father, he was abusive physically. My dad never, he wasn't a sexual abuser or anything like that. He was just like one of those, I get off of work, your mom in my ear, I'm a body slam you. He tied my hands up behind my back and beat me with 2x4s. I remember, and I'm gonna just be real, I'm 41, right? So I remember like when microwaves came in boxes and they, instead of the styrofoam, it was like wood sticks that would keep like your appliances inside the box to keep it from shifting. And I remember my mother and my father purchasing a microwave, and he was pulling it out. He was like, oh, like it was a stick. You would have thought he was like some type of cheerleader, like one of them, what you call them things, you flip. Like he was flipping. Yeah, like
I don't know, martial arts. I don't
no,
Street Fighter.
No, like when you see girls in a parade and they flipping
it.
Yeah, but they flipping it stick around.
A baton.
Yeah. A baton. Thank you, Peaches. Baton. Like he was flipping it around, and I'm like, he was like, oh, this would be good to whip your A with. So I was like looking at him like I didn't do anything, and in my head it's like I did my homework. My bed was made. I went to Catholic school, so I was like my socks is pulled up to my knees. Like, why would you have to hit me? I'm like checking the boxes in my head and stuff. And then my mother, she was just sitting there. She had like this not even a smirk, but it was like, I don't know, like some type of facial movement. She didn't look like a witch anymore. She just looked like a little bit more happy for some reason, but I can't even explain it, whatever. So I was so used to getting like abused and hit with sticks. As soon as he said it, I thought he meant like right then and there. So I was like, no. I was like that. He mocked me. He had the stick. He was like, no. And my mom, like, it's like she almost wanted to laugh and didn't. And he was like, no, not now, not today. But he was like, this is for you. And he wrapped it up in this brown tape that was like, I don't even know what kind of tape it is. Whatever, but I'll never forget it. And over the years, from the age of 7 years old up until 15, he would beat me, continuously with these sticks. my mother hit me with a broomstick so hard. I thought I could make a joke out of it now because when you over all that stuff, it wasn't funny. Like sometimes it makes me cry, but it's like for some reason I can like talk about it. But it'll be a day it'll make me cry. I can't explain.
I know exactly what you mean. Like you try to bring light to the situation, but it's like you kind of over it. But it's like, damn, like I really went through this. What the heck?
So I'm gonna say I thought the witch was on the baseball team. The way she hit me with that broomstick is not funny. But to this day, I have a dent in my thigh, a small dent from when she hit me. It's like I don't know, when she hit me so hard, she made my thigh muscle weak. Mm-hmm. And it was hard for me to walk. And when she hit me that day, she was washing my hair, and my hair was under the faucet, and all the water was going in my ear. But she will almost break my neck. Like when I tried to turn my neck back to make the water drain out, she would be like, and I didn't want my neck broke. So I would let all the water like in my ear or whatever. So when she was done and like dried my ear with a towel, she was talking to me, but I didn't know because both of my ears were filled with water. And my dad, like I just so happened to look at him and he was talking and I didn't even know that I couldn't hear. I was young. I was probably like 8. And I was just like, my ears feel funny, but I didn't even, because when you're young, you just like certain stuff, you don't realize things. I'm like, I know I can't hear, but I can't hear. And he was saying something, and all of a sudden, like all this water, it felt so warm, it just drained down my neck. He was like, I said she was stupid, she's stupid. And I was like, because it sounded loud, I was like, what's wrong with you? You always yelling. And he was like, I said, take the shampoo and conditioner upstairs. But he was so irate with me. I don't know how many times he may have said it. Because that last time he was like, you're about to like, I'm going to say, get it, but he ain't say get it or whatever. So, but the water came out my ear just in time. Because I don't know what he was going to do. My dad was, okay. So right now I'm 5'2", 181 pounds, right? So I don't know how the heck how tall I was. I was always small or whatever. My dad to this day, he's 6'1", like 300. So I don't have a little dad, a weak dad. My dad used to like exercise, lift weights in the basement anyway, but past that. So I got tired of him calling me stupid because for one, I never knew him. He didn't come into my life until I was 7 years old. So he was just like really evil to me, like at the age of 8. And it's like, I don't even know who you are. Whatever. So I wound up grabbing the shampoo and conditioner and the towel. And I just got it's a different spirit in me that I thank God for saving me, because I don't know where my parents would have been had they continued to, they did continue, but God was on my life because my parents are still here. I'm gonna go back to that in a little bit because I'm not that type of person. But like after a while, when you feel like you have to protect yourself, you don't know how. So anyway, I got the shampoo and conditioner, and he called me stupid so many times. I was so tired of hearing it. I was so tired of hearing it, and even from my mother, like they just took turns in just like breaking me down. So I wanted to prove to them like who was really dumb, right? So I put the shampoo and conditioner under my arm and I was squeezing it going around the dining room table. Keep in mind we was in the kitchen, so I kept going around the dining room table. My dad was like, look at her. Like, why is she going around the dining room table at the same time I'm squeezing the shampoo and the conditioner on the carpet? They just got the house fully carpeted, peach. My parents had a little bit of money so that it wasn't cheap carpet or whatever. They just got it. They only had it for like 3 days. So I'm just like, you keep calling me stupid. Put a shampoo, conditioner all on this. So I went around the table like 5 times and my dad was like, look at her, stupid A, just keep going around. And my mom was like, I don't know what's wrong with her. So he was like running out the kitchen. He was like, you think I'm playing with you? So I ran up the steps and did the same thing in every single room. I did it in my mom's room. They wasn't cool like that. My dad had his room, and just like we want to speak on another level because I don't want to take up everybody's time because I know all of us have stories, we chosen ones, and I want to hear everybody. You got a great just viewers. Like I love it, and I know you're blessed because I didn't hear any haters at all. Like I can't stand haters because haters will also make other people opinion of you change, you know. So I was like, dang, God, like, I'm gonna tell you about that anyway, because I be bouncing around. So you forgive me if I forget. Please help me out, because 2 seconds off.
It's okay. It's okay.
My brain, I swear I got ADHD. But anyway.
I have it too. Trust me, I have ADHD too, but I have it in other areas.
I gotta put notes. I have like 10-day planners for every single thing. Anyway, I know, seriously, like whatever. But anyway, so shampoo and conditioner, I was putting in every room, and nobody had a problem at that point in time. But over time, with us coming in and out of the house, being on wet shampoo and conditioner, like coming from outside, like our shoes and sneakers were dirty, so we tracking on the shampoo and conditioner. And over time, my mom and dad was like, why is it was peach carpet, by the way, just in case I didn't say the peach, bright peach. I didn't know it was going to do all that. I was just angry. So she was like, this carpet is dirty. Like, this part look gray, blackish gray. This is peach. What is in that over there? You can tell, where the couch is. So you don't walk up to the couch. So all around the couch was like perfect peach and everything. So she was like, this is dirty. And then we started having to come in the house, taking our shoes off. She was like, taking shoes off, which I didn't know, like, why all of a sudden we got to take our shoes off. But I knew what I did, but I didn't know why. So, anyway, a couple months later, the carpet was filthy everywhere except my bedroom, because I didn't mess my bedroom up. I just messed the whole house up, except, for whatever. And my dad, he said that he was trying to clean the carpet, and he put a cap full of shampoo in the water and was trying to clean the carpet. And I just wanted, again, I only did this because I wanted them to feel stupid and dumb, because they were calling me that. So he was like, my mom came home and she was like, why is all this shampoo over the carpet? Because what I did a couple months ago, him adding shampoo and stuff over it, and made like this, everywhere was just bubbly, like a movie bubbly. Like, how did you get those bubbles all in your living room and stuff? So my mom and dad got into an argument over it. And she was saying, you use more than a capsule. And I thought about what I did. I said, oh, how does it feel to be stupid? How does it feel to be dumb? That's what I was saying in my head, right? So anyway, that's just a glimpse of what I went through when I was a kid. Now, as far as like a teenager, it seemed like the older I've gotten, like, the spirit of jealousy, you can't recognize the spirit of jealousy when you have a good heart. So what happened to Shanquella, there was no way that she was going to see it, because in the Bible it says righteousness does not understand wickedness. You understand? So it's like if we don't
Dog said confirmation.
Right, yeah. I'm like, why all of a sudden she don't do that? That means okay. So righteousness, like, we don't understand wickedness. So things will happen to us, but if you don't have discernment, things are going to happen to you because you're not listening. People want to call you paranoid. People want to say you overthink. You just like all kinds of things. And it's like, no, I'm not paranoid. You really are jealous. That person really is this. This is really happening. But because most chosen ones, we don't conform to what everybody else way of thinking is. So because we don't conform, we're considered crazy, delusional, like all of these weird things that's just like not true. So anyway, past that, I'm skipping through years to get to my final point of giving you your crown. You had this video, I don't know how long, and I follow you. I have like 5 different Gmails, which makes you create different YouTubes and stuff like that, right? Like when they be like sign in, I'm like, I don't want to sign in. But I comment a lot when your links, your videos as Unguarded Hour. I call myself Unguarded Hour because that's what the devil was waiting for. He wants you to be unguarded and do stupid stuff. But then I notice, like, when people see my name, they think evil stuff, like, oh, this must be, and they're like, no, this is not that. Like, I believe in God, Jesus Christ, all of that. No, I'm just a reminder, because we all need to be reminded, but past that anyway. So one day, you had this video about the gift of hair. Girl, when you had that video, because I'm so, and I really hope there's no other YouTubers in here or anybody who would take offense to what I'm about to say, but I have the gift to hear. So when you said you had the gift to hear, I can't stand when I look at videos when people like, oh, the gift to hear is to understand, and like when you read something you understand it, and I'm like, that's not the gift to hear. Like, yeah, you can understand.
Jeremiah 33 verse 3, come to me and I will teach you the things you did not know. Also, those who have eyes to see and ears to let them see, and those who have ears to hear, let them hear. And that's spoken in a parable, and it's talking about the spiritual, not the physical.
Right, and I can't stand it. And there's another one in Matthew when Jesus said, and I can't remember the chapter and verse, but I know you can get to it. Jesus said, there's many prophets and teachers who wanted to see what you saw and hear what you heard, but didn't have it. And that verse in itself was like, okay, you don't have to be all, I can't stand that righteous spirit. It makes me want to like gag a lot. Like, you can still be in sin in the middle of doing something like seriously crazy and gotta be like, but you also been praying. So let me into your prayer because you're going too far to the left. So now it's time to call you in the middle of your fornication, in the middle of your drinking, your snorting. I don't know, you might even be an abuser or a narcissist. I don't know. I don't want to, I don't like narcissists, but God can save anybody, but I don't like them. But I'm just saying, he can even call out a narcissist if the narcissist wants to. So I'm like, God, I call on you. So let me tell you, girl, the gift to hear. And I don't want to get it like, if anybody don't know what the gift to hear, they're going to have to go back to your video because I ain't really into that conversation because it's still it don't weird me out anymore, but it's like, oh, I gotta wake up to this every day and go to sleep to it. Even when I wake up out my sleep and go to the bathroom, I still gotta listen to it.
Yes, you know the struggle. And when you hear it, you're not only hearing good, you're gonna hear everything. Okay,
you're hearing everything, and I barely hear. I don't hear. I feel like when I hear good, they be anyway. All right. So anyway, so when you said that, because people be other YouTubers, they be like, "Oh, I understood this. I have the gift to hear," and I be like, "Unsubscribe." Because you're confusion. You be playing, you don't know, and I don't even know what you operating from. Beings though that you keep saying that's not the truth. The Holy Spirit is the truth, and right now you speaking a lie. I ain't listening to you ever again. So anyway, when you said that, and then you said it was a live. I never catch your lives. I need to learn about Patreon and all this other stuff so I can get linked up with your other stuff. Because it was, you got some, I had to report whatever that was. I thought it was you really trying to contact me. It had some what's up, whatever. And then you said, I don't do that. I said, oh, this person playing. I had, that irritated me so bad. So bad. But anyway, past that. So when you said, you was like, I thought it was coming out of speakers. And I was like, when you said that, I said, she got it. That's crazy. Because I've been asking God to confirm you for me. He keeps doing it, but I be like, do it again. Do it again.
I know, I get it. Even when you're not hearing anything, it just sounds like when you're about to hear something because it sounds like a speaker that's turned on all the way up, but nothing's coming out of it yet. You get what I'm saying?
It's for me. I've been going through that since 2015. Like it was to the point I was like, I don't want to be in front of a laptop, a camera, a cell phone. I thought it was coming from electronics and stuff. And I'm like, I started going to professionals and then they were saying certain things. I was like, back up. No, you
gotta be careful because they'll put you on that medication. And guess what that does? Guess what that does? That actually blocks you from getting stronger in that gift. You get what I'm saying? It blocks it out.
I stopped. He would be like, when you come into your next appointment, I was like, and I wouldn't show up. But again, then eventually they terminated me because I wasn't showing up to appointments. I was like, I don't give a damn. Excuse me. I don't care, whatever. Because you said you're not listening to me or whatever. So so after that, I became a hermit. Because it was like and this is the weird thing. It's like, I don't know. I was kind of like, I was never preparing for this because I never thought of this scenario, but I like thriller movies and demonic movies. I'm not that type of person, but I like, oh my gosh, none. Like those spiritual warfare movies when the demon's trying to attack you when you're asleep. So I think self-consciously, I always kind of knew that was real. And I pray to God I didn't speak it into my life. Because my son and my son father, they're like, Mom, I don't want to watch movies with you. You always watching that weird stuff. It's like, but I feel like you want to watch like, drug movies. I don't want to watch that.
Like, he likes my type of movies. You know what's crazy? I used to like those types of movies they're talking about, like the nun and stuff. But when I got my gift to hear, like when I finally started hearing God and hearing everything else too, I stopped watching those movies and I went to the drug movies.
Yeah, but see, yeah, I get you. I can understand that. But for me, I didn't stop. It was like, for me, it was like I always knew something was wrong with this world. Like I always knew it. But even, girl, like I said, I just need your link so we can get some one-on-one time, because it's you. I don't know, you might got some quiet haters in here. I don't know. I'm not calling y'all haters in here. But seriously, like when you have a gift and you're anointed, it's like people also have an understanding, but then they be ready to attack because they don't understand it fully. It's like they logically want to understand it, but spiritually they don't. So it's like it made to them be a figment of our imagination. Because look, Jesus said this in the Bible: God, I thank you for not sparing. I thank you for not showing the spiritual truths to the world, but to the ones that you gave me. So I always have to remember that when people don't speak against me because I don't put it out there, but I'll be like, I know for a fact we're never in life want to see each other ever again.
And this is why I love that verse, Jeremiah 33 verse 3, because it's so sacred. When God says, come to me and I'll teach you the things you did not know, it means it's a secret, which means you ain't gonna find that nowhere but through God.
Yeah, you know what? And that's why I feel sorry for Kanye West, honestly, because he's our brother. He has a gift. And there's another verse in the Bible, and I can't remember it. I wish I don't want to be, like pulling out Bibles and stuff like that, even though like they everywhere around me. I just can't think of the verse. But it say your brothers are going through the same thing too, And okay, so this weird thing that has been happening to me since 2015 led me to go back to school, right? And it's like, it's a lot of us out here that are gifted and we go through things, but because we live in the devil's playground, the devil's world, even Jesus said, this is the devil's world. The devil is the God of this world. It's like, we have to know the enemy, but some of us don't want to know the enemy. Some of us are fearful of the enemy or feel like we're too weak to defeat the enemy. And then half of us don't even know what the enemy is. And then when we know who the enemy is, when Jesus said an enemy can be in your own house, the enemy is in your own house. A man's enemy is in his own house. You understand what I'm saying? You don't want to look at certain things, so you block it off. You're not listening. You're not reading the Bible. You're not praying. You're not fasting. You're not doing any of these things. You are still in the world, so you will never get the truth. And it's like we speak against each other. So anyway, I went back to school in August, literally this year, because you, girl, again, was saying when God tell you to do something, you have projects, you have assignments, you kept saying, okay, wait a minute, I'm sorry, I be jumping. I need to go way back. Okay, so when I was going through the gift of hair, I asked God, I said, God, I cannot. It was years later. I moved into this new house that I'm in now. I've been in here for almost December. I've been in here like a year and 2 months or whatever. And prior to this, I was testing God. You know how you don't know God real, but you know he real, but you ain't really sure. You only know because you was taught to, but wasn't really taught to. You just could keep hearing it or whatever. So one time I was going through something and I was tired. After somebody, I said, God, you know what? You talking about mustard seed faith? I went out and bought mustard seeds because I needed to know what it looked like. I have a container. They're really small. I'm like, I didn't know that. So I'm like, God, you talking about head is small. Okay. I was like, that's exactly what I have. That much faith because I'm going through too much stuff. Here go your mustard seed. Now I'm done. You God, do it. I said it just like that. And thank God he has grace and mercy. He strike me down because that was disrespectful because I was like coming at God's neck. And he did it. And when he did it, it spooked me out. And I was like, I'm talking to my son 5 weeks in the car. I said, that's a coincidence. That's a coincidence. I was like, I'm trying to hear that. He's like, okay, because he's still in the world too. You understand? He's not a bad, he don't, like we in the world when we still continue to lie, fornicate or whatever and stuff. He's not a bad person, but we do things. It's because of Adam and Eve. Them. But whatever. We was born to that. Jesus died for us. We know the story or whatever. And that was a coincidence. So I asked him for something again, and I was like, well, whatever, God. And he did it again, and I was like, God, I can't take this. I was starting to get scared.
The overwhelming type of love. It's hard to explain it because you're not used to it. You're like, what do I do? Do I run from it? Do I stay?
No, I was on my mark the other way. I'm like, people be talking. First of all, I'm gonna say this. I don't understand how people do witchcraft, be trying to make certain things happen when God make it happen without even the weird extras and stuff like that. And we tested those things out for those of us that was trying to find God, didn't know how to find God. We grew up around certain things. But when you put all of that to the side, you be like, I don't know, your friend, like my friends and my family, all of that was into it. I'm like, I don't have time for that. That takes too much energy. And when because God have control of demons. So when God allows certain things to attack you, but he still protects you in between, you be like, when he brings you to himself, you be like, God, okay, this is it. This is it. Because I done tried being a Black Israelite. I done tried being a Christian. You understand? I done tried being a Baptist. But I don't want to do any of those. I want to see what it's like to be a disciple of Jesus Christ because I don't remember him saying any of those things. So what is it like if I just follow you and put out these religions and this religious spirit? What is it like if I pick up this Bible and do what you say?
A relationship.
Girl, the relationship came with stuff that I didn't ask for. I said, God, I was going through so many things. I said, God, I said, God, if I have an enemy and I don't know who the enemy is, let me see him or her. If I can't see him, let me hear him or her. If I don't, let me feel it. He did. And this gift to hear, I didn't ask for that. I be talking to God like you always doing something extra to the point that now I have it in James 5:13-18, the prayers of a righteous person, prayer and fasting. Now I know because God listens to my prayers. I don't be asking for certain things. I be asking, but it's like before you ask God, it's like you gotta think about it 5 and 8 and 10 times and stuff, because it's like we will never understand God. You could be anointed, chosen, all these things. The truth is we'll never understand him fully. So, but what I do know is to be careful of what you ask for, whatever, things of that nature. So if it wasn't for you, I asked God, I said, I can't be the only one out here with the gift of hair, like I can't do this because it's literally in psychology called, they want to call it schizophrenia and stuff like that, And one of my classes, I'm going to school for drug and alcohol. And then in my, when I go for my bachelor's, I'm going for biblical studies because I don't really understand how people can go through therapy without God or whatever. But that's what I'm going through. So anyway, I'm like, this is not schizophrenia. And then in class we were looking it up. They don't know where schizophrenia come from. It is not passed down through DNA or whatever. But my thing is, if they would talk more about proxy recruitment and gang stalking, maybe y'all can take that so-called label schizophrenia off and you can understand. But it's called synthetic telepathy. Synthetic telepathy, they put that on people or whatever, but it's God, it's Jesus that allows us to hear it because anyway, that's another story. So I asked God to just show me something. And one day I was on YouTube and you popped up, which through you, he he helped me. Well, I never had it, but it's like the thoughts that I could have about you that I've heard you say people spoke against you. Like, you would tell them certain things and all of a sudden you're a witch. It's like, but then you was just praising me in one voice, but now I'm a witch. Like, what are you talking about? We had so many things in common. You
But
trust
now
God.
I'm a witch.
Yeah, like you like the same things I like. You understand the same things I like. I'm a witch, but then okay, then what are you now? You know
exactly, and it's so crazy because it's like, okay, because I'm speaking about a lot of things that I go through that you go through too, that you can relate to, and God is using me to share my experiences to prophesy to you. But now I'm a witch because you relate with me,
right? that happens because you already had an understanding. You have an understanding. And then within your understanding, you're no longer questioning your understanding. You may have questions personally with God, but it's not like you don't have to seek the world anymore. You already know God is a fact. Jesus is a fact. So it's like your confusion is gone. And then other people, they're still confused. So it's like they're trying to
it's not really just a confusion. The way how God showed it to me is that they already didn't like me. You get what I'm saying? They already didn't like me. That's what it was. It's like, I don't like this girl. I hate her. But a lot of what she's saying relates to me. So I'm going to just use her and get what I can get from her. And then it's like, after a certain point, it's like that spirit they have in them, they can no longer control it. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's like,
no, well, no, I understand what you're saying, but see, I'm sorry. This is why I'm gonna say what I'm about to say, because when God led me to you, because I feel like you have to type people name for their videos or whatever, and I wasn't typing in nothing. I just kept typing in God, prayer, fasting, and like all of these things. So I don't know if like one of your videos kind of related to what I was looking for, and I don't even remember the video, but you said something, and I was like, God, yeah, right. Seriously, because by the time I got to you, he answered so many of my prayers. It's like, it's not like that was the first one. It was like, I was like, God, come on. Like, when God be shocking you, like for those of us that talk, pray, and fast to God, and I'm not saying it in a religious way, but when God leads you to only him and you only have him to talk to, it's like you literally have conversations with God. So anyway, I binged watched all your videos for like 2 days straight. Like day turned into night. I didn't realize it. And it went to another day because I was just shocked. And I'm like, God, yeah, right, whatever. And then I just like you had like, okay, so my mother did a lot of evil things. She used to put my pictures under candles. The last thing she said, she is like, I've been going like, okay, so she do a lot of certain things that I don't like. And I remember being a baby, she put me in the tub and she poured this stuff on it. And she had like this tan yarn with this blue fist with this gold thing around her wrist or whatever. And she told me not to, she will always make me wear these weird like homemade charms and stuff. And I feel like whatever she did, she turned my dad against me. Like he hates me, and I never did anything to my father at all, but he hate me so much. It's crazy. He can't stand me. I remember when I was in high school, I fell on my head in gym for the finals doing an inverted squat in the air on the gym ropes, and I fell on my neck. And I couldn't get up, like I couldn't bend my neck back the other way. It was just so weird. So I was like on all fours or whatever, and I stayed like that for 20 minutes until the ambulance came. And I remember whoever came out the ambulance, they was feeling my arm. They was like, yeah, she really got all her weight on her arm because her arms are shaking. They put all the stuff around my neck, took me to the hospital. They called my parents, and then my dad, like, you can't move when you in that, whatever it is. That was the last time I was, whatever. So I'm in the, laying down, and I just seen my dad lean over me. He was like, you fell on your head in the gym? I was like, yeah. He was like, you should have died. And I was like, but I was already used to him beating me, so that was nothing. But it was like, Dad, like, you always, like, just, I don't understand. My dad, like, oh my God, like he can just kill you without even like doing anything. He know how to just like do something to your heart. Like my dad, I don't know. It was like, you know how you play a game and whatever the game, if somebody attacked the being that you're playing, a human or whatever, like the health life go down. Like every word that my dad has ever said to me physically made my heart life go down. Like I felt it every time. Anyway, so God led me to you, and you had all of these videos that I can relate to, and I was just like weirded out about all of them. And then you got this like Western, well, I don't know what part of the United States it is, but Caribbean accent and stuff like that. Because my mother used to always love to say Jamaicans, Africans. You know how they want to put voodoo and all that other stuff. Because we got you, we have some women like you in our family or whatever. So I'm like, okay. Well, I was confused when she said that because my mother is not there. And it's like, you doing the stuff that you saying that they do. So I'm confused, like, you know, who taught you? You know, my grandmother's, you know, not that or whatever. And then you were saying certain things. And it's like, you know, the more you were saying certain things, like your mind kept reminding me of my mother. And then some things
you know why? Because my mom does it too. She's secretive with it though.
Yeah.
My mom did the same things your mom did. Even the abuse, like the broom, being kicked in the crotch, like that type of abuse. Yeah, like that's narcissism. And you know, when you say your mom did certain things with candle work and stuff like that, your mom was jealous of you. That's something that I went through, and I was able to see it. It's like you have the gift to hear. God was showing me things, allowing me to see things. I saw when she did transactions at Western Union. I saw the witches that she's paying. I would hear certain conversations with my gift. So God was allowing me to hear everything, and just the same gift you have. So you can relate with me because you're going through the exact same thing I'm going through.
Yeah, and but see it and the visions, I'm gonna skip the visions because at least we know, like, I didn't have anything serious with the visions, but like when you have it's that when I had oh my gosh, when I was going to sleep, but I wasn't there, and it's like my visions okay, so you know when some people close their eyes, you can see your eyelids and it's kind of like red, but for some reason it shows up in color. Not color like how we're looking at things now, but for some reason we can differentiate color when we have visions and stuff like that. And it be like in the beginning it was creeping me out, and I would just open up my eyes right away and I would miss some things. But now because I know what they are, I try to keep my eyes closed. The last time I tried to keep my eyes closed just so I can have a longer one or whatever. Girl, I don't know. God still got me with that. The dreams, you had one video, and oh my gosh, I'm gonna hang up after this because I'm saying anyway, I thank God for you for many different reasons. He eliminated a lot of thoughts that could have popped up in my head because, like I said, when we pray, God answer our prayers, so he already knows what we want to think. So the things that my mom tried to make me think about certain women with those accents or everything, he, you know, like it was out of the door because it's like, yeah, she got this accent, but look at this, look at this, look at this. This is what you asked for, you know, and it's just totally different. But the visions, the dreams, you had this one video, you was like, you said something like you can say, show your face. Because some of these dreams, like they have bodies, but their faces is like blotted out. Almost like if you go to the eye doctor and you get your eyes dilated. Back in the day, used to be blurry. Now when you get your eyes dilated, you can still see or whatever. But it's like having blurry vision, putting eye drops in your eyes. And I'm like, these people be talking to me. I've never had so many dreams in my entire life. Now every time I go to sleep, I get a dream, and it's always like some wicked dream, and they listen to us. When they listen to us and they hear certain things,
they have the same gift, but they use it illegally. See, God granted us our gifts. They use theirs illegally. That's what it is. That's what the video I mentioned before, where I said these people will kill to have what we have, but they have to go about getting it in a different route. They have to take oaths and stuff to receive the gift that we have. That's how they're able to spiritually hear you and spiritually spy on you. But sometimes I'll be talking to the Holy Spirit in spirit, and he'll be like, shh. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna shut up. Yeah, he's letting me know that they're listening.
Yeah, I was given a word. Well, I was told I was given the word restriction on May 20th. And not to be showing everybody, I'm only talking to you, girl. But this right here, I was given the word restriction May 20th.
Did her thing go off? Let me see if she's here. Her thing went off for a second. Let's wait for her, y'all. Let's wait for her.
Can you
wow.
hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yes, you're back.
That's the devil. I don't even know why that was weird.
Yeah.
May 24th, I was given the word restriction, and I didn't understand restriction. I'm like, because I'm new into this. I don't care how old I am. I'm still a baby into this. I gave my life to God in 2020. Like I said, I'm 41. So I don't know what you're talking about, God. I have no idea. So anyway, I was given the word restriction, but I kept. Okay, in the beginning, did you talk back to them?
I did in the beginning because I wasn't sure. I was like, who are you? Why are you here? And the Holy Spirit's like, shh.
I be cussing
them
out.
Why are you telling me to be quiet? And sometimes I wasn't able to control it because when you're new to the gift, you're like blabbling. And sometimes they do hypnosis spells. So you're like talking nonstop in your spirit and you're like, I can't shut up. So then that's when I had to play music all the time. I had to play Psalms 91. So every time I play the music, that's all they're hearing because that would help me be quiet, right? So now that I'm stronger in my gift, I don't have to play the music. Do you get what I'm saying? Now I know when to be quiet and all that. But it takes time to get to that point, though. It takes a lot of time to get to that point.
Yeah, because I was talking back to like cussing them out, but then I learned to cuss them out without even opening my mouth because you know they want us to look crazy. I be like, I be using all kinds of profanity in my head and like no. And I know some people
one the other day, and the witch that my mom was paying, the one with the bandana and the plaits in her hair. And when I saw her in spirit, I rebuked her, and she grabbed my hand. And you know where Jesus was? They nailed Jesus with the hammer. She took her nail and she tried to poke me in my arm. And I'm like, I rebuke you. And then as I woke up, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little shaken, right? I'm like, God, why aren't you there? Where are you, God? I'm like, God, where are you? Where are you? He's like, I'm right here. And when he said that, I'm like, oh, I just felt a sense of relief. Like, I'm telling you, like the stuff that I battle and I see, if y'all only knew, okay? It's crazy.
That's so cool. But you had this one video when you said when you can't, you knew that you couldn't see. That's why I said when people say, oh, I got the gift to hear and see, like, but when you knew what to do, because I'm like, she said, show your face in the dream. Somehow I remember that in the dream. I didn't see the person's face. So when I said show your face, it like the face kind of like fast forwarded to me. There was no movement. It was like some demonic stuff. Like we somehow became close. And I saw this ugly woman, this young girl. I didn't know who she was. I'm like, I don't even know you. And when I said that, she ran away. But it seemed like now from this point on, it's like I forget to say show your face. And now everybody's blurry. Like I know they're really not family. What do you do when you forget to do certain things when you in a dream? And I'm gonna go because I want to hear other people's story. But I wanted to speak. I've been following you since it's been a little over a year. So anyway, like I said, God.
When you forget, just get up and rebuke right away.
Oh yeah, no, that's automatic.
Yeah, and then just say, just say literally, God, if there's any doors open that I did not know about, because they can hypnotize you. I rebuke it. You get what I'm saying? You have to say that too, because you never know. Sometimes you ever had a dream where you do something bad, like you beat someone up and you don't realize you beat them up until after you already beat them up. You get what I'm saying? You're like, why did you do that? Yeah. Sometimes you're under hypnosis because they do these spells, right? So that's why it's important when you get up from a dream, you say, God, if there's any doors that were open, if I did anything I was not supposed to do, I rebuke it. You have to say that every day just in case. You know what I mean?
I say it every day, but sis, I just want to say thank you and thank you for doing what God called you to do, because had it not been for you, God worked through you to get to me, and I'm proud, and I'm sure a bunch of other people, because I'm like, nobody understood it. You popped up, and then because you popped up, there was I still to this day people say they got this gift and it's not what they calling it. Like, it's so weird. Like, you can't hear, you can't see. Understanding is something different. I'm not speaking against other people, but people really should just stop saying that they have these gifts and they don't, because when you say you have a gift and the other person is literally going through it and they go to you for help thinking you have it, and then you don't really have the experience behind it to even explain it to that person, that's when people like you and I are called fake and phony, because these people who think they have it never even had it. So I'm gonna just say, God be my witness. I know for a fact that you have the gift to see, you have the gift to hear. And sis, let me tell you, just in case you don't know, you also have the gift of healing. Okay.
Can I tell you something? There is a woman online that I saw. Her name is Lonnie. Hi, Lonnie. She made a video about me. And usually when people make videos about me, I don't respond to any of them until I talk to God about it. If I don't hear from God, I say nothing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I told you guys that right before my birthday, the Lord prompted me to go into a fast, a 5-day a 5-day water fast. But he said, do a dry fast and then a water fast. So I mixed it. And I didn't even know I had the gift of healing. I just thought that I was supposed to encourage people. And it was literally after the fast, he confirmed what Lonnie said. And he was like, you have the gift to heal. And I was like, oh my God, you're confirming her message. And you know what I mean? So you just confirmed exactly what he told me.
Yeah, because healing is just, I think some of us may think that healing is a physical thing. Your healing is mental, is emotional, is spiritual. For those of us who may still be lost, your experience, you have boldness. It says in the Bible, God gave us a spirit of self-control, love, and power. And then Paul was speaking about boldness. And some of us, just like myself, have these gifts, but we ain't ready to jump out there yet. You understand? Like, we just can't, because it's like, it's still kind of odd and weird to us. But you know, you have a spirit of healing. You have different gifts, and in the Bible, because once you get a gift from God, you be like, I don't want it. I didn't ask for this. God, you tripping. What made you even think? What, like, you, when I said I wanted to hear and see my enemy and feel him, I meant like I wanted to see my enemy just in case we had to square up, you know, just in case we got to go back and forth tit for tat.
I noticed that the ones that didn't ask for it are the ones that have it, and the ones that are trying to pretend they have it are the ones that don't have it. Like, you do get what I'm saying? Like, they want it, and it's like, do you know what comes with that?
Yeah,
do you know
and the ones that wanted, I felt like going a different route, because when I got it, I didn't know what it was. It led me on a 2-year heavy drinking spree.
Me too. When I first found that I had it, I had to numb it.
I didn't even know I had it. I just was like, where is that? I was like, oh, like, because you be trying, you know, you're not crazy, so you trying not to snap out.
And that's why you see some celebrities, they have a drinking problem, because some celebrities do have it. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you look at Nicki Minaj and Bob, what did he say in that song? Shh, they're listening. What is he talking about? The spiritual realm, right?
It's a lot of us. It's so many of us that have these gifts, and this is what another thing. Just like you like your movies, I was never into like scientific fiction, whatever it's called. Riddick, I swear, like, I don't want to swear, but it speaks about like all the revelations, like the book of Revelations and Riddick. And when you get into the Bible, you get in God, you get in Word, you realize that there's a lot of people that's relating to the Bible, but they don't want to say it. And that's when you were saying, like, we're in different fields. Like, we're writers, we're doctors, we're psychologists, we're police officers, we're social service workers. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna leave. Can you, before you end your video, can you post like all your links? Because I'm trying to get into your Patreon. Not into it, don't, you know, not into, but
I have to get back on Patreon. I haven't been on there in a while, but I'm gonna get back on there.
When you said that, I didn't know what it was. I had to ask my son, and he was like, "Why?" I'm like, "Shut up." He was like, "I forgot you was in the 80s. What, like, I don't know what the hell." Oh my God, girl, I'm so sorry.
You're 80s just like me.
Oh, you know. So anyway, I just want to say thank you, sis. I keep thanking you. I pray that all your haters go away.
Oh, but you're feeling me. So
and
it's
whatever haters that you have is in Beatitudes, the last Beatitudes, I think it's in Exodus. It says those that persecute you, all of that, whatever, we going to be blessed. Oh, and another video you had, sis, I was so glad when you finally said, what y'all think that I just be on YouTube telling y'all what to do and how to handle stuff? It was like, I got packages, I got stuff to do. And I was like, yes, because when God give you an assignment, I've worked in corporate since I was 25. I was in the military, the police academy, all of these things. I've never been busy so much in my entire life. It's like, so you like, God will give you rest, but he will make you work.
Child, he has me working every day, and then he'll tell me out of nowhere, he'll be like, go on a vacation. You know what I mean? Like, go fly here. And then he'll tell me what to do. But then I'll be working. People don't know. Like, I'll be working. If you see me on a vacation enjoying myself, let me enjoy myself. Don't behave.
Oh my gosh.
Let me tell you something. I worked every single day from 9 a.m. to like 11 p.m. Okay.
But see, even I look at your vacation vlogs, and even when you on vacation, you still, because you are a child of God, like you ain't gonna ever be able to relax. Like you was doing your hair in this. I don't know where you went, but you was just straight chilling. You was like, now every time I go on a vacation, like they want to mess with me, and I was like that, and I just like, because I haven't gotten to your part where Jesus, well, when God, because you know the Trinity tells you to just like go relax, and then you go do that, and then you can't relax. And when I saw that, I was like, God, please don't let that happen to me. I don't feel like that. I don't feel like that.
That's
like I think
it's like even on vacations, it's like I still have to fight warfare on vacations. But God always pushes me to record my vacations. I still didn't even post my vlogs yet. But the reason why he does that is because he wants me to show people you can be fighting warfare and still living good. You get what I'm saying? Like, he'll bless you in the midst of a blessing. You get what I'm saying? Like in the midst of a warfare. You can be in the middle of a warfare and he's still blessed you. You
are blessed, but I'm gonna bow out gracefully. Just like whatever you got going on, just I wish that I could just even listen to you. You are a child of God. We are few and far from each other. I don't know, like when we getting caught up in this rap shit together, but you have been the only one. Other people have had similarities, but like and it may be a few of us even in your panel in the chat that have it, but I can honestly say God definitely always answer my prayers. Definitely. So continue to do what you do. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, baby. You're a real one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes,
you understand it. You guys understand it. I'm so happy you guys understand it. It's so hard. You don't even people don't get it. It's so hard. It is so hard. Okay, Carla, are you back? Is Carla back or is Carla?
Hey.
I thought you were hiding out, Carla. I'm like, how are you not going to answer the phone? But
girl, tell me why I went to the restroom and I was like, I'm like, right when I go to the restroom, I'm sure she's gonna call my name.
How are you?
I'm good.
What have you been going through? Like, are you going through the same thing with the jealousy and stuff like that? Like Shanquella? Like, what do you think about the whole situation with Shanquella and all of that going on?
Girl, like, I feel like, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so I feel like jealousy, like, I feel like that whole situation is just sad. And I feel like we all, for me, it's like, my experience with jealousy is I feel like I grew up with that my whole life. Like, and it's like, it started with just seeing, like, as a child, I've always been very observant. Like, I always observe the way people treat me, or like how they treat others, their characteristics. I'm always like people watching. And so when I would notice like little things that they would do, it was always the subtle, like the shade. But it's like when we were alone, they would make sure to let me know that they didn't like me. And it wasn't like
Yes.
it wasn't like, it was subtle narcissism, like that I was
had me feeling some type of way, and I kept trying to fix stuff. Like,
yes, like I did, like at first I couldn't, I thought I was doing something wrong. Like,
what's wrong with me? I was trying to fix it.
Yes, like I felt like something, I thought it was my fault. Like as a child, like you
Hello?
don't really understand, like you don't
Hello?
understand that. Oh, hello? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I think
she's
there's a.
no. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Let's see.
Wait, is somebody talking?
Yes, I think she thought. I think she thinks she thought that she was next. It's okay. Ebony, you're gonna be on soon. Okay.
Okay. So so it was always subtle little things that I would notice. And I always, as a child, I was like, okay, I'm doing something wrong. Something's wrong with me. It was my fault. It was never like they're in the wrong until you grow up and then you start to realize like you start to see how you treat like your nieces and nephews or how you treat like your children. And then you realize this is not like the way I was treated is not normal. Like it wasn't normal. Like, and that revelation hits. And so when I got that revelation, it was like I was still a child, like I was still in high school. So I understood from the jump like that like they didn't like me and I didn't understand why. And I felt like, you know, there would be moments where like she would act some type of way and then she would be nice to me, so I didn't understand like does she like me? Does she not like me? Like is it my fault? And so I was just really confused a lot growing up. And so it was always in the dark, like nobody like it was never like public, so I never got like the validation that I needed, that it wasn't just me, like it was something was wrong. And so it was just like the things that I experienced with them is like as you get older and you start to heal and then you start to understand why you're sad, you start to understand like why you're upset and you understand why you have depression. And it's not like that something's wrong with you, it's because it's like you're anointed or like there's some, I'm sorry, I don't want to get emotional, wait. I need to breathe. I hate the little voice like I'm like, let me get myself together, let me take a deep breath.
It's okay.
Okay, but like okay, so yeah, so I started to realize like, you know what, like there's nothing wrong with me, like nothing is wrong with me, like I'm just like it just happened to be that way. And you know what, like my mom was young, she was 15, and so I had a deep understanding like she like there could be some resentment there, but in a way like in a way like I'm always gonna love and have some respect for my mother, because I know like when I just put myself aside, I understand where she came from and what she went through. And so it's like, you know, how do you not know love if you didn't experience love? So, you know, we all react different. And I know like I don't understand, but I know that like the way she grew up is just like she didn't have the life she needed. So that kind of gives me comfort in a way, because I know that some in some way like she could have loved me if it was that way.
That's another reason why God tells us why it's important to forgive and not to retaliate and not to hate for being treated that way. We have all right to be sad and upset because it's not fair to us. But one of the reasons why God does not want us to retaliate and hate and to do evil is because he says if we do evil, we're no different from the evildoers, right? And also what they went through, they have not healed from. So when you have an understanding of what someone else goes through, it makes it a lot much easier for you to forgive them, because you know that they just haven't healed and they're still going through whatever they're going through. So that's what makes it much easier to forgive, right? So I totally understand where you're coming from, and take your time It's okay to feel the way you feel. Don't feel guilty for feeling sad or for crying. Like I said to the other lady, just because you feel sad about it, it doesn't mean that you haven't forgiven, because you're allowed to have emotions. You're allowed to feel hurt because of the way you were treated, and hurt because of how she was treated as well, right?
Yes, like I have like understanding, and even though like I have understanding, like I love her, but I still keep my guard up. I'm like, I love you, mom, but I'm like, I got my eye on you. Like, you know what? I'm at a distance, but I still like I got to keep my guard up because it's very dangerous. The Shanquella stuff, like this, her whole story, like it's God like really wanting to open our eyes, because it's just like you don't know, like you really don't know who's up against you. You don't know how deep it is for them. Like you really don't know how deep it is in their heart to them, and you may not even have that. You can't even perceive how deep it is in their heart. Like you don't know what level of danger it is. So that is eye opening, because we tend to just dust it off because we want to be like, you know what, we can change them, or we want to be the savior. We want to be the savior, but then we end up getting cut, and God was like, girl, you know? So I don't know. I just thank God, and I just think it's crazy.
Your heart's definitely in the right place. That's something you should definitely be proud of yourself for, because your heart's in the right place.
Oh my God, Steph, that gives me so much relief, because
Don't
the
feel,
biggest
you're not mad, you're not angry, you're not bitter, you're not resentful. Like you're just heartbroken because not only did you not deserve that, but she doesn't deserve that either. Do you get what I'm saying? Your heart's
right.
definitely in the right place. And this is how God wants us to feel about our enemies. Not to hate them, not to resent them, but to have emotional feelings for them. You get what I'm saying? Of course, we want
Yes.
them to be consistent, but also having an understanding of what they possibly could have went through as well. And like I said before, that's what makes it so much more easier to forgive them. You get what I'm saying? And forgiving them does not take away the fact that you have the right to feel the way you feel about things. You know what I mean? I've cried a lot for my enemies because I know a lot of times they're going through something that we don't even understand. And we're not going to understand it to the full extent because we are not evil minded. So it's hard to understand an evil person because we don't have an evil mind, right? Or it's hard to understand specific things about them if we haven't gone through what they've gone through, right? So, it's okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay. Like, it's sad. It's honestly like so like eye opening. I remember, God is funny because He will let you know from the jump, like from the get go. It's no like from the first one. It's like, okay, that's the first red flag. Is I'm kind of done now. Like, I'm kind of a little traumatized. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like that's something I need to work on. Like, I have like like when a dog gets so abused, like those videos. Like, I feel like that's just how we are. I mean, everyone deserves love, but yeah, I think that's the biggest revelation you have as a child of God, is that evil is real, and it's sometimes right like in front of you and you don't even know it. It's the Joseph thing, like the Joseph anointing. But yeah, I think I'm done. I'm gonna give the next person the mic, and it was just such a beautiful moment to be with you guys and to connect with everyone. We get to keep each other company, my brothers and sisters. I love you guys.
Much, Carla. Thank you.
And I like your background. It looks like it's
Oh,
so
thank
beautiful.
you. My daughter did the tree yesterday.
Oh my gosh, she picked the perfect
Yeah.
colors.
She knows I like purple.
Okay, good night. God bless you.
God bless you, Carla. Thank you so much. Hi, Peaches. Is Peaches there?
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you? How's everybody?
I'm okay.
I just wanted, pardon me?
How are you feeling about everything?
This is like a really positive experience for everybody, because everybody has a story and everybody has a great story. That's the most important thing, because I've been watching you when you first started doing with the cards and stuff like that. So, I've watched you transition into the beautiful butterfly that you are now, and it's a great thing to watch people transition into something very special, and something very something very positive, very something that God can bless, and also bless others as well. But it's great to hear these stories, because once you started telling your story, because I remember when you used to hide behind the camera, and you used to give advice, and still, and the way you used to do it, it was of course from your heart, and the best way you knew how to do it at that time. And now you develop this, I don't know how to explain it, but you've developed this sanctuary for other people, and it's a great thing to do that, because it's very hard to, with the experience that we've all gone through, and not be able to share it, not be able to share it with the family, because the family, you when you're the black sheep of the family, or labeled as a black sheep of the family, and you try to tell your story, they'll block you every which way. They'll block you. They'll excuse me. They'll block you. They'll say that you're lying. They go over above and beyond, and I think you probably know that, especially when you come from a family who does witchcraft, and who does or from a very dysfunctional mother and father, and and all that good stuff. But this is a great platform to do, to be able to speak your mind and not fall into judgment by anybody, because everybody experienced just about the same thing. That situation with your cousin, I experienced that with my cousin, and it's sad, because in your mind you're like, how or why, or I don't get it. To be set up by your own, you know it's sad. And as for my mom, I experienced the same thing. My mom came to me. I remember there was a time that my mom came to me, because I had stopped talking to her altogether, and she came to me. She asked for forgiveness, and she invited me to go to Cuba. And it's so funny, because I kept hearing the spirit telling me, don't go, even to the point that I got sick before the day I was supposed to leave. I had to go to the hospital and all kinds of stuff. And I still went, because I wanted to stay. I wanted the bond so bad that I went, even though I was sick. And it's so funny, because once I got to Cuba, she had set me up to go to jail, or tried to set me up to go to jail. And I remember that, I kept hearing like a little voice, and and I paid attention to my surroundings and stuff like that. I got there, and thank God I was able to leave quick. By the time she stayed up there for about 21 days, because in Cuba, the way the flights and stuff like that, they I think you get like 7 days, 3 days, and 21 days. I think that's how that works. And she took like a 21-day flight up there. And when she came back, to me, the Lord had revealed to me what was going to happen with her. And I try to ignore those type of feelings because you don't want bad things to happen to people, even though they're doing bad things to you, or they're doing. But she went to Cuba to do witchcraft and tricked me to go up there so that way she could do what she had to do. And I had no idea at all. So when you get those intuitions, you have to follow those intuitions. By the time I came back, actually when she came back, she got real sick. She, to the point that she couldn't get out the bed. She couldn't, she was experiencing all kinds of stuff. And my aunt, her sister, is the actual one that does the work. Called me and told me that she was going to kill animals and do rituals. She boldly told me that she was going to do it. And my cousin got. It was a big thing. Just because they couldn't catch me. They couldn't catch me. It's just, but it's just the fact that it's good that you talk about these things. It's really, really important, because if people are getting attacked in the spiritual realm, it's good that you teach them the difference as to what's good, what's bad, what to look for, what not to look for. It's good that they pay attention to what the Lord is trying to reveal to them, as opposed to the enemy is trying to reveal to them. It's just extremely important, because right now these are the days that God spoke about. And I don't know if people are paying. This is how I'm seeing it. If I don't know if people are paying attention that, when Joseph prophesied about the 7 years of prosperity and versus the 7 years of famine, and it looks like that's what's happening. There's a lot of people who are coming up. If you notice, there's a lot of people who are coming up. There's a lot of people who are building, and even in these times, they're building quickly. They're building. They're and there is famine coming along, but they're building, and they're doing these things. And things are happening, and God in the Bible, He speaks about those things that were last will be first, and those things that were last, those things that are first will be last. And you're starting to see that. You see things manifesting a lot quicker than they were back in the days. And I don't know if people are, if people,
even now, you're seeing a lot more people are more now open with their gifts than they were back then.
Yes.
People that have gifts now that are noticing the stuff through their gifts.
Yes. And I'm noticing that people, they're coming out, because he spoke about it in Revelation. He spoke about, you're going to see more and more miracles towards the end of times. Whatever end of times mean, but towards the end of times, you're going to see more and more miracles. And you're going to hear the people prophesizing about me, talking about the word. Even some of these people who don't believe in God, whatever, they're into spirituality and they're into different things. They're prophesizing. They're talking about it. They're talking about, okay, I died and I went to heaven and this is what I saw, that kind of stuff. Or people who are even in the card industry, they're prophesizing, even though they're talking about it. They're talking about the things that they're seeing, that they're forthcoming, that they're talking about it, because they weren't doing that before at all. You're seeing it more and more. So of course you're going to see a lot of more chaos. And in the Bible, it speaks about how mothers and daughters are going to go against each other. how fathers and sons are going to go against each other. And you're seeing that a lot now. A lot. Yeah, exactly. They're rising up against each other. The mothers and the daughters are rising up against each other, as well as the son and the fathers are rising up.
Because covenants are now being exposed. You know what I mean? That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah, and you're seeing it more. That's the reason why you have, even with your parents, you know, your the daughters and the mothers and stuff like that, you're seeing a lot more jealousy. You're seeing a lot more envious. You're seeing a lot more of a Jezebel spirit overall. And the Lord had revealed to me. I used to see the number 213. 213 is my birthday. And in my mind, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go play the number in my mind, because I kept seeing 213, 213, until one day I kind of like said, Lord, I keep seeing the number 213. 213. I don't know, 213. Can you be more clear about what it is that you're trying to express to me? And one day I was watching this show, and in this show, the man just comes out and he says, I want you to go and read Revelation 2:13. And I'm like, what the, this is in the TV. So it took me a minute, because I was like, okay, let me go see Revelation 2:13. And it speaks about to being in the middle of the fire, in the den of all the hell breaking loose, meaning in the family, meaning witchcraft, meaning, dealing with Jezebel spirits, envious people, jealousy people, doing things to try to come against your spirit, to try to come against your walk, to try to come against your prosperity, demonic things, and it's just sad that the people who we feel that we should rely on the most are the ones that we have to walk away from, especially when you're growing into your gift, especially when you're growing into your gift.
Also, because a lot of people we have to walk away from, which is the family, a lot of them are stubborn. They're not trying to change their ways. You know what I mean? And God has already warned them. And it talks about this in the book of Jeremiah, our ancestors and stuff like that, right? So this is why he uses us to break the generational curse, to break their covenant. And then because they know this is why they attack us, but God has to remove this for safety purposes. So it's like, it's sad, because it's like they have to do, and to just stop doing what they're doing. But it's also, it revolves around jealousy too. It revolves around, why did God pick you and not them? And that bothers me.
Yeah. That's, and you know what? I've heard my mom say that. I've heard her say, "You think you're better than me," and and I'm, the first time I heard her say that, I just, back in the days, you don't talk back to your parent, especially if you're Caribbean. You don't talk back, because it's, that's just against every whatever, um but my mom would say it all the time: "You think you're better than me," or "I'm gonna show you how much not better." And she would, it's just, I don't I just couldn't wrap my head around it. She will go to my friends and just, and say, I mean, Jesus, she would just say all kinds of stuff, and I would be like, where, that is, she said what,
But usually when someone comes out and says, "Oh, you think you're better than me, you think this, you think that," that's first, that's how you know. That's how
that's,
you
yeah.
prepare, because that means that they have been comparing themselves to you the entire time.
And yeah, but it was my mother, it was my mom's sister, and my mom's sister's daughter, my cousin. And, you know, and these are three women, and these are the women that the entire family kind of like look up to. So of course I'm automatically, and I'm the youngest. So of course, because I'm the youngest, I'm not allowed to talk. I'm not allowed to say anything. I'm not, whatever. So once you come into your power and you start talking, that's a problem. That becomes a problem. That becomes an issue. Then they want to come at you at all angles, and want to do you harm, and don't look at the fact that, oh my God, we're a family, we're related. They don't look at that at all. I would find, yeah, they are projecting through comparison. But the thing is that when you have when you have a child, you want the best for your child. You want your child to be as healthy. You want your child to do better than you. At least I did. My son is 32 years old, and my son, I bust my butt to make sure that that he do what he had to do to get to where he had to go. The father wasn't there, of course. I'm sure just about everybody's experiencing that. But I never talked bad to my son about his dad or the things that we experienced or stuff. Because I would never want my son to go against his father, because my mom would do that. My mom would put my brother and my dad against each other all the time. And because I was neutral, that was a problem for her, because I didn't go against my dad. I didn't go, my dad was gay, and my dad left my mom for another man. That's not my problem. That's not my fault. And my mom would take it out on me. Now, mind you, my dad
look like your dad?
Huh?
Do you resemble your dad?
I resemble my mother, believe it or not.
Okay.
I look just like her. My brother looks like my dad.
But did she treat your brother a lot better?
Huh?
She treated your brother a lot better?
Of course, because he's the boy.
Yep. I don't know what it is about creeping parents and the boys.
Yeah, he's the boy. So, and he's older than me. But me, I look like my mom, but I don't get it. But even when I had my son, I used to take care of my mom. My mom always treated me bad ever since I can remember, but I've always tried to overcome that. And when I got pregnant at the age of 17, had my son at 18. When I got pregnant, I took care of my mom financially. I worked my butt off. And I took, and there would be times that while I'm working, I caught her one time. I went to go visit, on my lunch break. Thank God, I went to go visit. I went to, my mom and I. We were all living in the same house, but I took a break and I went to the house. Let me say it that way. I went to the house, and I caught my mom telling my son that I was, that I didn't want him, that I was going to abort him, and telling him that she made him call me by my first name while he called her by mommy. So, and me and her got into a fight, because, and I'm sitting up there saying to myself, what is she thinking? But it was a big deal. I mean, it was a big deal. I mean, she went on telling, it's just for years, and up to this date now, I just disassociate myself from her altogether. And she's sick. She's sick. Like all of them that have done me wrong, my aunt, and mind you, I would see in dreams and what was about to happen to them next. I would see it in dreams. I would hear things. There would be times like I'm in my house and, I would be in my house and I can hear the Lord say to me, okay, don't think that way, or don't do this, or don't do that. Don't go over there. I would hear it and dream it. When something would go down, I would dream it. And then me, because regardless of how they treated me, I didn't want them to get hurt. So I would pick up the phone and I would call them. Okay, this is what I just saw. Don't do this. You're about to go do this, and you're about to talk to this person and this and that. Don't talk to this person because this person's going to do this. So when I would do that, and it would happen, they would call me back and call me a witch, or that I'm doing witchcraft, or you doing that stuff. And I'm like, what stuff are you referring to? What are you talking about? And they're calling me and they're telling the other family, mind you, because the Lord, they got caught doing what they were doing. Basically, that's all what that was. They got caught doing it. But now
yeah, they always try to project that when you catch them. They try to project it and twist it and
yeah. I mean, but it's sad because now what happens is that they isolate you. And then on top of that, they isolate you. Yeah, when the thing is that in the Bible, I think it's in Genesis, I forgot what part of Genesis, but in Genesis it talks about that you have to honor you have to honor your mom and your dad. But it also talks about in the Bible that your parents has to honor their children too, and they are not to chastise them. And it says that they're not supposed to. Under no circumstances they're supposed to. In other words, God makes it fair going across. You're supposed to honor, your mom and your dad, and once you become a family of your own, it says in the Bible, you disassociate yourself from your family and focus on the family that you have with your husband and your kids and stuff like that. And when exactly. And when when in a Caribbean family, as much as they claim that they believe in God and stuff like that, they don't practice that.
They use it as a
weapon.
They use it as a cover up, as an escape,
Yeah, but they don't speak about the witchcraft that they do, and the burning of animals, and the and all the extra stuff that goes along with that. And the sacrificial. I don't want to put that stuff on YouTube, but all the other stuff that they do, and I know that they do that because I see it. I as a little girl, I witnessed it as a little girl. But as I've gotten older in my life and cut myself from, I disassociate myself from them, I can see it. I can see when they're about to do something. I can see when they're moving in a certain direction. And when I'm not paying attention, when I'm awake, because sometimes you're caught up in doing what you're doing, the Lord will come to you in your dreams and show it to you vividly, to the point that you can't sleep. You'll wake up and you'll wake up thinking about it.
You see it in the moment too, like when they're doing it, it's like you can see it in the moment they're doing it,
and you feel it.
You
feel it. Yeah, you feel it. You it's like you can see yourself there. And most of the times what I used to do is that I used to pick up the phone and call them. And I used to freak them out. But I would pick up the phone and I'm like, okay, you're about to do this, and you're with this person right here, and you're doing this and you're doing that. I'm not doing that. Okay, so the color clothes that you have on are blue jeans and this and that is what I'm telling them. And they think that I'm doing what they're doing, which is witchcraft. And and those gifts are heavy. They're extremely heavy and extremely responsible. You got to be responsible when you're having those type of gifts.
You have to be very responsible. Another thing too is they will try to manipulate you, so because they don't want you to see that it's them doing it, they will try to frame someone else so they don't get caught. You get what I'm saying? So
yeah, they'll put somebody else in the forefront.
That's why I always tell, or use someone as a scapegoat. That's why I always tell people they can use someone as a scapegoat in the spiritual realm. it's so important to always confirm with God, especially when you're under warfare. Do you get what I'm saying? Always confirm with God, fast to find out exactly who's doing it. Because when you fast, He reveals you. You know.
Yeah, but I don't even get time to fast because they're going to different people, and I don't have I don't get the time because it's been going on for years, and years and years, mind you. I first got my gift, I think, when I was probably like 5 or 6, and I would see things, and I would go to my dad because my dad had the gift. My dad is gone, but my dad had the gift. And my dad, I remember I used to go to him and be like, I just saw this person, and he would look at me because as a 5-year-old, I never got to meet my grandparents. And the only family at that time, it was just my mom and my dad, my brother, and my dad, and my cousins, which they were in the States. That's it. But like the bigger family, like my mom comes from a 10 children family, and my dad comes from a 3. I never got to see them in person. So at that age, I'm describing who is who to my dad. And by the time I was 9 years old, my mom and my dad was separating. By this time, my dad was already going to leave my mom. And I'll never forget the day that I was sitting on the porch outside when they were inside fighting and fist fighting. And I sat there and I looked up and I saw my mom's mom, which she had passed a long time ago. And she told me that she was going to meet, I was going to meet her. And I remember going back to my mom, and I just sat there and I talked to her. I was 9. I was like 8 or 9 years old. And I remember going back to my mom and I told her, I said, I just saw your mom. And my mom just looked at me and I said, your mom looks like, I described her mom to a T. I never seen a picture of her. Nothing. And I described her to a T. And my mom looked at me and, she had like a dish or something. She dropped the dish and just stared at me. And then my dad, like was in the back because I didn't tell my dad. I just told her. And from that point on, I think she became like a little scared of me. I'm not sure, but I think she became like a little intimidated. Let me say it that way.
Because now she knows her gifts are real.
Say it again.
Because now she knows your gifts are not just real, but they're valid. Like you're seeing it,
Yeah, but she tells people that I'm crazy. She goes around saying
they do. They try to make it seem like you're crazy, and sometimes they'll tell people about it before you do. So when you mention it to them, they already have the perception that you're crazy. That's what they do.
Yep. They go, they tell, but the funny thing about that while they're spreading rumors that I'm crazy and all this other stuff, I remember this was like 2 years ago. My uncle passed on my mom's sister's side, and he used to always keep tabs. He used to always, talk to me and stuff like that. And I went to the funeral, and I remember her daughter, the cousin, the female, the cousin. She pulled me aside, and she asked me, "Well, my mom, will my mom die within the year?" And I'm looking at her. I'm like, "You got a lot of nerve to ask me that." And she was like, "I just want to know." I'm like, "But you're the one who's telling everybody I'm crazy. So why would I even answer that? Why would I answer that?" And by this time, I already saw it. I saw exactly how she was going to die. I saw, even to the fact that she was sick. This is the same lady who's doing the witchcraft, who's doing the, she's done witchcraft. She's into Santeria. She's into all that stuff. And she's done a lot of harm to people. I mean, a lot of harm to people. And she asked me if she was going to die within the year. And I'm like, looking at her. I didn't answer her. I just kept looking at her, and this is same person who tried to set me up. Also, I mean, it's just I don't know. It's just it was there's three main women, and within those three main women, those are the one are constantly attacking me or doing stuff. My aunt is the one who does the witchcraft. My mom is the one who sends people to do stuff, and she sends other people. She actually pays other people to do stuff. So I don't get it. Ooh, is Stephanie called? Did Stephanie log off?
No, she probably lost service. She'll probably be back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
but
give her a
that's just.
second. See, she's back. See?
That was my second camera battery. I have battery backups, but it's my last battery, so we're gonna die soon.
But no, and I have to say also, so the stuff that you be saying again, and I know I've said this to you before, it's on point.
Thank you. Yes, definitely. Yeah, we're going through a lot, even with the whole Shanquella thing. Like, my goodness, it's crazy. It's so crazy everything that's going on. It's like God is exposing a lot right now. He's
Yep,
exposing a lot.
yep. He's exposing a lot of people, a lot of situations, scenarios and stuff like that. Um, it's like I want to say people when they do stuff to other people and they do it intentional to want to hurt somebody or they want vengeance or revenge or whatever that the Lord speaks about revenge. He's very, very, very set against people who try to perform revenge towards somebody else or be vengeful and stuff like that. And those people who do stuff just because they're jealous or because they're envious or for whatever reason that your mind is telling you to do something, you got to be very careful
Yeah.
because now it's coming back to you a lot quicker, way quicker than before. It comes back and it's coming back strong in ways and I keep seeing it over and over again. People who've done me harm. I'm the type of person I'm not easily provoked. I'm one of those type that I just walk away from a situation and because I don't want to argue. I don't want to argue. I don't want to get into any type of confrontation or anything like that. But I do realize that within a year or less than a year, sometimes in a couple of months, something has happened to that person. So
Sometimes God doesn't do anything because he wants in the moment. Sometimes he allows them to watch because he wants them to see you thrive. You know what I mean?
yeah, but the people who I experience, they have okay. That little girl that got set up with her best friend, I call her a little girl because I'm in my 50s. And I've been there and done that. But that happened to me. That happened to me with somebody who I've known, I think, all my life. And I've known her since I was like probably 11 or 12. I've always gone to visit her and her children and her husband. Throughout the years, we were growing up together. So I saw her have her babies. I saw her when got married to her husband. I saw all of that. And she would come to my house. I would go to hers. I would spend the night at her house with her husband. She would spend the night at my house. It was one of those. My son grew up with her kids. It was that type of situation because I didn't get along with my family. I stayed away from my mom as much as I could. And this woman, I don't know what in her rights, left, up, down, mine. We had lost contact one time, but we lost contact because I had moved to Georgia. And it was because of my son. He was giving me a lot of problems in school. I was in Miami at the time, and I left to Georgia because he was just difficult, and we lost contact. This is before social media time, type of thing. And I remember when I came back, I found her. And it wasn't that long. It was like 2 years or 3 years. It's not a long time. I could see if it was like 20 years, but no, it was like 2 or 3 years. I came back, and I don't know what happened. I don't know who went back and said what. Something was going on behind my back that I don't know. Something was said, or whatever. But she tried to set me up. She had asked me to come to her house. It was a legit reason. It was her birthday, and she wanted me to come over to her house. And I went there, and again, I don't know what made her do this. And she was setting me up to get jumped. And something inside of me, once I got there, I felt it. I just felt it. And I asked her, "What are you doing?" And she was like, "Nothing, just, this, And I said to her, "So and so, what are you doing? Just, what are you doing? Do you want me, do you actually want me to stay? I'll stay here if you want me to stay. But just keep in mind, if something goes down, it's not going to end well for you. Not for me, but for you. Because you still have a conscience that you got to deal with," is what I said to her. And, and she just kept saying, "You know what? Just go home." Something happened to the girl something happened. One of the girls got in a car accident. The other girl, something happened with the car. The other girl, was having problems with the boyfriend. These are the women that was going to come and jump me. To the point that later on, about a year or 2, 3 years later, we came in contact again, and she told me that those same women that were supposed to jump me, because she didn't tell me why she was setting this up, whatever. She just confessed and kind of like said, those women, now she's hiding from them because they're going to jump her. To the point that she had to carry a gun and all this other stuff. And I didn't ask any questions because I really didn't want to know. But I get it. These times are very uncertain.
You gotta be careful around these times. Like, we really, really have to. It's like, you can't even, it's so sad, you can't even open up to people the way you used to open up. It's like you gotta walk on eggshells around a lot of people. It's so sad. It's even the people you think that would support you, because like someone said earlier, they talk about God, they go to church. You're like, "Oh my gosh, I can resonate with you, I relate with you." Sometimes you have to be careful of that too, because some people put on this facade just to get close to you. You know what I mean? Like, okay, what is she into? Okay, I'm going to be into that too. And the whole time, it's literally people competing with you, like with that with Shanquella. They're really competing with you, and they do everything like they mimic you, but then they use that as an excuse to make it seem like they relate with you, but the whole time they're mimicking you. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's why when you hang around them for so long, you realize you don't have a lot in common. You're mimicking everything I do, and you're competing with me. And then you're like, "No, I'm tripping. I'm tripping." And God has to do that to you.
You're right. I experienced that too. That's one of the reasons why I stopped going to church, because these and this a lot of this stuff that I experienced, these are people who go to friends. I'm not talking about family. Friends who went to church, praise God, fall out in church, and oh God, caught the Holy Ghost, spoke in tongues, all that stuff, and the entire time, the guy they were trying to sleep with the guy, or this, that kind of stuff, or telling me, one particular person would say to me, "I look better than you, and, and I can get more man than you can." And I'm sitting up there looking at the girl. I'm like, you in church, you're supposed to be falling out and doing all this stuff, and be merciful and, and all this other stuff. And You're competing with me. I'm not trying to compete with you. In fact, I don't, I'm not even the type of person, you know, that even looks at myself a certain kind of way. You know, I stopped wearing makeup. I stopped wearing certain things. I stopped because of the way, they're always like, I felt like they were always competing against me. Every friend I've ever had has betrayed me. Every last one of them. Every last one of them. You know, Behind my back, they talked about me. If it's not behind my back, they're doing something. They're trying. If I was with somebody, they would try.
You're purposely looking for something wrong about
Yeah.
how they feel inside about you the whole time. So they're like, let me try to find something wrong about her or him because I really don't like them and I'm really fake. But let me look for something about them to validate why I feel this way. And then they can't find nothing about you. And
So
then
they make something
they
up.
get angry. Yes, you get it.
Yeah, and so they make something up, and and a lot of times I say to myself, well, maybe I did something to them, because you go back and you try to self-reflect and you try to, okay, maybe I did something that that offended them, and I will go back and be like, okay, did I offend you in any kind of way? If I did, I'm sorry, because you're trying to rationalize, and I'm like, I'm sorry if I offended you, if I can repair it, and I would ask them, okay, what is it that I did? And they would, well, you said this. I didn't say that. When did I say that? I don't remember, but you did say that. When? Like, I never said that. In fact, I don't even talk like that. So, are you sure you're not mixing me up with somebody else? Well, I mean, one instance that I did, I would say to them, I barely talk when I'm around you because I feel like I'm walking on eggshells already. So I don't say certain things. Or sometimes I would disclose something just to see if my spirit is on point. I would disclose something just to see how they would take it, or if they would carry it somewhere. I would test them. And sure enough, it never failed.
Yep, exactly. Sometimes you don't even have to test them. They just end up revealing themselves. You know what I mean? Sometimes you don't even have to test them, you know? But this camera battery is gonna die. So I'm gonna get on to the next caller, okay, Peaches?
All right.
Thank
Thank
you
you. Good
so
night.
much. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Good night, everybody on your blessing to everybody.
Okay. Hi, Nick. How are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. It's
Hey, how's it going?
yes, I can hear you, Nick. How are you?
Doing good.
Are you okay? Like, what's been going on? What do you think about the whole Shanquella situation? Have you experienced anything similar to that, or red flags and stuff?
Yeah, it really hit my heart when I first heard it, like the story. It kind of brought me back to like certain friend groups I was dealing with before I got saved, and I know I got to know God and everything. I'm a little nervous, my bad, but yeah, it just like it's so I like the way I looked at it. I was just like, it's so crazy. Like somebody can have a good heart and and like people doing something they won't like expect, like, oh, you give me a trip for something. Like if it was me, like I'm thankful for that. Like I'm not, that the last thing I'm thinking is jealousy. And it's just like how just that I didn't see the whole video, but just seeing just like kind of clips, it was just, I couldn't even watch it all because it just got me sick. And it was just like crazy how like just everybody recording, and you know that I deal with like a certain like situation, like um I was I I was like more Catholic like as a kid, and I kind of fell off, and during my high school years and like middle school, I was felt like a looking exception for everything else, and because I didn't really love myself. I didn't really know myself. Like a lot of stuff went on in the house. So I would have these like this friend group that I would hang out with, and it wasn't the best influence on me, but I just wanted to be like, I guess, loved and be a part. And I was always like lonely, like that outsider like kid and everything. And they could be like, I was at a point like even middle school, like I was like people would like laugh at me and make fun of me. I would just like, oh, they're not laughing at me, they're laughing with me. And then looking back over it, oh, they laughing at me. And just like having that person around. And then I it says something in the Bible, but I don't know the exact thing, but it said like you are who you hang around with, kind of thing. Like and that would kind of got me like a bad influence. And it was like a point when I was I think like before like the pandemic. I was like I was like just like smoking a lot because they were smoking and going to their parties. Like I would let them drive my I would drive my car anytime like they want to go to like a party or like or I used to smoke with them. And I would like pay all the time. And they would just take my kindness for weakness. And I would just I was kind of like blinded that during that time. I was just like, oh, I got friends, they care about me. But at secret circles they would like laugh like about me behind my back. And just like, and it was just I kind of found out and realized like, because I was like dating this girl at the time, and then she kind of knew like how she those people was around me, how they talk about me. And then it was like one time like they was like my friend called me, and it's like and he was coming at me a certain type of way for like not driving or something because I was hanging out with her. And then he was like coming kind of loud. And my girlfriend at the time, she heard it, and then she was going off for me. She was like, you don't talk to nobody like that, blah 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 blah, and all that stuff. And it was during the pandemic. I had like I felt like um God opened my eyes on a lot of stuff, because I didn't I always like my mom always like told me about God. But I was I was like I was like all over sin. I was just like I was far lost from myself and everything. And I was uh like I was smoking a lot, and it was during the pandemic. Like I got the virus, and I was super depressed because I got my family sick. And then that's the first time I realized like I had like um attacks. At the time I just thought it was anxiety attacks, but now like the more I know now, majority because your videos. Thank you for giving me like hope. Like one of my first things realizing the warfare. And just like it's the spiritual realm and stuff. Like now I realize, and just listening to everybody's story, I just like hurt. I just brought me back to like I was like I was at a point I was blaming myself, like, and I would talk to my family. I would just so if someone talked to me, I would just like hear so much doubt thoughts and wanting to tell me I should hurt myself, I'm a bad person, all that stuff. The devil is a liar, but now I don't believe that stuff. But before I thought I was looking to these friends for advice. And they would just put it all on me and say like, oh, that means we're not good friends. That means something like, oh, you don't feel comfortable. You wanna. Cause I was feeling suicidal back in the day, and they was put blame on me like, oh, we're not doing nothing. Like it's like we're doing something wrong. And then I was like, no, it's not that. It's not that. And then I feel like I couldn't talk to nobody. And I couldn't really talk to my family too much about it. and I broke up with my girlfriend because I was so it was so much loud for me. I would just block it with weed and smoking. Like, oh, I did this before. Maybe this would work and everything. And then I then we woke up because I was just lost and everything. And then I was like at my lowest and everything. I broke down, and my family like got like a little nervous and they called the cops on me. So I went to a psych ward for like a day, and during that time uh I was kind of scared. I didn't know what's gonna happen, or it felt like a movie type of thing. And then I was they made me talk to therapy, and like some I think you was talking about earlier with somebody, but it was like the devil used people in different areas, like doctors and even therapists, and it just crazy. And it's because during that time I opened up. I was like, I just needed somebody to talk to because I always kept it to myself. So um uh I wanted to. I needed to change. This is not me and everything. So that when I first started seeking God, like watch YouTube videos, and I remember I was just parked in the car, and then when I seen a YouTube video, just lights popping up like whoa, just on the area, like sitting outside, and it just felt like a peace. Just like I know what to do. I'm just gonna stop these bad habits, smoking. Be careful with these certain friends. I'm just gonna just focus on me. And then I was talking to. I went back to the therapist because I had to. And I told her all this stuff. Like, yeah, I just maybe therapy's good. I want to heal from this stuff, and I don't want to do this stuff anymore. But it was like Catholic charity, so I already had a bad um experience with Catholic period. So just she was telling me, because on the when you go to like therapy and stuff, you have to like, I mean, I mean, I think I remember it. You said like, oh, now she asked me like, are you religious and stuff? I said yeah, and then um she was like like had meds and a lot of medicine on her, and she said, oh yeah, like she was giving me examples like, oh, you see when someone's have a broken leg, it's like, yeah, they need a bandage, and this is all the pills is, go take it, you have to take it, blah blah blah. I was just like, no, I don't want to take it. And then she was just kept saying some stuff about like God with like meds. I was like, it kind of feel weird, like kind of feel forced. And I said, no, I don't want to take it. And then the day after, it was like Christmas Eve, and on the morning Christmas, they I went to they called this the psych ward again. So during that time, I went to it was like Christmas Day. I went to the psych ward for like 2 weeks. At the time, I didn't know how long. They said I was gonna go to that place, and during that time, like I I didn't believe my parents would do something like that, or like it just kind of felt just so surreal. And when I was there, I just had like so much like confusion and just anger and everything. But it was a blessing at the same time, because that's the time I really got close to just cutting the surroundings off and got just not feel like it's a rush to do anything. And I was just praying to God, and that's where my weakness, like my weakest times, I was praying and everything. And uh, I don't want to be too long, but after the fact, going out the hospital, they the therapist said I had schizophrenia, but I found out I was misdiagnosed like a couple months after. And uh, like when I first got out, I was just I during in there, I had like a lot of dreams of just attacks. I didn't understand. I thought it was just my own head, but like I was like having serious spiritual warfare. And then I just felt crazy. They said I had schizophrenia, but during that time, I felt happy about the situation. If I have it, I have it. You know, I'm grateful for everything that happened, even the friends that did me wrong. So I went back to that stuff, but I was overdosed. So like, I just I was like happy. I wanted to talk about it, and I was like, oh, I learned so much stuff, and it was a blessing. I was just teaching about stuff and everything, and then they were just laughing at front of my face and everything because when I was talking, I talked in a slow response because I was like a bunch of mood mixtures, mind stabilizers. It was just too much for me, but they were just like made fun of me and even drove my car and all that stuff, and it was just it took me so down, and they would call me after and all that stuff. It was a whole thing, and then I found out I went to a new like therapist, but not really looking for therapy, just looking for a job. It was like a career coach. Like God, I feel like God put her in my life because she was in the same situation as a kid, so she recognized my symptoms of because she kind of dealt with being like over medicated and certain reactions. You act slow if you get too much of this sort of medicine or another sort of medicine, and then she got me checked up, and then they said I don't have schizophrenia. I don't need no pills no more, and then I was good. And then yeah, yeah, and that situation like just opened my eyes. Like these friends I had um for for that I already trusted and everything. Like a lot of them didn't call me, didn't support me, and it was like more envy, and I kind of always felt. And I remember my mom always said that they would like give me dirty looks when I didn't know, and then I got when I got like closer to God, I finally got a nudge to just cut them off like completely. And now I just been just I don't I'll be cordial to people, but I don't have too much friends because I feel like right now I'm in the just learning, just trusting God completely, and kind of I would kind of say wilderness season, but I don't know, I'm trying to just dwell and just know God more, and whatever He called me to do, I want to do.
Amen. You definitely have a purpose. Definitely. I'm so glad you finally released those friends. Oh my goodness. Somebody mentioned that you'd be a good poet. Remember when I told you about the writing?
Yeah, I I found out from this it's just a program that I could maybe go to class for free.
Did it?
I could go free. 'Cause I was stressing about getting money, so I was just like, oh no! Like when I found out I could go there for free, I was like, okay, I'm gonna do a writing course. So I'm gonna start applying this week for the spring and fall semester for writing and stuff, poems and stuff like that.
Get into it. Remember the other thing I told you about the career relating to that. Okay?
Yes.
Yes, you need to start that. Okay. Yes, thank you so much for sharing your story, Nick. We appreciate it. And guys, whoever is up here, I know there are people underneath that want to come on. I cannot let anybody else come on after I finish Ebony, and I think her name's Liv. But guess what? I'll be back on Saturday. I promise. Okay, I'll be back on Saturday, but I won't be on long on Saturday. Okay, so if you want to come back on Saturday, you know what? I'll check the live after and write down the names, and you guys will get the first you guys will be the first ones up. So there's Ruby, Felicia, Mirandy, and Vanessa. So you guys will be up next on Saturday. I promise. Okay, I'll be on Saturday, but I'm not gonna be on for 5 hours on Saturday. I'm gonna be on for like an hour and a half. Okay. So we can talk more. We'll probably share more testimonies. We'll stay on the same subject, but I won't be on that long. Hi, Ebony.
Hi, Steph.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. I apologize for keep muting in and out. I did not realize that I was controlling that.
That's okay. That's okay. How are you doing? How do you feel about
I'm
everything
doing
going
fine.
on?
How are you?
I'm okay. You know
It,
what? I'm okay. I was energetic, and I'm like, wait, I'm getting tired now, and I'm on my third battery, so I'm still okay. I still have some
oh,
energy, but I don't want the battery to
oh,
die. You
good.
know what I mean? I'm just afraid the battery's gonna die before we get to like. That's why I'm like, you know what? Just to be safe, I'm gonna just save everybody's names for like the next chat, so the battery doesn't die on anybody. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Stephanie. And I concur with everyone that has gone before me that you have been such a blessing and you are a blessing because a lot of the things that I was dealing with, I could not find anyone that could relate. And it was very hard to find someone that could relate. I mean, when I first got, came to God and Jesus and everything, I was seeing things that I had never seen before. I would literally see spirits walking around. I would I would hear, God would allow me to hear conversations, and it scared me because, and I would like, oh God, it is even talking about it is embarrassing because I'm like, Lord, I know I'm not the only one that's going through this. When I say I would hear spirits, I would see spirits walking around in my house. I would see spirits jumping in one person into the next person. I would see all of this different stuff that I could not understand. I would dream things. The Lord would, and as far as the Shanquella case go, I have experienced, yes, that jealousy before. As a matter of fact, on one of your videos, you had I was having a dream about my cousin, and this I experienced with a cousin and a supposed best friend. And I kept having these dreams about my cousin, and she was very angry with me, and I couldn't understand why she was so angry with me when I would have these dreams. I had maybe like 3 or 4 dreams about her, and I would say maybe after I had those dreams, the next day or maybe 2 days later, you said you came on and you did about a minute video. It was a really short video, and you said you have a cousin and she's jealous of you. And you said, but the Lord, you already knew this. You already knew. I'm just here to confirm. And I was like, no, I never even imagined that she would be jealous because growing up, I was trying to do the things that she did. And because she was a lot older than me. And I was like, well, why is she jealous? What do I have that she would be jealous of? And I just could not understand that. And so as time went on, it took me a while to, like to cut the ties because God was really had to show me, I was thinking, that family, I'm not supposed to discard the family. God, of course, God wouldn't want you to leave your family or cut ties with your family and stuff like that. He said, love your family. God is all about family and stuff like that. And I was like, God, I don't understand what's going on. Help me understand this stuff that I have. And so my mom, I'm fast forwarding, my mom, I was married to now what I now know as a narcissist. And at that time, we had been married for 21 years. The Lord showed me a lot of things when I was with him. I would have a lot of dreams concerning him, and I could not interpret my dreams. I had a lot of dreams of like bullets being shot at me, just a lot of dreams. I had a lot of spiritual warfare in that relationship, and I could not understand what was going on. And I was like, God, help me. And so I stayed there for like 21 years. And I said, Lord, people would not believe what I'm going through. I don't, have anyone to talk to. No one can relate to what I'm dealing with. And it was not until I was introduced to your videos by a ex-coworker of mine. She said, I need you to listen to Stephanie P. Smith. And she said, and she really couldn't understand what she really, because she went through a lot of things that I went through too. She said, I want you to listen to her because she helped me with a lot of stuff, and I've been listening ever since. And when I said these last videos here for the last week and a half, and even before that, has been dead spot on. Spot on. I can ask God or pray to God for something, and He would actually, tell me, and then you would come and confirm it. So I was like, oh my God. And this last video about you were the one that got away, or that one that I had dreams about, my narcissist ex coming back trying to apologize and all that type of stuff. And then you came and confirmed that. I was like, oh God, what is happening? But it's just all the spiritual aspect of it. I didn't.
He scares
I'm
me.
sorry.
The Lord scares me with that too.
It scared me, Stephanie. I would see I was like, God, you spring this on me just like this. I don't understand it. I would be scared to sleep at night. I would sleep with every light on in the house. That's how scared I was.
Don't do that, girl. Don't let them see you. Don't let them see you sweat like that.
I know, and this was like before, and I'm learning about it now. I'm really learning about it and how to really just like pray to God and ask Him what's going on. And I was like, Lord, I'm stuck with all of this stuff, and I don't have anybody to relate. But now I thank God that He has brought someone that can relate to the things, and I can concur with what Nick said, because I checked myself into a psych hospital because I thought I was going crazy because of all of this spiritual stuff that was going on, and I didn't realize it was spiritual at the time. I actually checked myself in, and man, I was like, God, what is going on? Because what I was seeing, I could not believe the things that I was seeing and hearing. And as far as the jealousy go, God had, released me from a fake friend. I was saying I would share with her everything. We prayed together. We went to church together. And I was like, God, this can't be the person that you're telling me about to break ties with. You can't be the one. And you also gave me another video about that. And you told me, God said to keep your mouth closed, stop sharing everything, that this person is not your friend. And I, I learned the hard way. I kept, confiding with her, and the God was still, nudging my spirit, hey, you need to stop. And then I had a dream that she came in and trying to come between me and my kingdom spouse. There was a lot that was going on. Yeah, she tried to come in between me and my kingdom spouse. I had a dream. The Lord let me hear conversations that she had about me. And she was very angry with me, and I would brush it off. I was like, Lord, we pray together. She can't be. I thought it was the enemy and everything. So I had to go back and repent to the Lord, because I rebuked the thinking that it was the enemy. And so I finally cut ties with her. And you also gave a video, and you said, when they come to your mind, it's not you, it's them. They're thinking about you and stuff like that. I said, Lord, I know you said that you don't want me to talk to her anymore. And so all of this stuff is just coming like confirmation, and I can like breathe again, because I have somebody that can actually relate to the things that I've been going through and have seen like growing up, and that the Lord has saved me from.
Let me tell you something funny about the psych ward thing that you went through. So I remember my mom, she paid this woman in Jamaica to make my mind go mad, right? And it was her and another lady. And my mom brought me to the psych ward. Okay, and they admitted me in the psych ward. But in the psych ward, they tried to give me the medication. I wouldn't take it. Everybody else took the medication. I'm like, I ain't taking that.
Yeah.
I refused to take it. And they were getting mad at me because I wasn't taking it. They were like, you're gonna have to leave if you don't take it. I'm like, so
right.
I'm in a room, and I was actually meditating because I was hearing the spirits, right? They were sending me, and I was seeing a lot of the visions and dreams. And I sat there in the room, and I was meditating. And then the doctor was actually, psychiatrist was actually an African doctor. So my mom ended up bringing me some food, and she brought me a toothbrush. And when I took the toothbrush, the toothbrush package was open. When I put the toothbrush in my mouth, it was bitter. I just had to spit it out. I'm like, no, why is it bitter?
Wow.
So when I got the food, I gave it to the psychiatrist. I'm like, I don't want this food. And he's like, why? You have to eat it. I'm like, do you believe in voodoo? And he literally did not touch the food. He was like, because he knew.
So he knew.
He knew.
He
And then what
knew.
ended up happening, they let me go the next day. So, and I told him something about his life that was true. I forgot what I said, but he was shook. And then my mom tried to admit me back in the psych ward again, like 2 other times, and they wouldn't take me. They're like,
Oh, they was. That's funny. That the psych ward would take you. That's me. Oh man.
you're not the
But
only one that goes through. I'm telling you, what you're going through is real. It's
I
real.
know, but now that you said that, so as I, started talking to the Lord about it and growing in God, I was like, I could relate to another young lady. I was called a witch, by an ex. I don't know. I was in this ministry, and the Lord allowed me to see a lot of things in this ministry. He showed me the pastor. He showed me how her walk actually is with him. And she would come to me and say, I know God shows you a lot of things. What is he telling you? And the Lord would not allow me to tell her. I said, well, he won't allow me to tell you. And so when I finally left her ministry, she told everybody that I was a witch and everything. And I was like, oh God. And it really brought my self-esteem down because
Always when you see the truth, they want to call you a witch.
yes, when they would say things like that, because I didn't know and I was still learning, I was steady trying to fix stuff about myself. Like I was like, if they say I was a witch, I would try to, okay, Lord, what am I doing? I'm a witch. Okay, what do you want me to do? And I was just repenting to the Lord. I would just allow people to, like you would say, deflect what they was feeling about themselves onto me. So I would try to fix stuff about myself. I would try to fix the way I talk, fix the way I walk, fix the way I dress, just fix anything because my relationship with God was not as strong as I wanted it to be. And so once he finally removed me from everybody, my mom, I don't talk to my mom. I can relate to a lot of people online that say, they cut off the relationship with their mom. My grandmother told me that my mom actually tried to kill me when I was, but when she was carrying me, and she kind of whispered it to me, but she told me like maybe 2 or 3 times. She said, your mom tried to kill you. And being young, I really did not, pay attention to it because I was so young. But she told me, she said, you're not supposed, your mom tried to kill you. And I was like, oh God. So as I got older, I really wanted a relationship with my mom. So I moved her in with me and my husband. And the Lord years later told me, he said, that was not your husband. He was your lesson. So the Lord was with me. I thank God for being with me. But my mom, I moved her into my home, and I had so much warfare between the two of them in my home. I didn't realize what it was. I didn't realize that they were fighting against me, my ex and my mom. And I was like, God. And then it wasn't until the Lord removed both of them that I was able to see clearly. And God moved me into my own place. And I was still thinking about my mom. I want to move my mom in. That's my mom. God, I know you don't want me to put my mom away. And I went back to all about family and all of this type of stuff. And the Lord simply said, she is not to move with you. And I could not understand why he said that. And I was, of course, I wanted confirmation. After confirmation, I was still listening to your videos and you was confirming what God was saying. But I was like, I'm sure God is not saying that my mom. I'm sure he don't mean my mom. And it wasn't until I did what the Lord told me to do. I had all the peace. I got my house because when in the process of getting the house, I had so much trouble with it coming through. But when I released her, the house came through, everything came through. And I was like, oh God, I just didn't realize that this was the fight that I was fighting like my whole life. Just about my whole life, from the co-workers to the families, cousins, moms, brother, and all of these things coming at you at one time. You're not understanding what's going on.
The thing about it is people that associate themselves with the ones that are doing this to you, it's like they know what's going on, but they pretend like they don't know because they don't want to get involved or because they're also part of it,
Right. So I appreciate you, Stephanie. I thank you. I'm like the one other lady. See, I watch your live like every day. I have my notification button on. I'm like, hey, I want to catch every notification that come on.
Oh, thank
God,
you.
you have really been a
Sometimes God be like, pose. And I'm like, I don't feel like it today. I'm like, fine. Throw on my robe and my head wrap, and I'm gonna sit in my bed today. I don't.
right. And I do understand. I do understand. Working for God is a very rewarding work, but it's very tedious at that. But I do appreciate you. I appreciate you for everything, Stephanie. You just don't know how much you have helped my life and are helping my life,
Yes.
helping me understand. And you say God will use people, and I am a witness that God is using you in my life. And I actually pray to God because I've learned how to pray and say, Lord, is this the person that you want? Is definitely okay with you? And the Lord showed me, and God is my witness, a dream of you giving me messages. And he has a way of confirming his word with me. He has this thing that he lets me know that it's him. And
Yeah.
so I agree that I am wholeheartedly in agreement that the Lord is using you and he is blessing your life and that you are used by the Lord. I don't have a doubt in my mind because after going through so much with and
Yeah.
seeing so much, it's like, okay, God, she sounds like she the one. But after seeing so much and going through so much hurt and so much fakeness, when the real thing comes, it's easy. It was easy to say, oh God, here we go again. But the Lord, I learned to pray and ask the Lord to say, okay, God, is she real? So
Thank
so
you.
I know.
Thank
Yes,
you. I also ask God all the time before I always pray, like I told you guys earlier, I always say in my prayers, God, if there's anything you need anyone to know and it's according to your will, then I'm open to accepting it. You know what I mean? I always pray that. So it's like I'm asking for permission. I don't just, okay, I got a message. I always pray to God if it's according to your will. So therefore, if I do anything for anybody, I know that God is giving me the permission and he's giving me details. Sometimes I wait it out to get more additional details just because I don't want to just rush and post anything. And he'll just nudge me and I'm like, okay, I get the point. I'm going to do it now, So when I hear stuff like this, it makes it a lot more comforting to know that people know that he is actually showing people. And you know what I mean? Because it makes me feel like, okay, God, you're not just leaving me hanging here.
And it also shows me the love of God, how much he loves us and how much he loves me to be so concerned about the things that concerns me. And to give it to someone that he know I listen to on a daily basis. He's like, okay, I know she's gonna listen to, so I'm gonna confirm it. And I forgot about what I asked the God. And when you confirm, I was like, oh yeah, I did. Oh, thank you, Lord.
Yes, and that's the thing. Sometimes people don't understand that God will give the messages to someone who's open to receiving it, like who's going to actually obey and post it. Then he will consistently give the message to that person. It's just about your obedience and being open to receiving it. You know what I mean? And remember, back in the day, they never had social media. So the Lord is smart. He's like, I'm gonna use this social media, okay, and I'm gonna get
people. So good. Thank God for social media.
It's like back in the day where a prophet has to pack his backpack up and walk for like days to get to someone to deliver a message. Now it's like, okay, God said he's gonna pour his spirit on his children, his sons and daughters in this season, and he's doing it with a lot of people. And he's using social media because it's an easier way to get to a lot of people, because that's what's available now in this decade, in this century, in this time, in this era. I love when I hear you guys confirm to me, because it makes me feel so much better, because even though he confirms it to me a lot, I'm always like, God, are you showing them? Are you showing them what you're showing me? Or are you just leaving me hanging? So it's so comfortable and happy.
He is.
Thank you.
But he does have me in a season of isolation. After breaking away from everybody, I am in an isolated season, and he's showing me what to say yes to and how important my peace is. And I was like, oh God, after going through all of that warfare, I was drained. Seriously, I was so drained. And God isolated me, and he's like restoring me. Surely he's restoring me. He's taking very good care of me. Stephanie, thank you so much. I am so.
You have to trust the isolation period, because I'm telling you right now, the isolation period is a step before he starts to elevate you. So
It is, and I have
period.
got in the isolation period. I went through so many doubts, and you have come through with videos about. I mean, like, God, really?
Yeah.
And it helped me to stay on track. I was like, Lord, I was like, God, are you with me? I was the one that was saying, God, am I doing the right thing? Am I on the right track? You had posted a video of that. I was the one that said that like 3 nights ago. Am I doing the right thing? Am I on the right track? God, I don't feel anything. I don't see anything happening. I was the one.
It's crazy because I said the same thing last night, and I'm like, God, are you giving me this confirmation just for me, or should I post it? And early this morning, he gave me a confirmation. He's like, someone else has to hear it. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that was me. I'm always asking, am I on the right track? Am I doing the right thing? And I think, Lord, I don't want to question you. I'm not questioning you to doubt you. I just want to make sure that you told me anything that's not like you, that's in me, anything that's not like you, that's in me is coming out. So I want to make sure that I'm on the right track. So, and God has really come through. So I appreciate you, Stephanie.
Thank you so much, Ebony, and thank you for being patient as well. Thank you for those that never got to come up this time, that's coming up Saturday. Thank you for being patient as well. You guys are going to be the first ones up, okay? First ones up. Thank you so much, Ebony. Hi, Liv. How are you? Hi. Oh, Liv is showing her cam. Liv, your mic is off. 1 second. Let me see if I can turn. Oh, you gotta unmute your mic, Liv. Okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh my gosh, it's so nice to see you. I watch you every day for like motivation and stuff, and you just pop up on my phone, and it's like hearing your voice and everything is just like so like soothing. Like I hate to say soothing because the Bible says no soothsaying and stuff like that. So I put you in that category, but I don't know. I'm just so honored to like be a part of this community.
I'm so glad that you're here, and I'm happy that you're here. Thank you so much. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm doing better, you know, just healing. With like the Shanquella situation, like I definitely have. Well, okay, so I don't want to say like I'm grateful for how everybody is able to like learn from her lesson and like learn from what happened to her and everything like that, because it was like it definitely was like an eye opener for a lot of people. And with like I don't know, with everything that's going on nowadays, like you just don't know who you can trust to be the people who are closest to you, your family, the people who will be in your face every day. You know, you just don't know who you could trust. And yeah, I've had my fair share with jealous friends, and I always hate to like acknowledge the fact that somebody is jealous, because I feel like it makes me feel like, oh, I'm conceited or something. Like why would they even be jealous of me? You know, I don't really have much to be jealous of. If you was to look behind the scenes, like it's not what they probably might think it is, you know? So I don't know, but it's definitely a hard thing to deal with, because I feel like I'm often in an isolation period in my life. Like I'm always going through different seasons of isolation, and I just feel like I feel alone most of the time. And I like my space. I'm an introvert, you know. I like being alone, but I just often feel like very lonely, and I hate that feeling, you know. And when someone comes along, a friendly face, a friendly smile, and you know, and you feel like you could trust that person, or you feel like you could relate to them, and then they end up being just like the last person or just another lesson. It's just like that's just really hard to deal with. And yeah, I've been dealing with I feel like I've been dealing with that back to back for a few years now. And it was literally just last night when I was talking to God, and I'm just like I came to like during my prayer with him, I just came to the realization that like it's been 2 years since I've actually like felt like myself. And like I feel like I was just backtracking and like thinking back to where I've lost myself and who I lost myself in, you know, things like that. And I don't know, there was this one specific friend that I could not get over. Like when I met her, I just knew that we would click, you know, I knew that we would be meaningful in each other's lives. I actually had a dream about her before I met her. And but the dream that I had about her was like weird, because we was my boyfriend at the time, who I was with, in the dream we was like it was me, my friend, wait, no, that's not how it was. Yeah, it was me, my friend over here, and then my boyfriend over here. And they in the dream they were just like talking and giggling and laughing. They were like reaching over me to like talk to each other. And I remember feeling like really left out. But then I also remember like the smile on their faces, and I like it was happy. It looked like a happy moment for them, but for me, it was just like I was caught in the middle of something weird, you know. And uh, yeah, when I met that friend in like the physical, when I actually met her in real life, I didn't want to like think that that would be her or that would be our outcome or whatever, you know, like she would betray me in any type of way. But it was just like this feeling that I couldn't shake. Like I just felt like just something was off, and I always would try to like give her the benefit of the doubt. And then I would always go back to myself, and I'm just like, okay, is it me? Like, am I feeling some type of way? Is this like some type of inner jealousy towards her that I'm just like, I denying or something? Like I will always constantly try to like check my own heart, and I'm just like, okay, this doesn't even add up or whatever. I feel like I skipped a whole bunch of points in the sentence.
It's okay. Take your time.
Yeah. Thank you. But yeah, I never wanted to think that she would be anybody who would like betray me or anything like that. Like we kind of look similar too, so it just felt like she was like my sister from like another mister. Like I just felt like she was supposed to be in my life or whatever. And yeah, it ended up to be like all the dreams and all the feelings that I would have about her, I would always like try to push that aside. And I'm just like, okay, maybe this has more to do with me than her, because it has been a while since I've had like a true close friend. It's really hard to trust females, you know, like anybody period, but female friends, you know how they could just be, you know. And I'm just like, okay, maybe it's me. But time and time again, like even when I would ask God, he would confirm it to me. Sometimes he would just confirm it through like a gut feeling, because like it was like, you know better at this point. Like I already told you to distance yourself, whatever, whatever. But God was like, I feel like he allowed me to feel a lot of sympathy towards her, because I think he wanted me to understand why she did what she did and where she was coming from and things like that. But I feel like I took that feeling and I kind of did what he didn't want me to do with it. Cause like sometimes like God wants you to forgive, but he doesn't want you to like forget and just like be dumb to what happened to you. You know what I'm saying? So like I would forgive her, and I would like when I would feel all the sympathy and everything, I would forgive her, and I'd feel like again, like I'd be the problem. Okay, so if she's going through this and she's been through this before, this is why she's probably doing this. This is probably why she's moving this way. So maybe I should just give her the benefit of the doubt again and again. But no, that was just God. I feel like now looking back at it, that was just God trying to help me to forgive her faster and then be able to move on, you know? But it took like a long time for me to, it's been like over a year since I've seen her or talked to her or anything like that. And it just took me a long time, even with like new people coming into my life. I'm like, can I trust you? Can I trust you? And then the fact that I haven't seen, I mean, I haven't had a close female friend like in a long time. And then my boyfriend at the time, we was together for a while, like for about 2 years. And then we was also really close. Like he was like my best friend, you know? So those were like the two most important people to me in my life at the time. And like the fact that they kind of I feel like they betrayed me together. It was just like, you know, they didn't sleep with each other or anything like that. But there was this one time I was walking back from work. I used to work like right across the street, and I was walking back from work, and I see them like in the car together, and I'm like, that's just really weird, because they only met each other through me, you know, like, and they never hung out with each other, like they didn't know each other beforehand, you know. And another thing that like stood out to me about that was the fact that like I actually asked him to come to my job just to like check on me real quick, because there was like, I don't live in like the hood, the ghetto or nothing, but it was just like, it's a little rundown, and there are like people who come in and they're just like give weird vibes and stuff like that. So I just wanted him to like come in, make sure everything was good, because I was just feeling weird. And then he never came. He was like, yeah, I'm coming. He just never came. And I ended up walking back, and he's in the car with her, and I'm just like, wow, you know. And I feel like, you know, at the end of the day, love can come and go, but I feel like a friendship may be stronger at the end of the day. So I kind of like, I kind of chose my friend over him, basically. Like, not in the, I mean, in the long run, not immediately, but like in the long run, after I realized like things aren't even going to work out between me and him. And at the end of the day, my friend is probably going to be there for me more than he is or whatever. And I don't feel like looking back at it, that wasn't the case at all. Like, they were both really shady towards me, and it was just, I don't know, it was weird. And I had about I had I think it was just one more friend that was really significant to me afterwards, like that I was able to trust again after not being able to trust that other female friend and figuring out that she wasn't like for me or whatever. And it was like the same thing again, you know, the girl that I tried to try to be friends with, try to be helpful with or whatever. And she ended up just jealousy got in between it, like catty stuff, little female stuff. And I ended up getting jumped by her and her sister and her boyfriend. Yeah. Her boyfriend jumped into, and it was like, wow, that's crazy. And my so-called friend that I've had for like years stood there and watched the whole thing. Like, she didn't record or anything. It wasn't like a Shanquella event, really, not in that matter. But she stood there and watched the whole thing, and I feel like she could have jumped in. So I was just like, I felt like back to back to back, I was going through a season of like God showing me who my friends really are and who's not for me. And it felt like the more that I tried to be a friend to somebody, the more God kind of like restricted that. The more God was like, you know, like, it's not time for you to make friends. It's not time for you to focus on finding love or things like that. You know, it's time for you to focus on yourself. Like, because when I put things into like, when I try to look at it from like a bird's eye view or whatever, you know what I'm trying to say? When I try to look at it from a higher perspective or whatever, I'm just like, okay.
That's why he always shows me, whenever he wants me to see things from a higher perspective to make me feel better, like, hey, be the bigger person kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
He'll show me a vision of a giraffe.
Because they'll see everything. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So I would try to like look at things from like a higher perspective. And I'm just like, okay, well, years ago, I would never imagine myself being in this position where I would have my own home, I'll have my own car, and you know, I'm not even like 25 yet. So I'm like, this is really the time where I should be focusing on my dreams and my passions. And like, I'm in the space right now to just focus on myself and focus on my goals and everything. And I don't know, I just have a bad habit of putting other people first and trying to worrying about other people and making sure everybody else is good and things like that. And
you gotta put some boundaries on that, especially too, because you're still young and you got a home and you got a car. You're gonna have some people feel some type of way around you because you're young, you're doing that, and there's gonna be some comparisons. Then they're gonna gang up on you, because what ends up happening is when someone feels some type of way about you, and you know, and let's just say the person's jealous, and then the other party's feeling the same way, most of the times they'll team up against you. Because why? They can relate to the other person because they have something in common. What do they have in common? They're jealous of you, right? Yeah. And most of the time people will try to validate how they feel about someone, and they try to validate themselves, but there's nothing more validating than someone else that can validate with them. Do you get what I'm saying? That's why you always see your haters teaming up at the same time against you, and because they have that in common, you know?
yeah. But I can never understand that either. I mean, I know that's just like a female tendency to just like have the jealousy in common and whatever. But yeah, I don't know. It was just, I don't know. There was something else I forgot.
I feel like it's just a competitive nature that like a lot of females have. That's what it is. It's like, and remember too, like I feel like, isn't there like a statistic that says there's more females than men or something like that? So it's like female always try to compete with each other for the attention of men. It's just crazy. But that's most of the times when you see women online and they're doing stuff to their bodies and trying to make themselves look a certain way. It's not for men, it's to compete with other females, you know?
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that. That definitely is true, but I don't know. And I'm not gonna lie, like I haven't handled those situations the best, like, cause I'm the type to like pin up my emotions, like just bottle up inside, and then it just like pops off, and I'm trying to get better at controlling that. But like the way that like, okay, so the first friend I was talking about that had like kind of, I caught in the car with my boyfriend at the time, like when it got to a point where like I couldn't deny what she felt about me, I couldn't deny like what I was seeing and all the other like petty stuff that she'll do. Like she'll steal stuff, like, and I felt like she would steal little things to try to test me to see if I would notice it. Like she'll steal things that'll be like, and she'll put it in plain sight with the rest of her things. And I'm like, is she trying to hide it in plain sight, or does she just like not care? And she's like, oh yeah, it's like, I don't know. But there was one point where I asked her about it. I'm like, are those my sunglasses? And she was like, no. And I could tell every time that she's lying. And I'm just like, why? What was the point? Like, I just couldn't understand why she would do like the little stuff. Like, and little stuff matter. Like little things add up, you know. And I don't know, but maybe I didn't handle it the best way by not like addressing it the best way that I could have. Like at that time, I would just let it bottle up, bottle up, bottle up. And it got to a point where she was uh skip that. But basically, like she had ended up moving. She ended up moving out of this complex that we're in, but she ended up coming back in town. She needed somewhere to stay or whatever. So she was staying on the couch, and we were together like every day, like usual when she was living here. And it just, I don't know, like the energies kept on rising. It was like it was getting to a point where like, you know, like everything was just gonna burst. Like it was like no denying anything anymore. And what happened?
Because it starts in layers. It's
Yeah.
like, remember I told you it starts in layers. It's like it's like first it's okay, we're compatible. Then it's okay, competition. Then it's mimicking. Then the jealousy comes and the envy. No, before jealousy, the resentment comes. Then the jealousy comes, and then the envy comes, and then the brawl, the fight.
Yeah, and that's where it led to. Because I mean, we never actually ended up fighting, and I never. The thing was, I felt like we couldn't fight each other, even if we really, really wanted to. Because I know that she's anointed, I know that I'm anointed, and I, you know, like touch not my anointed. But I felt like, I don't know, I was confused on whether she was sent from God or the devil, because like we was very compatible, and she did help me like get closer to God. I feel like I helped her get closer to, like, I feel like we got closer to God with each other. We used to go to church, we used to read the Bible together, we used to just go to the park and take our Bibles to the park. Like we would do a whole bunch of things like that. And I don't know, it would just be a lot of things that we would do together was very contradicting to how she would act apart from me, and how she would, you know, like the things that she say she felt about me, or how she acted like she felt about me, was different than what I would hear from other friends. And maybe that would be like, maybe the other friends were jealous too and just wanted to break up our relationship, or maybe it was true. I don't know, but I don't know. Like, yeah, it started like, it was very compatible and everything, and then everything just hit the fan. So it was like one day I came. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was gonna say, I noticed something about when you have friends with people who are also serving God. Like sometimes God does bring people in your life, but it's for a season, it's for a purpose, and sometimes it's not even for you to have a long friendship with. It's like, okay, I'm gonna use you for this purpose, and then I'm gonna remove y'all from each other, right? And I noticed that when it comes to like the church and like ministry and having a relationship with God, I noticed the competition is more on who has a better anointing, which sucks to say, but that could be what happens majority of the times when you're around someone and you're reading your Bible together, you're praying together, you're fasting together, and then the person starts acting a certain way. It's kind of like them noticing that your anointing is a little bit more stronger, or you may be more stronger in certain areas, or they feel like you may have a better relationship from God. Or sometimes if they feel a certain type of way and God corrects them because God corrected them for how they feel about you, they get mad at you. That happens too.
Yeah, you're definitely on point. Like, there would be a time where like, okay, so when I was 15 is the first time I knew that I had like some type of gifts, but I wasn't really walking with God at all. But I knew that I had gifts because I heard somebody's thought, like, and I'm just like, was you about to say that? Like I asked him in real life, I'm like, were you about to say that? And he was like, yeah, how did you know? They started laughing or whatever. I'm just like, I just heard it in my head. Like I heard it in your voice. And I'm like, wow. So I never really, but I wasn't really like walking with God and everything like that. And I feel like because she was walking with God more than I was, like she was way more religious than I was. Like I felt like I was more on the spiritual path and like I was into new age in the past and things like that. And she was like real in the Bible. So I think that maybe when she started to notice that I had gifts as well, she may have felt like, I felt like she felt like I was like a witch or something like that because I mean, and unknowingly I was because I was into new age. I didn't know at the time that it wasn't of God because I was trying to find him in that, and that's not how that works. But um I feel like when she started to notice that I had gifts, there would be like weird, and I would just feel the energy being weird. Like when like sometimes I'll respond to people's thoughts, and I don't mean to, but it's like okay, so if I'm in a car with somebody and they want me to turn the music up and I'm sensing that they want me to turn the music up, I'll just turn it up immediately after them thinking that, and that just like weird, it's like, how did you know that? So that happened a lot with her, and I could sense that was when like the energy did get really weird. And then I don't know. I was never focused on whether her anointing was bigger or whether mine was bigger, anything like that, because I felt like we was together for a purpose. But like you said, some people do, like it's just for a season, and I couldn't realize that until I mentally got out of the space that I was in when I was with her. Like after she was gone and everything, I was still mentally in that space. But after I got out of that space mentally, then I was able to see like, okay, this was just for a reason. She did help me to be able to be more outspoken. She helped me to be more confident because like it was kind of like, I don't know, like it happened in a negative way. Like when we okay, so but I'm sorry, I keep stumbling and everything like that over my words. But before she had ended up like moving for good for the last time, like after she came back, stayed on the couch or whatever, I went to work one day and I came back and her bags were gone and she didn't say anything. While I was at work before I came back, she stopped sharing her location with me, and I'm just like, okay, I already knew this was gonna happen, whatever, just let it happen. And then but I just texted her, I was like, are you good? Whatever. And then I forgot what we said exactly over words. I mean over text, but it was basically the energy of like, it was basically like just stay out the way, whatever. Like she said something along the lines of you could keep that or whatever. I'm just like, all right, cool. And and then after that, I was just like, it was like weeks after that, but like I said, I bottle things up and I'll sit here and think and think and think. And then the next time I saw her, I was just like, you know what, we gotta fight because you did all of this stuff to me undercoverly. Let all these things I let all these things slide. I gave you the benefit of the doubt, and everything's just coming to the surface. Like you knew what you did, you purposely did it. I feel like everything that she did against me was premeditated. So it's not like, you know, even the sympathy that I have for her at that point when I wanted to fight her, it was just gone. So, but we never ended up fighting or whatever. She was in a car when I caught her, and she wouldn't get out the car, and I'm glad that the person just drove off because I didn't want things to end that way with her. Like she really, like even now, I still have mad love for her. I just really care about her as a person, and I'm grateful for her coming into my life. And at the time that she did, because like I said, I was into new age, and if she didn't come into my life at that point, I probably would have been deeper into new age. So I'm really grateful for her. But I don't know, it was just her, and then the girl who jumped me afterwards, it was actually a mutual friend. And then I had to go back and fight her one-on-one because I wasn't going out like that. But no, not to say like I'm proud of those things or whatever, but just to like share with you guys. But I don't know. Like I feel like it's hard to find real people out here, people who really have your best interests. It's hard to, stay friends with people with females long enough before jealousy will kick in and things like that. And yeah, I don't know.
I always tell people, like, when you're around someone, you're hanging out with them, like, think of it like, would I invite this person to my wedding? If I would not invite you to my wedding, I don't see any reason for me to build a close relationship with you on that level. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, that is very good advice. Wow, thank you.
Think that way. Pardon me?
Especially with female friends, that's definitely, yeah.
Because sometimes what happens is we'll be hanging around someone and they may not be a lifelong friend, and the friends you want to invite to your wedding, those are lifelong friends, right? So but you'll still hang around someone because you guys have stuff in common and because they're fun to hang around, but you know in your heart that's not a lifelong friend, and that's what God wants us to cut out. He does not want us to, you know, I don't know what's that saying, swindle the fence or something like that, or he doesn't want us to have associates that we bring in our personal lives. If they're associates, they got to stay associates. You know what I'm saying? If it's a lifelong friend, it's a lifelong friend. But that's why it's so important to pray over your friends. And like I said, not everyone that comes in your life is a hateful or evil person. And it's not that they come in with the intentions to envy or jealousy. Sometimes they come in with good intentions, but then after hanging out with you for a certain amount of time, they start comparing themselves to you, and then the insecurities come in, right? And then they'll slowly try to pull themselves away. But then that's also God kind of helping you in that situation as well, you know?
Yeah. Definitely. Oh, that is something I wanted to ask you too. Like, how would I be able to better discern, like, when it's time to let go of somebody? Like, when you start to realize that, like, okay, this person may only be around me for this reason or for this benefit, or I can tell that this isn't going to last long as a friendship. Like, how do you, I'm sorry, because, like, I do understand, like, some people like come into your life for a certain season. So I'm like, okay, maybe I'm in this person's life for a certain for a season for a certain reason. So I know I'm not supposed to be here for long, but is it up to me whether I up and leave and cut them out, or like what?
There's different examples, or there's different reasonings or ways how you'll know, but some of the ways you'll know is the vibe will just change, and it's gonna start to feel forced. Like the way we used to hang out in the beginning, I kind of have to force that vibe again when it's supposed to come naturally. If you have to force laughing, force having a good time, force all that, that's not a lifelong friend. It's supposed to come naturally. Like you guys are supposed to naturally just laugh, you know, read each other's minds. Oh my God, I was gonna do that too. Start laughing because it's so cute. You know what I mean? That stuff comes naturally, but when it's like starts to get weird, everything starts to be forced, and it's like one person's not calling or texting as much as they used to, or one person's just acting weird, and then you know that, and you start noticing shady stuff. That's a big sign. Another way you'll know is, yeah, you'll just feel the vibe drifting apart, and God will also tell you. God will say, okay, time is up. You know what I mean? Time is up. Just notice, if once you notice like shady things, then and don't brush off every single red flag. If things are okay in the beginning and you also start seeing red flags, you start seeing side eyes, you start noticing things like that, then don't brush it off. Just observe it and kind of go back to it and kind of connect the dots, and it's going to show you a bigger picture, trust me. I remember one time I had a friend that I wasn't sure about because, you know, I was getting these mixed messages from her. But at the same time, I was like, I remember people came to me and they were saying, like, hey, release that friend. I ignored the people that came to me. Like, I think two or three people came to me. And I think it was two, I'm not sure. No, it was actually three came to me. And I was ignoring what they were saying, and I literally defended her. Like there was one person, I was like, no, you're not going to talk about her like that. That's my friend. She's good. Don't worry. And I was literally defending her. And I started seeing all these red flags, but I was ignoring it because I thought it was warfare. And God started showing me stuff, and I started ignoring it. And there was one, you know, you'll know because that friend will support you publicly and then no longer want to support you no more. You'll notice that the support is not the same. And I remember she used to say things like, I can't watch your videos because every time I watch your videos, I have this weird vibe and I can't watch it. But I'm like, why? My videos are positive and you always used to watch my videos. Why all of a sudden now do you feel a weird vibe? Oh, I don't know why. But I remember one time I was on someone else's channel, and this person's videos are about gossiping, lies, and all that. And I would see her in the comment section entertaining that stuff. I'm like, so you can't entertain encouraging videos, but you're entertaining gossiping videos. And I'm like, God, why doesn't she want to watch my videos anymore? And I noticed it was because I was starting to get recognition again. Because at one point when I stopped my path, I was like, I kind of paused on my channel for a bit. I wasn't on my channel as much. And then I started to grow again. And it's when I started to grow again is when she stopped watching my channel. And I started noticing little things like that. And I'm like, okay, so how come you can't support me, but you're supporting someone who's completely gossiping? That's actually more triggering, right? So I started noticing things like that, but I still ignored it. You know what I mean? And then I started to notice like the messages were forced, and I'm just like, the vibe is not the same. Something's off. There's something going on, but I'm not seeing it, you know? And I feel like God's trying to protect me. And it was, like I told you guys earlier, it was when I came from vacation, he gave me the real revelation and I was hurt. You know what I mean? So don't let it get to that point, because this is why you wanted to fight that girl, because it hurt you. Because you're like, that hurts. You get what I'm saying? So you could have been real with me and tell me if something's wrong. So acknowledge the red flags, accept the red flags. And when you feel like things are just not the same and the energy's changed and something's off, you got to listen to your discernment. You have to. You know what I mean? And pray about it, fast about it too, because God will show you. You know, God will definitely show you.
You are so helpful. Like I'm so grateful for you. I came across your channel too when I was still dabbling in New Age and watching tarot cards and stuff like that. So you are definitely one of the people who helped like get me out of that hole. So thank you so much for everything.
So glad to hear that. I'm so glad that you changed your path. I'm so glad that you're walking with, like, yeah, I have butterflies in my stomach now. I'm so glad you're walking with God, and it's beautiful it's just beautiful to see a transition in people and continue to stay on the right path. I honestly strongly feel like my discernment with what I'm feeling right now, I honestly feel like it's your gifts that triggered some people, because like the lady said earlier, you know, it says in Matthew that some people wish they can see what you see, hear what you hear. And there's some people that love God and they know the Bible, but they don't have certain gifts. And I feel like that may have triggered that individual that you're around. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's probably pray about it, but that could be the closure that you're looking for, because I know you're probably like, God, what did I do wrong?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Steph. I know you're welcome. Good night.
Thank you so much, Liv. Thank you. Have a good night. So guys, I will be back on Saturday. It's been a long 6 hours almost. Okay. I'm tired. My eyes are red and I want to sleep. So I will see you guys on Saturday. I love you guys. And for those that did not get to go on, you guys will be on Saturday. And again, on Saturday, I ain't staying on for 5 hours. On Saturday, I'll do an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. But I love you guys so much. And guess what? We're going to continue to watch that video on Saturday as well. I'm going to be on Saturday evening, actually. Yes. You know why? Because if I come on in the evening, I can't stay on too long because I got church in the morning. So I'm going to come on in the evening. I love you guys so much. Okay. Am I doing videos tomorrow? It depends on what God does and what God says. Like, chances are, yeah, like I'll probably receive something halfway through my sleep. You know what I mean? The nighttime or early in the morning. I know he's going to talk to me about the live too. So I'm kind of excited to hear what he's going to say about the live, whether I did something wrong and I have to repent, whether I said something wrong, or whether, you know, I have to change something or add something or talk. So he's going to definitely give me some feedback about the live. He always gives me feedbacks, you know what I mean? So I just want to say I love you guys so much. I know I'll have some videos tomorrow. Stay safe, pray tonight. And yeah, guys, if you guys are going through things spiritually, remember, make sure you add in your prayer, God, you know, like, if any doors have been opened in the spiritual realm that I'm not aware of, I rebuke it. Like, make sure you add that to your prayer every single morning, because sometimes weird things happen and you're not even aware that something happened, something occurred. Okay, so make sure you guys pray that every single morning. Okay, even if you remembered your dream or remembered your vision, still pray that, because the other day, thank you, Holy Spirit, the other day he confirmed to me that it was like the movie Inception. He confirmed to me that I went from dream to dream to dream to dream. I thought I was in one dream, and he told me that I went to like 4 or 5 different dreams that one night, and I went from dream to another dream to another dream. But I didn't know. I woke up and I thought I had one crazy dream. Like, I thought the whole dream was like one dream with a bunch of events. But what I didn't realize is I was going from dream, right? So sometimes that can happen and you guys may not be aware of it. So you want to ask God, pray to God every morning and say, if I was tricked into anything, if there's any doors open that I'm not aware of, I rebuke it. You get what I'm saying? To make sure that nothing happened in the dream. I remember one of the dreams, somebody was chasing me. It was this witch was chasing me, and that's how I ended up in another dream, because I was trying to get away from her. So that's what I'm trying to say, okay? So make sure that you always pray that in your prayers. I love you guys. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for being patient. Okay, bye guys. See you tomorrow.